Chapter 1531. Study Room. With the sky-bearing king in the lead, several officials frowned. Beads of sweat could be seen on their temples. The military report had been read and the wooden box was opened. There was indeed a human head inside. It was a woman. She looked quite beautiful, but no matter how beautiful a woman was, only a head was left. No one would be interested in her. His Majesty sat high above. His figure was blurry behind the bead curtains and his breathing was calm. But everyone could clearly feel the rage in His Majesty's heart. It had been many years since His Majesty had lost his composure like this. What did the military report mention? A light sound came from behind the bead curtains. The Western Wasteland Great Emperor placed the jade slip on the table. He looked up. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he looked at the officials below. Golden General Ning Qin has died. Inside the hall, the air froze and everyone stopped breathing. At this moment, they finally understood why His Majesty was so angry. Wu Tongtian, he actually had the guts to do this. Then, they thought about how His Majesty had gathered them today to discuss the turmoil in the imperial capital. Several of the imperial clan's important officials all felt as if they were in a precarious situation. His Majesty must be furious. Moreover, he was even more furious because even though he could see everything clearly, he could only choose to endure it. The imperial clans would not support a majesty who was about to abdicate and shake the stability of the military. Especially now, the struggle between imperial and military power could not be allowed to happen. Your Majesty. The sky-bearing king knelt on the ground. I am willing to go to the border army. His attitude caused the other important officials of the imperial clans in the hall to reveal looks of surprise. Then, a look of shame and admiration appeared on their faces. His Majesty was about to abdicate and hand over power. They didn't have the courage to argue with the military. Behind the bead curtains, the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's voice was calm. There is no need. General Wu has already investigated the truth and killed the mastermind. I trust in the decision and judgment of the border army general. A trace of sadness appeared in the sky-bearing king's eyes. His Majesty had backed down. In countless years, this was the first time. But since it had started, it wouldn't be the last. Perhaps, this matter would be the fuse for everything. The elders of the imperial clans had already made all preparations. The abdication was unavoidable. In the end, His Majesty's plan did not come to fruition. Perhaps this was the fate that had long been decided. He and His Majesty were unwilling to accept it. They had fought for so many years, but in the end, they still failed. At this moment, the eunuch who had retreated out of the hall came in with sweat on his forehead and cried, Your Majesty, urgent report from the Zhejiang border army. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings his own courtiers. This was even more accurate and realistic when it came to eunuchs. The new emperor would not continue using the old men left behind by the previous emperor. The best outcome waiting for them was to enter the secret place of the imperial palace and guard it for the rest of their lives. The more miserable ones would be exiled, and one day, they would be completely purged for some unknown reason. The eunuch cursed in his heart. These border army barbarians had gone too far. They actually dared to threaten His Majesty. While he was sweating and cursing in his mind, the two military cultivators who had delivered the letter outside the imperial study were also staring at each other speechlessly. His Majesty might not casually touch the military commanders stationed at the borders, but the two of them were just insignificant ants in the military headquarters. Any random reason was enough to cause the two of them to fall into a pitiful fate. The silent weight and the torment of an unknown fate caused the robes of the two military cultivators to be soaked in a cold sweat. Their appearance became more and more distress. After an unknown period of time, their ears began to ring and their vision became dizzy. The two of them were suddenly awakened by a burst of laughter. Their hearts shrank and they immediately revealed bewilderment. They looked at the imperial study in front of them and listened to the carefree laughter coming from within. This laughter was His Majesty. Just what was going on here? The door to the imperial study opened. The eunuch who looked as if he had lost his parents ran out, his face flushed and filled with pride. His Majesty has already given an official reply. Take it back and tell the old lords of the military headquarters that His Majesty's meaning is that the border armies have been increasingly negligent these past years and it is time to reorganize them. The contents of His Majesty's imperial reply were soon spread out from the military headquarters. What followed was the entire story and the truth. The summary was as follows. In the first military memorial, General Wu of the Western Border Army reported that General Jin Qin was trapped underground in the mine to suppress the sinners' riot and strike. Unfortunately, he died on the spot. After the Border Army camp learned of this matter, they had already caught the culprit behind the scenes. After killing him, they would take his head and send it to the imperial capital. But it didn't take long for the second military memorial of the Western Border Army to arrive. It wasn't in the name of General Wu, but the content was quite interesting. It said that the sinners in the mine had deeply surrendered and stopped the riot. They had even handed over enough ore to produce for a year. No one was stupid, especially the people in the imperial capital. The sinners had surrendered and handed over a large amount of ore. The only explanation was that General Jin Qin had suppressed them. Then, the first urgent military memorial from the General Wu in the tent of the Western Border Army camp naturally became a joke. Or more accurately, it was Wu Tongtian of the Border Army who had become a joke. For a time, everyone in the streets and alleys of the imperial capital was talking about this matter before and after tea. When the famous General Wu who had outstanding military achievements was mentioned, they couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Vaguely, everyone seemed to be saying that General Wu was so old that he couldn't even figure out the life and death of the generals in the army. But all this was just on the surface. Through the surface, one could see the essence. In the eyes of those who were observant, it was General Wu of the Border Army who carried out the will of a certain party to test and push His Majesty. But he was defeated and suppressed by a strong force. This caused everyone's gazes to be filled with caution and fear as they looked at the chair. The most direct consequence was that the turbulent situation in the imperial capital in recent days suddenly eased a lot. The military headquarters reprimanded the Border Army in all directions, and the negative example was naturally the camp of the Western Border Army. The name of Wu Tongtian was not mentioned, but everyone knew that this was a slap to General Wu. It was extremely loud. The mine resumed normal operation. No, to be more precise, it was in a state of super high efficiency. The demi-human barbarian Border Army stationed here had never seen the sinners underground with such a humble attitude. Therefore, they felt awe and respect from the bottom of their hearts for General Wu Jinwu, whom they had only met once and who was very strange. Although they were half-man barbarians who had been infected by the curse of the barbarians and were a different species in the Border Army, they still came from the army. The temperament of a soldier flowed in their bones. And soldiers always respected and admired the strong. Jiang Chengzi couldn't help laughing, shook his head, and showed a little helplessness. His plan was not like this. He should wait a little longer. But those underground sinners were really frightened by General Wu Jinwu. They didn't dare to have the slightest delay and directly sent out the oars. His arrangement was ruined. This matter couldn't be hidden. He was clear about General Wu's means. The mine seemed to be a forbidden place, and everyone in the camp avoided it, but he must have made arrangements here. The second military report in the camp must have been sent out. No matter what name was used, it was definitely not General Wu. He had been a general for many years, so he still had a deep understanding of General Wu. Counselor Bai Su, since General Wu Jinwu is safe and sound, I will go back to the camp to report. General, have a safe trip. True Saint Bai Su's face was full of joy. Although he believed what Miss Ruru said, he was still happy to have it confirmed. More importantly, he had discovered General Wu Jinwu's secret. To others, the mine was a plague that they couldn't avoid. But in his hands, he might be able to turn it into a flower. For example, the pills that he and Tai Shi ate at the beginning, General Wu Jinwu was safe and sound when he entered the mine, and Wu Jinwu's fall today. It wasn't big, but it was a loss of face. More importantly, this matter would become a sign that General Wu Jinwu would officially gain a foothold in the Western Border Army camp. After watching Jiang Chengzi leave with his men, True Saint Bai Su stood up and smiled. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the future was full of hope. The future is indeed bright and full of hope, but if someone blabbers, they might die. A serious voice sounded in his ear. True Saint Baisu's body stiffened. He turned his head with difficulty and saw Miss Ru looking at him with an extremely serious expression. She raised her hand and patted his shoulder. Little Baisu, do you understand? General Wu Jinwu is about to return. True Saint Baisu desperately nodded. Perhaps it was because the angle of distortion was wrong, but as he moved, there was a loud cracking sound. Good. Little Ru nodded with satisfaction. She held the chicken overlord in her arms and turned to walk into the residence. A chicken head popped out from her flat and round shoulder, its small eyes filled with anxiety. It opened its mouth, but no sound came out. But this didn't prevent it from transmitting the emotions in its heart. Save me, hurry and save me. True Saint Baisu was expressionless, pretending that he didn't see anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he didn't dare to. But this didn't prevent him from experiencing the despair in the chicken overlord's heart. He had only been standing on the side and Miss Ru had patted him on the shoulder, and he had felt as if he would die. Moreover, the chicken overlord was currently being held in her arms. That pair of fair and beautiful little hands continuously and gently stroked its feathers. Hiss, just thinking about it made its hair stand on end. If she wanted to, then in the next moment the chicken overlord would explode into a pile of broken bones and flesh and blood splattering everywhere. General, Brother Ning Qin, hurry and return. You were the one who invited this ancestor back. As for how to deal with her, that will depend on you. Deep underground, in a long-abandoned mine, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. He was like a shadow of the night, completely blending into the darkness. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. His entire person was like the shadow of the night, completely blending into the darkness. From head to toe, there wasn't the least bit of breath left in his body. Several chubby bugs slowly crawled past Qin Yu like wriggling pieces of fat. They were called mine bugs by the sinners of the underground world. In essence, they were extremely timid creatures. If they were frightened in the slightest, they would be scared to death. With a loud bang, red corrosive magma shot out in all directions. The power was terrifying. But now, it seemed that in their perception, Qin Yu was a piece of ore. A mine bug crawled onto his body. After wriggling for a moment, it found a comfortable position and soon fell asleep. In the darkness, Qin Yu's eyes opened a slit. He glanced at it, a light smile on his face. In the distance, there was still darkness that covered Qin Yu's eyes. However, in this darkness, there seemed to be a lively aura. The seed had already begun to sprout. Western Frontier Border Army Camp. Commander's tent. The meeting was held as scheduled. Wu Tongtian's expression was calm, not changing at all. At the very least, no one in the commander's tent noticed anything strange. He was still that domineering, wise, and sharp border army commander-in-chief. Yi Sang sneered inwardly. The more he appeared the same as before, the more it showed that Wu Tongtian's heart wasn't calm. As the number 2 figure of the Western Frontier Border Army, his attitude towards Wu Tongtian was a bit contradictory. He hoped that Wu Tongtian would lose face in order to increase his own influence in the border army camp. But Wu Tongtian himself was a strong supporter of the Yi family in the army. But there were some matters that he couldn't interfere with just his attitude. For instance, Wu Tongtian's loss of face was already a fact. The reprimand issued by the military was a slap to his face. In the imperial palace, His Majesty had used the prestige of trampling on Wu Tongtian to temporarily stabilize the situation and buy himself some time. But the truth was that Yi Sang wasn't optimistic about His Majesty's plans. The Emperor clans ruled the Western Wilderness, but His Majesty, who held great power, needed to reincarnate and be replaced. This was a rule set when the Western Wilderness was first established and no one could change it. Even if His Majesty was a great strategist with superb methods, so what if he could stabilize the situation for a while? In the end, there would be more and more voices and more forces that would force him to abdicate. After all, this involved everyone's interest. The meeting ended. The generals stood up and bowed, more respectful than before. They were all old foxes that had been in positions for a long time. No one wanted to be remembered by Wu Tongtian at this time. Moreover, it was just a slap to the face by His Majesty. Wu Tongtian's status was still stable. As long as he was the commander of the Western Border Army, they would never show the slightest bit of contempt or neglect. The tent quietened down. Wu Tongtian rubbed his face hard. This was a habit he had for many years to recover his energy when he was tired. A cup of brewed strong tea was placed in front of him. It was steaming hot and had a slightly bitter fragrance. The tea leaves weren't good. It was only produced by a few wild old tea trees on a barren mountain at the border. But Wu Tongtian was used to drinking it and hadn't changed it for many years. The advisor in the tent who served the tea smiled bitterly. He hesitated for a while and said, "Commander, should we send a memorial to the imperial palace to explain?" This was an experienced and prudent suggestion. After being reprimanded by His Majesty, as an official, he had to express his attitude. Although Wu Tongtian wasn't liked by His Majesty, he had a high status. As long as he was willing to lower his head, the imperial capital would have to give him some face. For example, the shock caused by the reprimand of the border army could be quickly eliminated. Wu Tongtian drank a few mouthfuls of hot tea and shook his head. These are all minor details. His eyes were hidden in the water vapor, faintly discernible. However, they gave off an extremely deep feeling. It was like he had crossed through the barriers of space and time, falling far away. "General Jin Wu." "Ning Qin," Wu Tongtian whispered, a trace of self-deprecation in his eyes. He had to admit that he had underestimated this chess piece of the Emperor race's army. Someone that could be chosen by His Majesty was indeed unusual. He had been too careless before. After this matter, General Jin Wu had opened up a new situation. At the very least, he had gained a firm foothold in the Western Frontier Army. After this matter, he had revealed enough potential. Even if His Majesty abdicated, the Emperor race and its successor would fully support General Jin Wu. It could be foreseen that he would have great achievements in the future. But, Wu Tongtian coldly sneered. With his understanding of His Majesty, since he was so cautious, how could a chess piece in the army not have a backup plan? General Jin Wu was destined to be a chess piece. He was now, and he would be in the future. Such a life, no matter how glorious and resplendent it was meaningless. Chapter 1532. The west of the Western Wastelands was a land of endless wilderness known as the Western Barbarians. This vast land was occupied and ruled by the barbarians. They lived and multiplied for generations. Although this land was barren, it had never cut off the strong vitality of the barbarians. In the far west, there was a great mountain that spanned from north to south. This mountain was so high that it was like a natural chasm that divided the land of the barbarians into two. Now, on this great mountain, in the thick snow, there was a black temple that wasn't too big. From afar, it looked like a black spot in the pure white snow that covered the entire mountain. But when one looked at it, they could easily feel the unyielding will that this black temple gave off. It was like a giant that carried a mountain on its back, standing silently between the heavens and the earth. No matter how the wind blew or how the sun shone, no matter how heavy the rain poured down, nothing could shake its body. Small but great. His scalp was torn. After it healed, it formed a scar that looked like a writhing centipede. The ascetic respectfully knelt on the ground, allowing the snow to cover most of his body. Only the area above his shoulders was exposed. "Teacher, disciple has returned." After saying this, he didn't move again. He only knelt on the snow. Between the heavens and the earth, a strong gust of wind blew. It lifted up the dancing snowflakes that circled around him. The mountain was very tall, so the temple built at the peak was also very tall. The temperature was extremely low, causing the snowflakes to not be as soft as the ground. Instead, they were more like a hard ice crystal that had been frozen. With a crackling sound, the snowflakes hit the ascetic's face, breaking his skin and causing traces of blood to seep out. On his head, the wound that had healed began to bleed once more. Scarlet blood slid down his head and face, giving off hot steam in the ice and snow. Then, this hot air gathered above the ascetic's head, gradually forming a symbol. It was simple and vast. It gave off the aura of endless years, as if it had crossed through endless space and time, revealing its strength and value. The ascetic lifted his head. His eyes widened and his body trembled, revealing a look of excitement. But right at this moment, a light "pa" sound rang out, and the talisman shattered and dissipated. All the fog was instantly swept away by the strong wind. The blood that flowed down the ascetic's body solidified and froze. He looked at the black temple, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. "Teacher, what is going on?" As the only remaining great shaman in the Western barbarian territory, he believed that his teacher would be able to make a judgment based on the traces he left behind. However, just as everything was about to become clear, it was forcefully dispelled by an external force. In this world, who could have such a method? Even the strongest of the human cultivators on the other side of the sea could not destroy a great shaman's calculations in the berserker's territory. After a short period of silence, a light cough came from within the black temple. Ku Xiu immediately revealed a nervous expression. "Teacher." His body moved, but he didn't dare to move forward. It was as if the black temple in front of him was a holy land that couldn't be blasphemed. Without permission, he could only kneel outside. He didn't have the qualifications to enter. After a moment, the coughing gradually subsided. A tranquil and gentle voice sounded out from the black temple. "The world is vast and boundless, and we are nothing more than mayflies. How can we truly peer into the mysteries and vastness of this world?" Ascetic Xiu touched his head to the ground, respectfully waiting for his teacher's orders. "Our race's new emperor has indeed descended, but his fate and aura have been concealed by a vast power of the heavens and the earth. This is the best result for our emperor and our people. Keep this a secret and don't try to search for it." The voice paused for a moment before it continued speaking. "The young man you saw in the camp of the Western Desert Border Army is related to our new emperor. If you go and meet him, you will naturally gain something." Ascetic Xiu kowtowed respectfully. After 3 kowtows, he got up and walked down the mountain. He stepped barefoot into the snow. His body was submerged in the snow, and only his head was exposed. He walked through the snow without a trace, as if he had never been there. Silence returned to the black temple, and a pair of eyes slowly opened within it. There was a hint of resignation in them, along with a faint hint of absurd laughter. Who would have thought that the new emperor of the berserkers, the ruler of all the berserkers in the world, would give up his noble status and run to the human race? This was a joke that wasn't very funny. The new emperor hiding among the humans was naturally risky, but compared to being targeted by the human cultivators, this was a better result. Thus, he chose to tacitly agree. He tacitly agreed that his deductions had been interrupted by that strength. He began to cough again. Drops of blood splashed out from his nose and mouth, falling onto the pure white ground, appearing particularly dark red. "Mine. General Jin Wu's residence. Luxurious rear courtyard." Although it was underground, after spending a great deal of effort and resources, it was still possible to create a landscape that wasn't inferior to the outside world. Little Meaty lazily sat on a chair, seeming a bit dispirited. She constantly rubbed her chicken head. Little chicken, what do you think Chinyu is doing? Why hasn't he returned yet?" The chicken overlord had long since turned numb. Its body was curled up, and its eyes were dark and filled with despair, without the least bit of light. Luckily, Little Meaty had long since grown accustomed to this. She respectfully remained motionless and didn't feel annoyed because of this. Otherwise, she would only need to gently twist her fingers and the chicken overlord would be able to perform the unique skill of exploding a chicken head. Suddenly, Miss Meaty frowned. Light erupted from her eyes and she turned her head to look in a certain direction. The chicken overlord felt the air freeze over, as if it had been sealed in ice. It also felt as if there were 10 mountains pressing down on its body. In the next moment, it would be crushed to pieces, turning into a pile of broken bones. Its eyes widened, filled with panic and horror. At this time, there was only a single thought in the chicken overlord's mind: my life is finished. Miss Meaty coldly snorted. She lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Her pale and delicate finger seemed extremely soft. The moment it touched the void, there was a dull thumping sound. It was as if a huge hammer had hit the surface of a drum. The chicken overlord's eyes rolled back and it fainted from the shock. Little Meaty furrowed her eyebrows. As if she had sensed something, she slowly drew back her hand, a thoughtful look on her face. The Goliath great shaman? If it were them, then it could be explained why they had drawn back their hand after feeling her strength and suffered the backlash. Her expression relaxed and her eyebrows relaxed. She licked her lips and said, "I never thought that after so many years, there would still be a great shaman amongst the Goliath tribes. TSK, the taste of them is really nostalgic." She was a bit hesitant. Should she follow the tracks and do something? Perhaps she would be able to eat a delicious meal. Thinking about it, Little Meaty gave up on this idea. Qin Yu was the new sovereign of the Goliath tribes. If she were to eat a great shaman, he definitely wouldn't be happy. Whatever, food and such wasn't a necessity. She would just have to endure it. Jiang Chengzi frowned. He stood at the entrance of the tent, looking towards the mine in the distance. There was a thoughtful look on his face. The counselor walked over and respectfully said, "General, are you still thinking about the matter regarding General Jin Wu?" He wanted to remind Jiang Chengzi of something, but as he thought about it, he felt that there was no need to say anything. Jiang Chengzi didn't turn around, as if he could see the counselor's expression. "Wu Shuai's wisdom is unparalleled. Although I cleanly removed myself, he is still suspicious of me. But that doesn't matter. Just like how the imperial capital can't easily move against Wu Shuai, it will be difficult for him to move against me." These words were spoken with full confidence. As a true veteran general of the Western Border Army, he had started from slaughtering foot soldiers on the battlefield and had slowly built up his meritorious deeds until today. His various relationships with his former subordinates had already formed a great net that covered the entire Western Border Army. If someone were to move against him, not even Wu Shuai would be willing to bear the consequences. The counselor smiled. "General, since you already know this, why are you still acting like this?" Jiang Chengzi waved his hand, not saying anything. Although the counselors that followed him around were all trustworthy people, there were some things that only he could know. However, there were some things that only he could know. No one could explain it to him. He looked towards the mine. He wasn't thinking about General Jin Wu or worrying about himself, but was thinking about true Saint Bai Yu. When he first said that General Jin Wu was still alive, there was a hint of fear on his face, as if there were some hidden troubles that he couldn't speak of. At that time, Jiang Chengzi felt a bit restless, so he decisively stopped himself and didn't continue asking. Afterwards, the more he thought about it, the more restless he felt. True Saint Bai Yu's body seemed to be wrapped around by an extremely terrifying aura. Jiang Chengzi didn't know what it was, but he was filled with dread, as if this aura only needed to slightly tremble to kill someone. The one that was killed was True Saint Bai Yu, or perhaps, even he was killed. General Jin Wu really did have some secrets on his body. Qin Yu left seclusion. It was more accurate to say that he was only barely able to conceal the traces of his soul being damaged. It was hard to detect on the surface, but the truth was that he needed time to slowly recover from his injuries. But this was necessary. When it came to matters involving the spirit embryo, one couldn't be too careful. He focused his mind and sensed that the soul planting was progressing smoothly. Everything was developing in a good direction. Perhaps after some more time, it would smoothly germinate. He had already been underground for some time. Now that he had taken care of everything, it was time to leave. With a thought, Qin Yu's calm and indifferent voice sounded out in the minds of all the sinner leaders. "I will soon leave the underground world. You all behave yourselves. Whoever dares to stir up trouble will die." 2 heads, 3 arms, mountain of flesh, and the other sinner leaders felt their hearts tremble. They fell to their knees and said, "Farewell, General." This terrifying evil star had finally left. They felt their breathing become much easier. But thinking about it, even if Qin Yu left, a single thought from him could determine their life or death. This happy and relaxed feeling quickly vanished. After nearly a month, Qin Yu's figure was bathed in the light of the 9 suns of the Great Desolate. Although darkness was one of his strongest strengths, he was still born as a human and bathed in the light, so his mood was much better. "Greetings, General." Outside the cave entrance, The border army guards hurried over and knelt down. Their expressions were respectful and their eyes revealed awe and reverence. It had to be known that this General Jin in front of them was someone who had caused the military commander of the border army, a great figure that stood above the clouds, to suffer a great loss. Thinking about how General Jin was their direct superior, the border army guards felt a bit of pride and honor. Qin Yu nodded. Rise. Soon, after Blackscale and the Snake Woman died, the remaining 6 barbarian guards gathered in front of Qin Yu. After greeting him, everyone was respectful. Soon, Qin Yu learned of everything that had happened in the outside world while he had been underground. Wu Tongtian had made a mistake, but he had stumbled upon it by accident and used it to make a name for himself in the Western Border Army. General, His Majesty has issued a decree. In commendation for suppressing the rebellion of the sinners underground, he has granted you the title of first-class count. A guard respectfully said, his face full of envy. This was a very high rank in the Empire's military. One had to know that the 4 great border army marshals were only marquises. For example, Wu Shuai was Marquis Junshi. Count Zhongwu was just one more step away from being conferred the title of Marquis. A sharp light flashed in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. Suppressing the strike of the sinners was certainly a meritorious deed, but it was absolutely not enough to be conferred such a title. It seemed that the great emperor of the Western Wilderness was using this matter to express his dissatisfaction and unyielding attitude. The military was in the wrong, so they could only pinch their noses and accept it. At the same time, this was also the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's declaration to Qin Yu. As long as you are outstanding enough, I will not hesitate to reward you. As long as you are loyal and devoted, you will soon become a marquis. If it was someone else, they would probably be incomparably excited and deeply feel the majestic grace of the emperor. From then on, they would be dead set on being ordered around. But if the great emperor wanted to use the title of first-class Earl of Loyalty to win over Qin Yu, he could only say that the great emperor was overthinking things. Got it. I'm going back to rest. You guys go ahead. Qin Yu turned and soared into the skies. Chapter 1533. Mineshaft, Residence. After sending away True Saint Bai Yu who had rushed over, Qin Yu sat down and drank a cup of tea. As he put down the teacup, he frowned. He felt that there was something strange in this fellow's expression, as if he wanted to say something, but there were some misgivings in his heart. After drinking several more mouthfuls of tea, Qin Yu rapped his fingers on the table, a strange feeling growing in his heart. The chicken overlord hadn't come. With Qin Yu's understanding of it, even if it hadn't done anything meritorious it would cry out. Moreover, after the previous twists and turns, it would definitely come to express its loyalty. This wasn't right. As he thought back to how True Saint Bai Yu hesitated to speak, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He stood up and walked towards the rear residence. The demonic sect's Miss Meaty has come from the commander's tent. She has been placed in the rear residence. These were True Saint Bai Yu's original words. Thinking about it carefully, when he said these words, although his expression was calm, there was actually a bit of caution. Along the way, all the maids he met bowed and made way for him. Compared to ordinary women, there was something strange about them. However, these berserker transformations gave them a strange air of elegance. It was said that there was a market for the barbaric women in the mineshaft in the Western Border Army camp. Meaty was already waiting in the courtyard, as if she already knew that Qin Yu would come. She weakly bowed. Greetings, General Jin. Timid, white and tender, she seemed like an easy target to bully. On the side, if it could roll its eyes, then the chicken overlord would definitely make it explode. In front of Qin Yu, this woman's acting was truly good. She had a delicate and pitiful appearance, but when she was facing us, she wasn't like this. Qin Yu, open your eyes wide and look at the true appearance of this woman in front of you. Save me, save me. The chicken overlord's eyes were wet with tears. Just as it was about to say something, it suddenly shivered. Miss Meaty's timid eyes fell on its body, as if she were looking at a tender and fragrant stewed chicken. Hiss, the chicken overlord sucked in a breath of cold air. It no longer dared to move, otherwise it was sure that its premonition would come true. Qin Yu's eyes widened for a moment before he composed himself. He looked at her with a cold expression. Miss Meaty, since you kept your promise and followed me to the mine, I will naturally keep my word. He flipped his hand and took out a pill. Eat this pill, and it will protect you from being corroded by the curse of this place. The chubby girl received the pill with both hands. Thank you, General. Qin Yu nodded. All right. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. As the chicken overlord's eyes gradually filled with despair, he turned and left, soon vanishing from sight. Little chicken, you weren't too obedient just now. A faint smile spread into the chicken overlord's ears. The chicken overlord closed its eyes and fainted. He poked the chicken overlord several times, confirming that it had truly fainted. The chubby girl curled her lips. Little chicken, your courage is really touching. She looked up and looked in the direction that Qin Yu left in. She subconsciously frowned. Although everything in front of her was normal, she still felt that something was wrong. Qin Yu's aura had actually increased by several degrees. She couldn't clearly feel this change. Just what was this boy doing underground? Qin Yu left the rear residence and returned to his residence in the front courtyard. After closing the door, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the rules of space and time in the room instantly changed. It wasn't too strong, but it was enough to serve as a warning. Any attempt to investigate this place would be directly exposed. After determining that the room wasn't being monitored, Qin Yu let out a deep breath and his complexion paled. Just now, when Qin Yu first saw Meaty, he had seen a giant vortex behind her. Boundless and vast, it slowly revolved. Although there was no sound, it still gave off an extremely terrifying mental pressure. It was the end of all things, like the destruction of all things in the world. Even the world itself could be swallowed up by this vortex. And this was the super strong perception that Qin Yu had obtained after successfully planting his soul into the spirit embryo and drawing support from its strength. Before this, he had already determined that Miss Meaty was hiding some secret on her body. But in truth, today's discoveries still far surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. Beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. It was only at this moment that his heart, having lost control of itself, began to wildly beat. Just now, Qin Yu had only glanced at her. He had decisively cut off his connection with the spirit embryo. Otherwise, if he looked at her for half a breath of time, he feared he would arouse her vigilance. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the chaos in his mind. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He rubbed his temples. At this time, his thoughts coincided with true Saint Baiyu's. He wanted to suppress the demonic sect and steal away Miss Meaty. He didn't want any hidden dangers to occur to him. But now, it seemed that he had provoked an ancestor for himself. Moreover, what Qin Yu was worried about right now was whether or not Meaty had already discovered his identity. She had followed him on her own initiative, coming to the border army camp and hiding by his side. Just what was she planning? If he couldn't figure this out, Qin Yu wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Indeed, in this world, no one knew when an accident would arrive. He had suppressed the rebellion of the sinners and planted his soul into the spirit embryo. He had also used this opportunity to gain a foothold in the border army camp. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, such a great trouble would occur? Calm down, don't panic. Qin Yu frowned, deep in thought. He thought back to the vortex he had seen before. Without a doubt, this thing was terrifying to the extreme. Whether or not it could swallow the world, it would definitely be easy for it to swallow Qin Yu. In other words, if Meaty wanted to kill him, she could do so at any time. She had been hiding and hadn't done anything. At the very least, this meant that Qin Yu wasn't in any danger for the time being. This was extremely important. Otherwise, what Qin Yu should have done was immediately run away, as far away as he could. What standing in the army, what borrowing the strength of the western wilderness, all of this was built on the premise that Qin Yu was alive. Since there shouldn't be any danger for the time being, then he could think about it a step further. This vortex was terrifying, but vaguely, it seemed a little familiar. Qin Yu's frown deepened. He tapped his fingers on the table, making a rhythmic sound. He first confirmed several times that this familiar feeling wasn't a mistake he had made in his panic. Then, bit by bit, he searched through his memories for a similar feeling. Unfortunately, after 2 hours, Qin Yu's mind was a bit numb and he still hadn't found anything. He felt like there was a film wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to see through it. Qin Yu let out a breath, a helpless look on his face. In truth, this matter was easy to solve. Since he felt it was familiar at first glance, then if he looked at it a few more times, there was a high chance he would be able to find the source of this familiarity. Take another look. Just as this thought rose up, he suppressed it. Slowly, even if he wanted to take a look, now wasn't the time. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might be discovered. The Commander Tent's message was delivered. Commander Wu invited First-Class Earl Loyal Marshal to the Commander Tent to discuss matters. This was the right thing to do. Now that the barbarians' offensive had gradually eased and the war situation had calmed down, everyone could relax a little. Since Qin Yu had opened up the situation, he naturally had the qualifications to go to the Commander Tent to discuss matters. And this time, his appearance was different from before. He didn't enter the Commander Tent with the so-called status of a counselor. He used the status of First-Class Earl Loyal Marshal, a general of the army. This announced that Qin Yu had truly gained a foothold in the border army camp. After Qin Yu received the message, he stood up and went. He was just worrying about what he should do to quietly stay away from the little girl of the devil sect. This was obviously an opportunity. Since he couldn't see clearly and couldn't afford to provoke her, then hiding for now was always the right thing to do. Although he didn't have a good impression of Wu Tongtian and the other generals of the border army, Qin Yu had to admit that staying in the border army camp was a very safe thing to do. The Western Desolate Border Army had 9 divisions, and 4 of them were in the western frontier. This made up nearly 40% of the army of the empire. What a terrifying force it was. Being in the camp, even if an Emperor Realm cultivator attacked, they wouldn't be able to hurt Qin Yu. Bringing Bai Shu, Qin Yu thought for a moment and called Tai Shi, then set off for the camp. The journey was incomparably smooth. When the carriage stopped, the camp was in sight. Greetings, Earl Loyal Marshal. Outside the camp, the soldiers stationed there bowed, their eyes full of respect. Soldiers worshipped the strong. The news of General Jin Wu suppressing the rebellion of the underground sinners alone had long spread. Moreover, even Commander Wu had suffered a loss in his hands. How would they dare to provoke him? For the first time, Qin Yu truly felt the status and dignity of a general of the military. The journey was unimpeded. He didn't need to report or get permission to arrive at the commander's tent. He turned and glanced at Tai Shi. I believe you have some friends and family in the camp. I will allow you to rest for a day. You may leave. A complicated look appeared in Tai Shi's eyes. He bowed and left. True Saint Bai Yu stepped forward. First-rank Earl Loyal Marshal, General Jin Wu Ningqin, requests an audience with the commander. Soon, the tent doors opened and several counselors bowed. Earl Loyal Marshal, Commander Wu invites you in. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you. He stepped into the tent. He was the furthest away from the commander's tent and also the last to arrive. Ningqin greets Commander Wu. Wu Tongtian said, General Jin Wu need not be so courteous. Enter. His expression was calm without the slightest fluctuation. It was hard to tell what his true emotions were. Yes. Qin Yu turned and walked to his seat. Compared to before, there was a new change in the order of the tent. He moved forward by 1 position and sat opposite Yi Sang on the left. This position indicated that after being granted the title of first-rank Earl Loyal Marshal, Qin Yu's ranking in the Western Border Army was now 3rd. He was an absolute commander of the Border Army. Greetings, Earl Loyal Marshal. The Border Army generals stood up and bowed. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands together and bowed. My comrades, there is no need to be so polite. Please sit. He sat down and looked forwards, his eyes meeting Yi Sang's. This number 2 figure of the Border Army, a direct descendant of the Yi family who had been granted the title of Great General, had an extremely cold expression. Everyone had already torn apart all pretense of cordiality, so there was no need to maintain a superficial relationship. First-rank Earl Loyal Marshal. Humph, His Majesty is truly generous. But, even if he is 3rd, so what? The commander maintained his composure, but his heart was filled with anger. There was no need to say anything about his attitude. Even if Ning Qin opened up the situation, it was hard to say whether or not he would be able to remain in the border army in the future. "Let's begin," Wu Shuai lightly said. He allowed everyone's eyes to sweep over his face. With the war easing up, there was no urgent matter. The discussion in the commander tent soon came to an end. The most important matter today was that General Jin would reappear in the border army. If there is nothing else, then the discussion is over. Wu Tongtian swept his eyes over everyone. "Commander, please wait a moment." Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. In the commander tent, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Countless eyes looked over, thinking that he had arrived. Ever since General Jin entered the border army camp, he had been pushed aside and suppressed. Now that he had stabilized his footing, how could he not express something? In truth, everyone had been waiting for this moment from the very start. Wu Tongtian had a calm expression. "General Jin, what is the matter?" Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "General Wu, my residence in the mine hasn't been repaired yet. I would like to temporarily stay in the camp for some time. That way, I won't have to run back and forth during the discussion." Of course, this was an excuse. He simply didn't want to go back. Qin Yu knew the reason, but others didn't. His heart skipped a beat and he thought that General Jin was indeed General Jin. If he could make Wu Shuai suffer a loss, then his actions were sharp and unexpected. If General Jin stayed in the camp, even if he didn't do anything, just looking at him would make people unconsciously think of the previous blunder. Then, when they looked at the dignified and solemn Wu Shuai, they would think of him as a joke. The human heart was the most marvelous thing in this world. Unless one personally experienced it, it was hard to understand just how terrifying it was. It wouldn't be too long. General Jin only needed to stay in the camp for a month and the image that Wu Shuai had painstakingly built up over the years would likely be greatly reduced. This was challenging Wu Shuai to his face. In everyone's eyes, this must have come from His Majesty in the imperial palace behind the scenes. With such an unyielding attitude, did His Majesty have a backup plan? Otherwise, why would he be pressuring Wu Shuai like this? That's right, they were overthinking things. Moreover, they couldn't stop themselves from rushing towards the stars. But the truth was that Qin Yu simply wanted to hide in the border army camp for a period of time. He had no choice but to hide. That little girl from the demonic faction was far too terrifying. Before he could figure out what was going on, he didn't want to approach her again. As for the chicken overlord, cough cough, that fellow had always been skilled at begging for a living. He didn't think that he would be killed. As Qin Yu thought of that little girl, his heart sank and his reactions slowed. When he regained his composure, he could feel the shocked gazes around him mixed with awe and admiration. He immediately reacted. These fellows had gone off topic. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu maintained his composure. Since they wanted to think this way, then he would let them be. He needed a reason to stay in the camp, and he could use one to his advantage. Wu Tongtian remained silent. Yi Sang sneered. This number 2 figure of the border army camp had an icy cold tone. General Jin, according to the rules of the army, a garrison general cannot leave his post without permission. You have been ordered by the commander to guard the mine, so it is best for you to return as soon as possible. Qin Yu glanced at him. Nothing will happen to the mine. If there is an accident, I will bear all the consequences. Humph. Yi Sang sneered, not speaking again. Wu Tongtian said, if that's the case, then General Jin can stay behind. He stood up and left. This was the first time that Wu Shuai had left after the meeting ended. Looking at his back, the border army generals knew that no matter how good his composure was, facing General Jin's direct provocation, Wu Shuai would still be angered. He had used his actions to express his dissatisfaction. Chapter 1534. Outside the commander's tent, Zhao Chong had a friendly smile on his face. After whispering several words to Qin Yu, they agreed to drink tea together in the future and then bid their farewells. Turning around, the smile on his face faded and was replaced by a helpless look. Originally, they thought that Jin Wu would go to the mines and his future would be cut off. After that, there was even news of his death. But who would have thought that all of this was a scheme? Because it was a mine, no one suspected anything. As a result, Wu Shuai and the others fell into the mine. Not only did His Majesty use this as an excuse to make a fuss, but he also humiliated himself. In particular, Wu Shuai's final judgment today was also wrong. Acknowledging the status of the Golden General didn't necessarily have to be discussed in the accounts. The reason why he had chosen this day was to make a killing move. In the end, the source was still the mine and the barbarian's curse. He looked very carefully. But regretfully, General Jin Wu's body really didn't have the slightest trace of being corroded by this curse. Wu Shuai's killing chess piece landed on empty air. General Jin Wu turned around and directly launched a counterattack. Great waves were about to erupt in the border army camp. The reason why the mine was a taboo and everyone avoided it was because of the Berserker curse. If General Jin Wu could solve it, then even an idiot would know that the mine would become his base in the future. No one would be able to shake his position, and the border guards who had turned into berserkers would obey his every command. Sigh, I miscalculated. Zhao Chong sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He had to find a way to repair the barrier that had appeared between him and General Jin. Great General, why did you speak in the commander's tent? The counselor was puzzled and frowned. Jin Wu will stay in the camp. The one who will feel uncomfortable is Commander Wu. Yi Sang said plainly, you don't understand. He did not explain, but his eyes flashed. The Commander Tent's words were directly rebutted by Qin Yu. At most he would lose a little bit of face, but it wasn't a big deal. However, by doing this, he was reminding Wu Shuai that everything in the border army camp could be done with him. As long as Wu Shuai was willing, the number 1 and number 2 figures of the border army could join forces and Qin Yu's current glory would only be temporary. Indeed, in the capital, His Majesty had stabilized the situation and was no longer in a precarious situation like before. But so what? In the end, His Majesty would still abdicate the throne, and the new emperor would definitely hope to have his own voice in the army. The Yi family was willing to make this deal with the new emperor. This was not his decision, nor was it something he had the right to do. It was the will of his cousin from the Fighting Tiger Hall. It was highly likely that this matter had already been approved by Old Master Yi. After all, without his cooperation, it would be very difficult to carry out a transaction between the military and the emperor clans. The corners of Yi Sang Do's mouth curled into a cold arc as a dense aura circulated. Next, all he had to do was suppress General Jin Wu. So what if he managed to gain a foothold? There was not much time left for him. Before His Majesty abdicated the throne, if he could not be fully fledged, he was destined to be doomed. Jiang Chengzi stood in the distance, waiting for Qin Yu to greet everyone and then leave. He went straight to the point. Your tent hasn't been tidied up yet. If you don't mind, you can stay in my tent for the time being. This was an extremely straightforward declaration. Surprise flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He immediately smiled. Then, I won't be polite. The two of them left together. Behind him, the gazes from all directions were filled with shock. Around the commander's tent, the temperature became increasingly cold. The number 4 character of the border army, the extremely dignified Jiang Chengzi who had his tentacles spread throughout the army, had chosen to join forces with General Jin Wu. This was already a formidable strength that could shake the situation of the border army. One could imagine that many people in the border army camp would find it hard to sleep today. Old General, what rules are these? If you don't explain it clearly, I won't be able to rest easy. Qin Yu smiled, his expression calm. Since Jiang Chengzi had made his intentions clear today, he would definitely give him an answer on this matter. Otherwise, there would be no basis for trust between them. If so, what he did today would be very stupid. Jiang Chengzi said, I am His Majesty's man. In the border army camp, beneath the dim light of night, Qin Yu obtained his answer as the soldiers behind him quietly walked far behind him. It was very direct, without any hesitation or concealment. It seemed that before he made this decision, Jiang Chengzi had already thought of everything. Qin Yu nodded. I should have thought of this earlier. Jiang Chengzi was on good terms with the sky-bearing king, but on the surface he seemed like someone from the later Yi family. When he first saw Yi Xiling in the imperial capital, this was proof enough. As for a two-faced person, it was absolutely impossible for him to sit in such an important position in the Western Border Army. He must have his own true background. Now, everything was clear. His Majesty's man, or to be more precise, someone from the Emperor clans. This statement seemed the same on the surface, but the truth was that there was a great deviation. The Western Wasteland Great Emperor was a member of the Emperor clans, but the interests of the entire Emperor clans might not be the same. Why reveal your identity now? Qin Yu was indeed puzzled. Jiang Chengzi had hidden himself well, and even if he wanted to make a move, it shouldn't be now. Jiang Chengzi looked at Qin Yu, a strange look in his eyes. From his eyes, Qin Yu could clearly feel something. How could you say something like this? In other words, it was because of him. His Majesty has passed down an order for me to cooperate with you in the border army. Qin Yu directly challenged Wu Tongtian in the commander's tent. This was a clear signal to attack. Wu Shuai had likely already sensed this and nodded in agreement, not giving Jiang Chengzi a chance to express his opinion. And to Jiang Chengzi, this was an acceptable result. There were also different types of declarations. For instance, right now, no matter what the actual situation was, he didn't directly tear apart any pretense of cordiality with Wu Shuai. So, he jumped out now, clearly showing his support for General Jin. Of course, this was also His Majesty's intention. To have him cooperate, in other words, it was time for him, the chess piece of the Emperor clans, to move. Unless he wanted to escape the control of the Emperor clans, he could only move. The old general felt helpless in his heart. In particular, General Jin's current appearance, as if saying that Qin Yu shouldn't make decisions on his own, left him distressed. Young man, didn't you know that it was easy to be beaten up for sending out a wrong signal? Cough. Qin Yu coughed, figuring out the twists and turns in the situation. This is also good. After all, I fear that Wu Shuai has already guessed it. Jiang Chengzi's heart chilled. He glanced over. He didn't speak, but he understood Qin Yu's meaning. Before, in the mine, he had chosen to play dumb and trick Wu Shuai. Although he had handled things quickly and didn't reveal any flaws, to a big shot like Wu Shuai, there were some things that didn't need evidence. His intuition was the answer. Of course, Jiang Chengzi wouldn't admit it. It was best if General Jin remembered some of his favors. After the negotiations were made clear, they returned to their tents and bid their farewells. When Qin Yu returned to his tent, True Saint Bai Yu bitterly smiled. General, although I am dissatisfied with Wu Shuai in my heart, isn't today's method a bit too crude? After all, he is the commander of the Western Border Army and his status in the Empire's army can be ranked in the top 10. He was already a true super commander of the army. How could he not have his own methods? Qin Yu glanced at him. Do you think that even if I wasn't crude, everything would be fine? True Saint Bai Yu was left speechless. The current situation was clear. Wu Shuai must hate them to the bone. Sooner or later, there would be a reckoning. Then, are we really going to stay here? Yes. Qin Yu waved his hand, sending him away. He rubbed his temples, a bitter smile on his face. Just what was going on? He had just wanted to find a safe place to hide, and yet such a ruckus had occurred. Whatever, in any case, it was already like this. He might as well stay here and think about it later. But this wasn't the way to go. He had to find a way to solve the problem of the demonic sect's little girl as soon as possible. He ran away. Qin Yu actually ran away. I thought something was wrong, but he clearly disguised himself so well without any flaws. Little Meaty had a vexed expression. She pulled at her hair, unable to think of a problem. She squatted down and stared at the chicken overlord. Little chicken, tell me the truth. Did you do something in secret? The chicken overlord shivered. It thought that her question was too low level. Even if it really did something, it absolutely wouldn't dare to admit it. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with it. It desperately shook its head, its attitude firm. Little Meaty nodded. She thought out loud, that's right, with your courage, it seems I was thinking too much. Could it be that boy by you? That's not right, he didn't have the chance. I was watching the entire time. She sighed, a distressed expression on her face. I originally wanted to play with him for a while, but it's not fun anymore. Qi knew hiding from her wasn't the result that little meaty wanted. Cough. The chicken overlord suddenly coughed. When its eyes fell on her, it squeezed out a flattering expression. Miss Little Meaty, perhaps Qi knew was delayed by some other matter. If one heard the first half of its words, wouldn't they think that it was exonerating Qi knew? But the truth was that this wasn't the case. The chicken overlord winked. Since Qi knew can't come back, miss, you still have hands and feet, so you can go look for him. Look for him. Go look for him. What a disloyal and ungrateful bastard. I even gave him something as important as my divine kingdom. What sort of friendship is this? In this world, is there a pet more loyal and devoted than me? He ran away as soon as he said he would, even bringing along 2 passers-by like Yu and Ironstone. How could he just leave me here to suffer this torment? Humph humph. Qi knew, you were heartless first, so don't blame this overlord for being unjust. If he wanted to suffer, then everyone should suffer together. No one should think about it being good. Little Meaty's eyes brightened and her lips curved up. She reached out a hand and rubbed the chicken overlord's head. Little chicken, I've discovered that sometimes your brain is quite useful. Since she already suspected him, there was no point in continuing to hide. Since Qi knew was hiding, then she would go over. She wanted to see just what sort of expression this fellow would have when he saw her appear. Picking up the chicken overlord, Little Meaty pushed open the door and left. In the blink of an eye, she had returned to her usual weak and delicate appearance. General Jin Woo wasn't here and Yu wasn't here either. As the only woman in the mansion, and one who was also very beautiful, no one dared to disobey her words. A moment later, a carriage drove out of the mine, heading in the direction of the camp. With no one driving the carriage, the chicken overlord sat in the driver's seat, wiping away its tears. It thought how miserable it was, how pitiful it was. It had actually been reduced to the fate of being a carriage driver. To order such a handsome chicken to do such a rough job like driving a carriage, wouldn't that girl's heart hurt? Chapter 1535. If the mountain doesn't come, then I will. These words sounded very charming. Between the lines, there was a sense of confidence and boldness. But if Qi knew that the mountain that he couldn't avoid was on the way to the camp, he would definitely be in a bad mood. He lowered his head and looked at True Saint Yu. He slowly said, "You don't need to answer my questions. You only need to nod or remain silent." Nodding meant he guessed correctly. Remaining silent meant he denied it. True Saint Yu revealed a bit of unease. But when he saw Qi Nu's gaze, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Qi Nu's first words caused his body to tense up. You approached the demonic sect's little girl. He used a name to avoid being detected if he mentioned her name. This sort of thing wasn't rare in the world of cultivators. True Saint Yu took a deep breath and nodded. As expected, this boy wanted to speak but hesitated. He must have discovered something. Qi Nu tapped the table and said, "When I was underground, was she the one who told you that I was still alive?" Jiang Chengkengzi gently waved his hand. For Wu Tongtian to make such a mistake, she must have found out about him. In the mine, the only one who could have done this was her. True Saint Yu nodded. She threatened you not to speak. Did the little girl reveal any killing intent? Did she do anything strange? After a series of questions, Qi Nu calmed down. His previous judgment was correct. There was indeed a great terror hidden behind the demonic sect's little girl. But towards him, there was no clear malice. At least, not yet. Qi Nu looked at True Saint Yu, who was sweating profusely and had a pale face. An apologetic look flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand. Go and rest. As if he had been pardoned, True Saint Yu bowed and left in a hurry. He was really worried that if he continued like this, who knew when his head would explode with a bang. Qi Nu rubbed his chin. He thought about the demonic sect's little girl. She probably knew that he would stay in the camp and not return. He wondered if she would sense something and what she would do next. She probably wouldn't dare to do something as ferocious as barging into the camp, right? Qi Nu's tent was quickly built with the help of some forces. Zhao Chong was the first to congratulate him. Although he only stayed for a while before leaving, the gifts he brought were very generous. Qin Yu could clearly see that he was trying to repair their relationship. Of course, being clear was one thing. Accepting it or not was another. Trying to erase the past with just a generous gift was too cheap. He would have to wait and see. Then, just like that, General Jin Wu settled down quietly in the camp. His duty was to guard the mine. He didn't need to intervene in the affairs of the camp. It could be said that he was extremely idle. Only when the commander's tent held a meeting would his figure be seen. Everyone could clearly sense that Wu Shuai's calm face above the commander's tent grew increasingly indifferent. He was shrewd and unmoving like a mountain, but that didn't mean that he wasn't angry. As long as he waited for the opportunity, the next moment, his monstrous rage would come crashing down. Qin Yu's eyes were focused on his nose was focused on his heart. He sat steadily in the third position, like a clay bodhisattva. Now, even if Wu Tongtian had a falling out with them, he would not leave. The two troops were currently advancing towards the border army camp. One was near and the other was far away. But the closer one was moving very slowly. And, what was strange was that the one driving the carriage was a pheasant with beautiful feathers. The farther one was much larger. Moreover, they had an awe-inspiring aura and were rapidly advancing. According to this situation, they would arrive at the camp around the same time. With the pheasant as the driver, it was naturally Misty. She propped up her chin with her hands, looking out the window. It was clearly just a barren landscape. After all, most of the barbarian region was like this. But Misty's eyes were bright, as if she were very interested. She would occasionally reach out her hand, waving it in the air. She was like a beautiful little fish. Little chicken, what do you think about building a wooden house here, planting a green forest, and growing some fruits and vegetables? The pheasant driver rolled his eyes. He thought that this was an idiot. This was the front line of the war between the Western desolation and the Western barbarians, and yet he wanted to settle down here? If they were sucked into the war, who cared if it was a wooden house, a green forest, or fruits? They would all be trampled into mud at any moment. But thinking was just thinking. He forcefully nodded, a flattering expression on his face that said, "Miss, you're right, you're right, you're right." They would soon arrive at the border army camp. Qin Yu would soon be the scapegoat. As for what happened in the future, he would let this ungrateful fellow worry about it. Thinking of this, the chicken overlord skillfully cracked his whip. With a loud crack, the carriage sped up even more. "Ah, I really am a genius. I learn everything so quickly, and even driving a carriage is so handsome and elegant." In the commander's tent, Wu Tongtian laid down the jade slip, his eyebrows furrowed together. The sky-bearing monarch had arrived. He couldn't figure out just what His Majesty wanted to do. He had already paid the price for what happened in the mine, so could he still continue to be unforgiving? Did His Majesty really think that he was weak and easy to bully? In the tent, the atmosphere was heavy, as if the air had frozen. The councillors and subordinates all looked at the commander's figure with dignified expressions. In this situation, if they weren't careful, they would stir up a great commotion. How could the great figures of the imperial capital's military allow something like this to happen? The elders of the emperor races wouldn't allow His Majesty to stir up great waves. Especially at this sensitive time. The sky-bearing king was expressionless. This time, he was ordered by the emperor to come to the western border army camp, but the process wasn't smooth. The elders of the military and the emperor races jumped out one after another to stop him. His lips curled up, revealing a mocking and cold smile. What a bunch of old fools. How could they understand His Majesty's great talent and strategy? The silence of the old Yi family was such a clear signal, but they couldn't even see this. Or, even if they did, they didn't care. Did they think that His Majesty was about to abdicate and didn't have the power to control the empire? What a bunch of idiots. If His Majesty wanted to, he could beat these clowns into the dust at any time. But now was far from the time. What His Majesty wanted was not a moment of happiness, but a foundation that would never change. He wanted to lead the Western wilderness to become stronger, and finally become the strongest empire in the desolate region, even to step on the central wilderness. And to achieve this, His Majesty needed to establish great merits. Only then could he break the old rules. This was the reason why he had come to the Western Desolation Barracks. To be honest, things were progressing faster than expected. His Majesty was a bit anxious, but the sky-bearing king could understand. The great emperor had always been strong, but after General Jin Wu's death, this was the first time he felt tired and powerless. His Majesty didn't want to feel this again. He had to complete his plan as soon as possible. Raising his head, a bright light flashed in the sky-bearing king's eyes. In the border army camp, he already knew that Qin Yu had made things difficult for Wu Tongtian. He had done very well in this matter. This was the attitude that His Majesty wanted. The reward from the first-class Earl Zhongwu was also a reward for his merits. Suppressing the underground sinners wasn't much. What he did was humiliate General Wu and help His Majesty stabilize the situation. This was the true merit. Seeing True Saint Baitu's pale face, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. His intuition clearly told him that something had happened. As expected, reality proved Qin Yu's outstanding intuition. General, Miss Meaty is here. True Saint Baitu wanted to cry. When Qin Yu asked him, he didn't say a word. But in reality, he had already revealed everything he knew. Now that the main character was here, would he let him go? Perhaps he had come today to kill him. Even if he followed at Qin Yu's side and stayed in the border army camp, he still couldn't feel any sense of security. It was because the feeling that Miss Meaty gave him was too terrifying. It was like a loach rolling in mud facing a divine eagle soaring in the heavens. The difference between the two was too great. There was no chance of resisting at all. Qin Yu's face was ashen and his heartbeat sped up. He didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. Tell Miss Meaty that I have something to discuss with her. Ask her to come to General Wu's tent. Since he had already caught up, he couldn't hide anymore. He could only lay everything out in the open. Who was the strongest in the border army camp? Although Wu Tongtian hadn't revealed the slightest bit of his aura from start to finish, since he was able to sit so firmly in the position of commander, then he was undoubtedly the strongest person in the Western Border Army. Moreover, there were also the incomparably tyrannical guards hiding around the commander's tent. True Saint Baitu's lips trembled. General! He shouted out, a mournful expression on his face. I don't dare to go. Qin Yu's footsteps paused. He turned his head, but there was no ridicule in his eyes. He was afraid of losing face, otherwise he wouldn't have hidden himself in the border army camp. Find someone to inform. Zhao Chong, find his personal guard. True Saint Baitu turned and left. General Golden Wu Ningqin was absolutely the person that everyone in the commander's tent disliked the most. But no matter how much they disliked him, they still pinched their noses and bowed. They had to respect the status of a first-class Earl Zhongwu. Greetings, General Golden Wu. The commander's tent guard bowed. Qin Yu nodded, his expression calm. I have an important matter to discuss with General Wu. The guard originally wanted to say something, but as he looked at Qin Yu's complexion, his throat bobbed several times before he swallowed it back down. General Golden Wu, please wait a moment. He went in to report and soon returned. The commander is handling an important matter. If General Golden Wu does not have, Qin Yu frowned. He walked straight towards the commander's tent. I want to see the commander now. Sure, his eyes were as heavy as water, as heavy as a stone falling down. Qin Yu bowed. Greetings, General Wu. Wu Tongtian frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his voice was as clear as water, without the least bit of fluctuation. General Golden Wu, I want to know what matter you have. He already knew that the sky-bearing monarch was about to arrive. And at this critical juncture, General Golden Wu had suddenly rushed into the commander's tent. Was this a coincidence? Or was this the prelude to some plan? Humph. Over and over again, did they really think that as the dignified commander of the Western Border Army, he wouldn't dare to kill them? Chapter 1536. Today, if there was no explanation, he would let General Jin Wu and the sky-bearing king know what it meant to be a big shot in the military. Qin Yu could sense the icy coldness in Wu Shuai's words. Today wasn't the day to fall out with him. No matter what, he had to stabilize the situation first. He thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Marshal, please calm down. I do have something important to do and have no intention of offending you." These words were very sincere. Wu Tongtian frowned. Qin Yu's current performance was a bit unexpected. If he wanted to cooperate with the sky-bearing monarch, he shouldn't have such an attitude. After some thought, he waved his hand. "Sit down and talk." "Thank you, Commander." Qin Yu sat down and looked around. Wu Tongtian said indifferently, "Everyone in the commander's tent is someone I trust." This was his standard. Just one sentence was enough to make everyone stand up straight. Qin Yu said, "If that's the case, then I'll get straight to the point." He took a deep breath. "General Wu, my background isn't a secret, so I'm sure you already know. To suddenly ascend to a high position and become a general of the army, although this is something that countless people yearn for in their dreams, I am still terrified. I have no intention of making things difficult for Commander Wu, but sometimes, I have no choice. After all, I am only a chess piece. I hope that Commander Wu can understand." Was he here to lower his head and make peace? Everyone in the tent widened their eyes in shock, unable to figure out what was going on. A glint flashed across Wu Tongtian's eyes before he calmed down. "General Jinwu's words are too serious. You and I are both imperial great generals, and it is our duty to serve His Majesty and the Western Wilderness." Qin Yu sighed, revealing just the right amount of helplessness and heaviness. "It's normal for Commander Wu not to believe me. In the future, I will use my actions to prove myself." "Stop talking nonsense, why aren't they here yet?" If he continued to stay, he didn't know how to continue stalling for time. At this moment, a report came from outside the tent. "Lady Ru Ru of the Devil Sect requests to see the Grand Marshal." Qin Yu's heart chilled. He thought to himself, "It's here." Wu Tongtian looked over and frowned. He didn't know what General Jin Wu was planning today. Of course, he did not believe a single word that General Jin Wu had said. "Invite her in." The commander's tent was opened and little Meaty walked in. She had a timid expression as she bowed. "Greetings, Commander." She bit her lip. "I'm here to look for my general." He suddenly left. "I'm scared." His acting skills were at the pinnacle. That expression, that tone of voice, that gaze, it was simply amazing. Wu Tongtian glanced at Qin Yu. At this moment, his heart was filled with confusion. He was really a little dizzy. He couldn't figure out what was going on. But at this time, Qin Yu couldn't care about what Wu Shuai was feeling. The opportunity was right in front of him. He had to see clearly the background of the little girl from the Devil Doctrine. With a thought, a connection appeared between him and the spirit embryo. A halo of light flashed deep in his eyes. He turned and looked up, his eyes falling onto little Meaty. The quiet whirlpool spun slowly behind her. It seemed to be right in front of her, but at the same time, it seemed to be far away. It was terrifying and vast. Even though he had already experienced it, as his eyes fell upon her, he still felt a great sense of panic and unease. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. However, he did not withdraw his gaze. Instead, he looked even more intently. This was the safest moment that Qin Yu could find. He had tied up Wu Tongtian and the entire commander's tent as a guarantee of his safety. All of this was to take another look at this whirlpool. A faint sense of familiarity quickly gushed out from the depths of his heart. The feeling of being wrapped in a barrier was rapidly fading away. Suddenly, in the depths of Qin Yu's mind, a bolt of thunder seemed to pierce through the clouds. Countless fragmented images flashed in front of his eyes. There was a small and red mouth, a straight and round nose, and white and delicate fingers. The truth had appeared. So, she was him. Little Meaty sighed inwardly. Her eyes swept over Qin Yu. She didn't understand why this fellow's eyes suddenly became so useful. It seemed like it had only happened after he left the mine. His thoughts quietly turned, but his expression didn't reveal anything. Little Meaty still looked like that timid and cowardly little girl from the Devil Doctrine. Being shrouded by General Jin's eyes, her face revealed unease. She lowered her head slightly, giving off the feeling of a curled-up little animal. It immediately made one want to protect her. Wu Shuai's will would not be so easily touched by the outside world. He expressionlessly opened his mouth. General Jin. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He stood up and bowed. My apologies, I have some trivial matters to attend to. I won't disturb General Wu any longer. Farewell. Little Meaty stood up and followed behind. Watching the two leave, Wu Tongtian's eyebrows gradually furrowed together. He felt that everything that had happened today was strange. General Jin, just what was he doing? After leaving the commander's tent, Qin Yu and Little Meaty walked one behind the other, neither of them speaking. True Saint Bai Su's complexion paled. He bowed from afar, not daring to approach. His heart was filled with apprehension. Outside the tent, Qin Yu's eyes swept around. All of you leave. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach. Yes, General. He entered the tent and turned to look at Little Meaty who had followed him in. Little Meaty blinked her eyes, her face filled with fear. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He took a deep breath and bowed. Before this, I didn't know that you had arrived. If I have offended you, please forgive me. There was silence. Qin Yu stood up. He glanced at her, a puzzled expression on his face. If you want to continue acting, I can pretend that I don't know and continue to cooperate with you, but that would be meaningless. Little Meaty looked up and rolled her eyes. Qin Yu, you really are boring. You clearly know that there's no meaning in revealing it, yet you still insist on doing it. Her voice changed, becoming a bit more coquettish. She was still weak and timid, and when combined with her smiling face, it was truly moving. Qin Yu looked at her, his aura as steady as a mountain. I need an explanation. Why had this mysterious existence hidden in space-time suddenly transformed into the demonic sect's Little Meaty? The explanation is that this is a coincidence. Little Meaty walked over and sat down. Before this, didn't you go to the demonic sect? I inadvertently sensed a special aura. She lifted a hand and pointed to the bridge of her small and cute nose. That's right, it was this girl. Although her cultivation is a bit weak, she was just barely enough to be my medium for descending. You probably don't know, but for an existence like me, although I have a bit of strength, there are far too many restrictions. It is difficult for me to easily descend into the world, and I haven't had a chance to wander around for many years. So, I ran over here and thought of it as a vacation. I never thought that I would be discovered by you so quickly. As she finished speaking, Little Meaty blinked her eyes, a helpless expression on her face. Qin Yu frowned, deep in thought. He didn't know whether or not he should believe her words. Little Meaty rolled her eyes. Don't let your imagination run wild. If I wanted to harm you, would I need to go through so much trouble? Moreover, don't forget that it is only because I am helping you that you can live so peacefully. Humph humph. If you aren't happy, then I will leave right now. As for your own matters, you can solve them yourself. I won't wait on you. Qin Yu lifted a hand. I have 3 conditions. Little Meaty clapped her hands and smiled. I knew that you weren't an ungrateful brat. Speak. First, while you are by my side, you cannot act on your own and provoke other troubles. Fine. Second, if there is an accident, you must help me. I can, but let me say this first. In my current state, there isn't much strength I can use. You have to be careful when you do things. Qin Yu glanced at her. Third, I haven't thought about it yet. We'll talk about it later. Little Meaty rolled her eyes. Qin Yu, you can't always rely on the fact that I like you to take a yard after taking an inch. She sneered again and again. Let me tell you, when I am angry, even I am afraid of myself. Qin Yu ignored her. Then it's settled. He stood up and left. Where are you going? To pick someone up. Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He looked back. Just like that, you chased me all the way to the commander's tent. Aren't you afraid? She wasn't afraid that he wouldn't recognize her, or that he would set up a killing trap in the commander's tent. Little Meaty revealed a puzzled expression. What am I afraid of? The little chicken said that I should come, so I came. The chicken overlord was cautious. It hid in a corner and peeked at the commander's tent, its small eyes filled with nervousness. Although, in a moment of anger, It had decided to drag Qin Yu into the water without a care for anything else. But now that things had truly been accomplished, it finally realized what it had done and began to feel fear. That evil star Qin Yu wasn't someone to be provoked. If he were to discover something, then the consequences would be, hiss, it didn't dare to think, it didn't dare to think. Just thinking about it made it feel as if its heart would explode. At this time, a single thought tumbled in its heart. Should it take advantage of the fact that this matter hadn't been exposed to the world and quickly run away? Suddenly, Qin Yu lifted the tent from the inside and stepped out. It was unknown, but perhaps it was because of telepathy. He turned his head and quietly looked at the chicken overlord. With just a single glance, Qin Yu left. He didn't say a single word nor did he express his stance. The chicken overlord's body stiffened. It fell to the ground like a block of wood. Its mouth was crooked and its eyes glazed over. It was over. It was completely finished. It had received the warning in Qin Yu's eyes, if you dare to run, you will die. He knew. At this moment, the chicken overlord's heart turned to ash. Its intestines turned blue with regret. But it didn't dare to run. Overlord, the general told me to pass on a message. From now on, you can follow beside Miss Meaty. True Saint Bai Yu couldn't help but reach out and touch the chicken overlord's stiff body, his face full of sympathy. Cake, a series of difficult sounds came from its throat. Then, the chicken overlord's eyes rolled back and it fainted. Qin Yu wasn't lying. He really was going to pick someone up. Wu Shuai knew that the sky-bearing king was coming. As the person chosen by the Western Wasteland Great Emperor, he naturally knew of this matter. Before, because of the problem with Miss Meaty, Qin Yu was filled with anxiety and didn't have the mood to think about it. Now that the clouds had been dispelled, he began to wonder, what was the sky-bearing king doing here? Although Wu Shuai had lost face due to the fake death incident, he was still able to maintain his composure. But it was impossible for him to topple a border army general with just this. As his thoughts raced, a scout reported that the sky-bearing king's troops would arrive soon. At this moment, Qin Yu could clearly feel the eyes of the people around him. It was clear that the border army generals hoped to obtain some information through observing Qin Yu. But unfortunately, Qin Yu was still confused. Naturally, he couldn't give them any hints. Chapter 1537. The sky-bearing monarch had arrived. The carriage stopped and Yi Sang was the first to greet him. As the second in command of the Western Border Army, he was naturally the leader in the absence of Wu Shuai. The Border Army welcomes the sky-bearing monarch. Behind him, Jiang Chengkengzi, Zhao Chong and the other generals all revealed smiles. The sky-bearing monarch had a wide circle of friends in the court. In addition, he was deeply trusted by His Majesty and was an important official in the court. Although these generals had military power, if they wanted to live a peaceful life, it was best to be on good terms with the officials. Moreover, the status of a king should be respected. The carriage door opened and the sky-bearing monarch stepped out with a warm smile. Generals, there is no need to be so polite. Please rise. He took a few steps forward. General Yi, I haven't received the good tea you promised me. Don't forget about it. Yi Sang smiled. Don't worry, sky-bearing monarch. I always do what I say. I've been looking for some tea and I just found some 2 days ago. Oh. Then I'll be waiting. Zhu Chengtian laughed and turned to greet the others. Qin Yu discovered that the sky-bearing monarch's social skills were off the charts. Aside from Jiang Chengzi, he was able to exchange a few pleasantries with all of the generals in the Zhejiang Border Army. His tone was intimate. It was as if they had some sort of friendship. Intentionally or unintentionally, the sky-bearing monarch left Qin Yu at the back. General Jin, I was shocked when I heard of your death in the imperial capital. Luckily, it was soon proven to be a rumor. Outside the camp, the laughter in the air had yet to dissipate. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, the crowd all felt an invisible pressure. At the same time, they all had the same thought. His Majesty was very dissatisfied with Wu Shuai. The sky-bearing monarch was highly regarded by His Majesty and would not casually express his opinion. From his words, one could feel His Majesty's thoughts. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Greetings, sky-bearing monarch. No need for formalities. Zhu Chengtian reached out and patted his shoulder. That brat Bai Yu, did he give you any trouble? I didn't want him to come with you but he insisted. I couldn't dissuade him so I had to trouble you. Qin Yu said, Bai Yu has helped me a lot during this time. These words, more or less, did not mean what he said. But just like what the sky-bearing king had said, he would be a fool if he believed it. Wasn't the world of adults like this? That's good. King Chengtian said, I still have to pay a visit to Marshal Wu and tell Bai Su to wait for me in the tent tomorrow. I have something for him. After saying that, he cupped his hands towards the crowd. Generals, this prince will take his leave first. I'll come back for a chat after I'm done with my business. After exchanging pleasantries, the sky-bearing monarch entered the camp to meet Wu Tongtian. That's right, this was the status of a border army's commander-in-chief. Even an existence conferred the title of king from an imperial clan would be inferior in status. From this, one could see how much power the military held. Yi Sang glanced at Qin Yu. Disperse. He turned around and was the first to leave. Jiang Cheng's expression was calm, but within that calmness, there was a hint of hesitation. The sky-bearing monarch arrived at the border army. Even though he didn't say anything, everyone knew that he was here for General Jin. The problem was that he didn't receive any hint from start to finish and didn't know what the sky-bearing monarch had seen. As a general of the imperial clan, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled by this discovery. Qin Yu didn't say anything. He glanced at Jiang Chengzi and could roughly guess what he was thinking. But before he could say anything, Zhao Chong walked over with a friendly smile. The sky-bearing monarch was here and His Majesty might be making a move. Of course he was anxious and wanted to ease his relationship with General Jin. After saying a few words, Zhao Chong's smile faded and Jiang Chengzi had already left. Qin Yu wanted to explain. After all, this old general would be of great help to him in the future. But thinking about it, he didn't even know why the sky-bearing monarch was here. How could he explain it to others? The commander's tent was cleared. No one knew what the sky-bearing monarch and Marshal Wu had discussed in private. He only knew that the two of them had a secret discussion for close to 6 hours. When the sky-bearing monarch left, Marshal Wu personally sent him off with a smile on his face. This situation was different from what everyone expected. What was His Majesty's intention? Didn't the sky-bearing king come to the border army to support General Jin Wu and help him seize more power? Marshal Wu, please wait. The sky-bearing monarch smiled. Our dynasty is busy and there are many things that need to be dealt with. I can't stay in the border army for long. I must complete His Majesty's arrangements as soon as possible. Wu Tongtian nodded. If the sky-bearing monarch needs any help, just say the word. Of course. The sky-bearing monarch cupped his hands and left. He didn't avoid the eyes of others and went straight to Jiang Chengzi's tent. An hour later, Qin Yu was invited to the entrance of the tent. Sky-bearing monarch, General Jin is here. Zhu Chengtian's voice came from the tent. Invite him in. Qin Yu entered the tent. The first thing he saw was Jiang Chengzi's smiling face. The gloominess on his face had disappeared. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The sky-bearing monarch's methods were indeed superb. General Jin, I have already ordered for some food and wine. You and I will accompany the sky-bearing king and have a few drinks. Jiang Chengzi smiled and spoke. His tone was more intimate than before. Qin Yu glanced at the smiling sky-bearing monarch. Since the sky-bearing monarch and general are in the mood to drink, I will accompany you. He turned and sat down. However, I must restrain myself during the banquet. I don't want to be reprimanded by Marshal Wu. The sky-bearing monarch laughed. He looked at Qin Yu with a satisfied expression. This brat was indeed smart. With just a few words, he had pulled the two of them closer. His arrangements had not been in vain. Although Jiang Chengzi was arranged by the imperial family and wasn't completely under His Majesty's control, his background determined his position. He would eventually lean towards His Majesty. Appeasing him and cooperating with General Jin was the key to the smooth progress of the plan. That was why he was summoned. But what kind of explanation or promise did the sky-bearing monarch give to make Jiang Chengzi so excited? Qin Yu remained calm. Although he was confused, Since he was asked to do something, he naturally had to give an explanation. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to wait patiently. Jiang Chengzi clapped his hands. The table, chairs, and cutlery were quickly set up. It was true that the border army was poor, but that was only limited to the ordinary generals. As the oldest general in the Western Border Army, he held real power. In terms of enjoyment, he wasn't inferior to those in the imperial capital. There were no singers, but there were a few female generals who changed into long dresses and thin blouses. It was enough to enchant one's mind. This was something that was tacitly agreed upon. Although it was against military rules, no one would take it seriously. After all, the great generals spent most of their lives guarding the border. They were already taking great risks to protect the empire. Who would dare to say anything when playing with women? The sky-bearing monarch sat on the main seat with two valiant beauties on his left and right. After a few cups of wine, his cheeks were flushed red and his beauty was unparalleled. From time to time, he would approach them and make intimate gestures. However, he didn't seem dissolute. Instead, he was full of elegance and charm. Jiang Chengzi laughed. General Jin Wu might not know this, but when the sky-bearing monarch was young, he was a frequent customer of the famous brothels in the imperial capital. There are still stories about him in the brothels of the imperial capital. From this sentence, it could be seen that he and the sky-bearing monarch were close and understood each other well. The sky-bearing monarch smiled and pointed at him. "Old general, you've said too much. Come, drink with me." Qin Yu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. It wasn't because he couldn't do something like putting on a show. It was because, for some reason, he felt that there was a pair of eyes on him. As a result, Qin Yu had a strong intuition from the bottom of his heart. If he really reached out and hugged the two daughters of the army, there would definitely be trouble. After thinking about it, Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He guessed that this intuition most likely had something to do with meat. She was her. In other words, it was that person's intention. Although he didn't know the reason, he had received a warning. There was no need to go against the wind. Jiang Chengzi finished the wine in his cup and looked over with a frown. "General Jin Wu, are you not satisfied with my arrangements? No matter, I still have many beauties in my tent. Call them over for General Jin Wu to choose." Qin Yu cupped his hands. "Old general, you misunderstood. It's really..." He was a little speechless. He hesitated and gritted his teeth. "It's because my heart already belongs to someone. Moreover, she is waiting for me in my tent. I really don't want her to be sad. You threatened me not to put on a show, so I'll use it as an excuse to refuse. It's a fair deal." Jiang Chengzi thought for a moment. "Is it that lady meat from the devil sect?" Qin Yu nodded. The old general was a little uncertain. According to the news he heard, General Jin Wu led 100,000 troops to suppress the devil sect and snatch her away. But later on, General Jin Wu was sent to guard the mine. It was an indisputable fact that meat asked to see the general. Qin Yu stood up and raised his cup. "Today, I'm willing to drink with the sky-bearing monarch and old general. However, the grace of a beauty is hard to bear." A light flashed in the sky-bearing monarch's eyes, but he immediately calmed down. "All right, since General Jin Wu has concerns, let's not make things difficult for him. It's his loss, it has nothing to do with us." Jiang Chengzi smiled and nodded. Qin Yu pretended not to see the sad eyes of the two beauties on his left and right. He only allowed them to pour wine and bring food. During this banquet, even though he restrained himself, he still drank a great deal. The sky-bearing monarch laughed and tossed aside his cup. He hugged the two beauties. "I'm tired from the long journey and will go rest first. Farewell, farewell." After drinking his fill, he left with the two beauties. This scene was enough to make others envious. Jiang Chengzi looked at Qin Yu, a faint smile on his face. "General Jin Wu, it's not too late to change your mind." Qin Yu forced a smile and cupped his hands together. "I thank the old general for his good intentions. I bid my farewells." Behind him, Jiang Chengzi's loud laughter echoed out. There was a saying that those who enjoyed together were incomparably close. After this banquet, It was clear that the relationship between the two sides had become much closer. As he left the tent, the wind blew past him and Qin Yu felt a little dizzy. He subconsciously recalled the sad eyes of the two beauties and their curvaceous bodies beneath their thin clothes. He couldn't help but feel his heart stir. Then, he felt a burning heat drill through his body. He took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. With a bitter smile, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He wiped away the drunkenness in his body and quickly walked out. He didn't stop until he returned to his own tent. He poured himself a cup of cold tea and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did he let out a long breath. This was the so-called disturbing thoughts. Even if one had great self-control, they still needed time to calm down. The door was suddenly pushed open and little Meaty walked in. Her eyes swept over Qin Yu and she snorted. "Ha, men." Qin Yu was a bit embarrassed. He looked at her and said, "The sky-bearing monarch is a subordinate of the Western Wasteland Great Emperor and his strength is unfathomably deep. You should be careful lest you provoke trouble." Little Meaty coldly sneered. "Don't be in such a hurry to change the topic. Qin Yu, your courage isn't small. You actually dare to use me as a shield." Her eyes widened and she stared at Qin Yu. "Or do you really have some improper thoughts towards me in your heart? Qin Yu, what the hell is this? If I didn't know your identity, pooey, even if I didn't know, I wouldn't be that kind of person." He shook his head. His words were decisive. Little Meaty suddenly leaned over and a delicate fragrance drilled into his nostrils. "The more you deny it, the more guilty you are. Qin Yu, tell me the truth. As long as you admit it, perhaps my heart will soften and I'll let you take advantage of me. After all, this body isn't mine, so there's no harm in letting you use it." Chapter 1538. Looking at this face and hearing these words, Qin Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. But, his mind still subconsciously turned several times. On the other side, a sneer sounded. "Heh, men." Little Meaty's face was filled with disdain. "I was just saying, but you actually took it seriously. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, I never thought you would be such a person." There was an awkward silence. But Qin Yu definitely wouldn't admit it. He had only thought about it and hadn't put it into action yet, so how could he possibly chop off his head to verify it? Fortunately, this situation did not last for too long. Ruru snorted, "I'll deal with you in the future." He turned around and pushed the door open. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. Then, he sensed a strange fluctuation. Several breaths of time later, the space in front of him began to fluctuate. A shadow squeezed out from within. As soon as it came into contact with the air, it quickly solidified. It was the sky-bearing king who they had just separated from in Jiang Chengzi's tent. Thinking about it, little Meaty must have sensed something ahead of time and thus let Qin Yu go. "Greetings, sky-bearing monarch. Get up." Zhu Chengtian nodded. "The border army barracks are extraordinary. It's not impossible for this king's projection to not be detected. So, let's get straight to the point." Qin Yu had a solemn expression. "Skyspan King, please speak. After the mausoleum of the Western barbarians, do you still remember that you, Zhu Chengshan, Yi Xiling, and the Night Demon Sect Master left the Western barbarians?" Qin Yu thought for a moment. "World-breaking token?" Zhu Chengtian said, "That's right." His eyes lit up. "Next, your task is to enter the Western barbarians' territory and continue to build the boundary-breaking order." Before Qin Yu could ask, he raised a hand to stop him. "I don't know much about this matter, so I cannot tell you everything. But before you left the imperial capital, His Majesty personally promised that as long as you can complete this task, in the future, there will be a third Hongshan Ning family in the empire's military besides the two great Yi family." Qin Yu's heart shook. Now that he had a lot of knowledge about the empire's military, he naturally understood how powerful the two Yi families were. Although the Western Wasteland Great Emperor was the ruler of the empire, his will alone wasn't enough to raise Qin Yu to such a high position. By making such a promise, it meant that the matter of the world-breaking medallion was bound to have great implications. In fact, it might even change the situation that the Western Wasteland Grand Emperor was facing. Regarding the replacement of the throne and the abdication of His Majesty, Qin Yu knew about it. For the break world order to be able to do this, one could only imagine the significance of it. He didn't hide his thoughts and revealed his expression. He looked at the sky-bearing king and opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. King Sky-bearing said, "Don't ask too much, just do your job seriously." He took a step forward and stared straight at Jin Wu. "General Jin Wu, remember this. Do not allow anyone to know about the world-breaking order. If any of this is leaked, you will be a sinner of the Western Baron, and you will be stuck between life and death." Sure enough, his previous actions were somewhat effective. The Heavenly King's refusal was straightforward, but his words still conveyed some information. The world-breaking order was a grand scheme by Western Wastelands, and it involved the Western barbarians. In fact, there was a high possibility that it was the key to suppressing and destroying the berserkers. After confirming this, Qin Yu's heart was filled with complex emotions. It had to be said that having the new Berserker Emperor carry out the plan to destroy the Berserkers was indeed something that would make people feel ridiculed. Thinking back to what happened in the Western Wasteland's imperial capital, Qin Yu could faintly guess what the Western Wasteland was planning. He took a deep breath and respectfully bowed. Ning Qin obeys. The sky-bearing king smiled. "General Jin Wu, there is no need to be so polite. There are many arrangements for this matter, so I will explain them to you in detail. You must remember them clearly." 2 hours later, the sky-bearing king's projection left and the tent returned to silence. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. His thoughts stirred and the space and time rules in the tent slightly twisted. When he didn't sense anything wrong, he let out a breath and a sharp light shined in his eyes. The sky-bearing king's words were in line with his speculations. And the fact that he was sent to guard the mine made this plan even more perfect. No wonder the imperial capital was so anxious for him to act as soon as possible. Of course, this was also related to the current situation the Western Wasteland Great Emperor was facing. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu lifted a hand and a lantern appeared. He could feel a terrifying aura hidden within this lantern. Once it erupted, it would be like a bolt of thunder, enough to instantly destroy him. And this was the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's method. He wanted to completely control Qin Yu. But what the Great Emperor didn't know was that this lantern of the barbarians was a counterfeit. The original was in Qin Yu's hands. That was why he was able to cut off the Great Emperor's surveillance on him without making a sound. Of course, isolation wasn't the right word, but what the Western Wasteland Great Emperor could sense was what Qin Yu wanted him to see. As for when news of Qin Yu's death was spread when he suppressed the sinners underground, he didn't know that the Western Wasteland Great Emperor had deliberately plotted against Wu Tongtian. Or perhaps it was the power of the barbarian's curse that isolated the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's perception. But Qin Yu guessed that it should be the former, for the Western Wasteland Great Emperor who controlled a super-divine kingdom, no matter how unfathomably deep he was, it was normal. However, since he had to do proper business, especially when it involved the barbarians, accidents could happen at any time. As for the lantern, he had to make some precautions. Blinding one's perception wasn't difficult, but sealing away the methods left behind by the Great Emperor was much more difficult. Qin Yu had to ensure that even if he fell out with the Western Wasteland in the future, he would still be safe. He tapped his fingers on the table and smiled. This was because there was a ready-made candidate in front of him. If he took action, it shouldn't be difficult to accomplish this. Mine. Extremely deep underground. This was the place that the sinners called the Ghost Fog Grotto. Suddenly, a wisp of fog that flew out from the cave entrance shattered and dissipated. It was as if he had been heavily hit by something. The inside of the grotto was still filled with fog. But at this time, an extremely strange scene appeared. The fog was like water, constantly parting to the sides and then automatically closing up. Soon, it passed through the invisible imprisonment formed by the laws of space and time. It came to the top of the grotto, next to the stone bead that hung down in the shape of a water droplet. What was even more astonishing was that none of this had been detected at all. Heaven and Earth Spirit Embryo, a light sigh suddenly sounded out from the fog. It was filled with emotion and also a bit of enlightenment. No wonder that fellow's eyes had suddenly become so sharp. The root cause was here. Planting a soul spirit embryo, sharing the nourishment of the world. This was an exquisite method. Moreover, this sort of luck was truly enviable. After all, this was a heaven and earth spirit embryo. This was something that was rarely seen even in the 3,000 worlds. Gulp, listening to the sound, it seemed to be swallowing saliva. The spirit embryo trembled. It instinctively felt some intense threat. Sure, the fog was restored to its original state. The empty space that had been pushed open vanished from sight. Within the tent, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. Just now, he had felt an abnormal fluctuation coming from the spirit embryo. But as he carefully sensed it, he discovered nothing. After hesitating for a while, Qin Yu suppressed all his thoughts. He only quietly increased the intensity of the space and time rules within the Ghost Fog Grotto. For countless years, no one knew the secret of the Ghost Fog Grotto. The sinners underground regarded it as an abyss of destruction and no one dared to enter. Thus, maintaining the status quo was the best choice. If he really did make a big show of sealing off the Ghost Fog Grotto and protecting it, then problems would arise. After all, there were many sinners underground and no one could be sure whether or not there were spies planted among them. Even if Qin Yu obtained the complete loyalty of the sinner leaders, there was no guarantee that news wouldn't leak out. The soul seed was about to germinate. He had to wait a little longer. If similar abnormal fluctuations continued to appear, then he could deal with it. Of course, the fundamental reason Qin Yu made this decision was because he didn't feel too restless. Heaven and earth spirit embryo. Little Meaty bit her finger. Sparkling drops of saliva dripped down her fingertips. She was hungry. She was hungry because she had eaten it before, and the taste was so explosive that it made one scream out loud. Over the endless years, it was hard to count the good things she had eaten. There were all sorts of heaven and earth treasures, powerful cultivators of various races, strange creatures from the phantom world, and even existences that walked out of the Joss Flame Grand Tao. But in terms of taste, in terms of being fresh in one's memory, the spirit embryo was number one. Without any doubt, without any challenge, this thing was far too rare. Little Meaty's eyes revealed a bit of hesitation. But in the end, she forcefully wiped away her saliva and suppressed her desire to eat. Qin Yu, you bastard, just who are you? Why is it that when I face you, I have this kind of mentality? Investigate clearly, I must investigate clearly. For you, I can even give up on the spirit embryo. This is simply illogical. No, she couldn't think about it. It was too uncomfortable. Hungry. Little Meaty cried out in anguish. She turned and threw herself onto the bed, grabbing the pillow and smashing it. The next day, the sky-bearing king came to see True Saint Bai Yu and had a conversation with General Jin Wu. After that, he declined Wu Tongtian's invitation and left the border army around noon. This time, General Wu personally saw him off, and all the generals of the border army were present. Seeing this scene, everyone had different expressions. They had originally thought that the sky-bearing king came with ill intentions and wanted to support General Jin Wu and stir up some trouble in the border army. But who would have thought that the sky-bearing king came and left in a hurry and only stayed for a day before returning to the capital to report? And General Wu personally saw him off. This attitude in itself showed many things. Qin Yu stood among the generals and felt the gazes sweeping over him. He looked down and pretended not to see anything. He didn't care how the sky-bearing king communicated with Wu Tongtian. But since he left like this, he must have made arrangements. As expected, after watching the sky-bearing king's troops leave, Wu Tongtian turned and said, "General Jin Wu." "Here." Qin Yu cupped his hands and bowed. Wu Tongtian said, "Just do as the sky-bearing king says. If you need me, you can come and see me at any time." "Thank you, General." Wu Tongtian turned and returned to the camp. The generals followed behind, but there was more surprise in their eyes. They thought that the world had changed too quickly. Not long ago, General Wu and General Jin Wu were at loggerheads. How did they end up like this in just a day's time? Zhao Chong came over and probed, "General Jin Wu, I have a few jars of good wine in my tent. The new cook is pretty good as well. Why don't we have a few drinks tonight?" Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. "No thanks. I still have some matters to attend to and will be returning to the mine soon. I'll drink with General Zhao next time. He cupped his hands and left. General Jin Wu left the camp an hour later. Not long after Qi News Group left, a small piece of news came from Jiangchengzi. General Jin Wu, Ning Qin, would be in charge of smuggling for the imperial clans at the border. Chapter 1539. Even a 3-year-old child in the Western Wasteland knew that trading with the barbarians was a profitable business. Otherwise, the smuggling activities wouldn't have been so rampant over the years. It was true that when they first traded with the barbarians, they did have some thoughts of exchanging treasures for them. But wealth moved people's hearts. Mountains of gold and silver were constantly being transported back, dazzling people's eyes and confusing their hearts. At first glance, wealth didn't seem to have much use for cultivators. After all, cultivation was the most important. But everything had a value. When wealth exceeded a certain limit, no one dared to underestimate it. Everyone wanted a share of this wealth. It was true that the emperor clans ruled the Western Wasteland, but they weren't united internally. Moreover, if they really cut off the smuggling business with the barbarians, it would affect the interests of too many people. The consequences were hard to bear even for the emperor clans. If they couldn't stop it, then they would join in. The emperor clans accounted for 20% of the total smuggling business and earned countless profits every year. General Jinwu would take over the emperor clan's smuggling business. This meant that a massive amount of wealth flowed through his hands every day. Just a little bit of it was enough for him to eat until his mouth was covered with grease. It was truly an enviable job. And this could also explain the change in Wu Shuai's attitude and the sky-bearing king's hurried arrival. After everyone regained their senses, the border army camp was filled with envy for General Jinwu. General, do you really believe that the sky-bearing king came here just to let General Jinwu take over the smuggling business? The camp counselor frowned. Wu Tongtian's expression was calm. So what if I believe it or not? That's not important. He put down the jade slip in his hand, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. As long as General Jinwu is involved in the smuggling business, he will be in trouble. Cutting off a person's path is the same as killing their parents. Moreover, this is a huge amount of wealth. General Jinwu will be very busy in the future. As long as he fell into the vortex of the smuggling business, he wouldn't have the energy to do anything in the army. Even if he managed to accumulate a large amount of wealth during this process, when the desolate emperor passed on his position, he would only be fattening himself and becoming a feast for others. At that time, Wu Tongtian wouldn't mind eating a mouthful of it. Moreover, there was another hidden point in this matter. All the smugglers who were involved in smuggling had never held any military power. For example, Wu Shuai had a large amount of fixed income every year, but when it came to smuggling, he did not get involved at all. This was related to the inside story of smuggling. A person who had personally delivered supplies to the barbarians, and in the blink of an eye, caused the deaths of a large number of soldiers on the battlefield. He was absolutely not qualified to become a military commander. If General Jin was smart enough, he would have rejected the offer, but unfortunately, he seemed to be dazzled by the wealth in front of him. The future was probably already decided. Yi Sang played with the jade talisman in his hand, a smile on his face. He was clearly in a good mood. General Jin Wu seemed to be doing well, being in charge of the Emperor clan's smuggling business, and having a vast amount of wealth flowing into his account. But this move was a checkmate. He raised his hand and threw out the jade talisman. Tell those people that the Yi family is willing to be their backer. If they do this well, they will live a life of glory and wealth. Yes, General. A general received it with both hands before turning around and leaving with large strides. General, those people are not to be trifled with. Why do you want to get involved? In General Jiangcheng's tent, a subordinate bitterly smiled, fear in his eyes. Everyone else nodded. I am well aware of your concerns, but this is His Majesty's will. I have no other choice. Jiangcheng slowly said, his expression calm. You do not need to worry too much. Although I have to act on my behalf, the one who will stand at the front will always be him. There was one more point that Jiangcheng didn't explain. This matter was likely to draw trouble, but it was also an opportunity. So, when the Skyborn King proposed it, he only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Of course, what the final outcome would be would depend on how things developed. But looking at the current situation, it was worth a gamble. On the carriage that headed towards the mine, Qin Yu knocked on the window and the carriage stopped. "Go and invite Miss Meaty over." There was a response and soon people left. After a moment, Meaty pushed open the door and entered, holding the chicken overlord in her arms. She looked at Qin Yu with a guilty expression and then quickly turned away. Qin Yu closed the carriage door and knocked on the window. The group continued on their way. Meaty sat down on a soft couch and yawned. "Perverted little Qin Yu, why did you call me over? Let me tell you, you shouldn't have any thoughts about me. It's best to extinguish them as soon as possible." This woman. Blue veins popped up on Qin Yu's forehead. He took a deep breath and said, "I have a serious matter to attend to. I'm not joking with you." He lifted a hand and the rules of space and time twisted. Then, his thoughts stirred and he summoned the palace lantern. Across from him, Meaty's eyebrows shot up. Qin Yu only thought that she was looking at the palace lantern in front of her. But, he didn't know that there were many more emotions hidden in her expression. For instance, it was true. There is a formidable strength hidden in this palace lantern. I need to seal it so that it cannot harm me. Meaty frowned. "Perverted, little Qin Yu, I told you before that in my current state, I can't use much strength. This matter isn't easy." She blinked. "How about you go and invite the other one?" Although her boundary is a bit strange, it shouldn't be difficult for her to accomplish this. Qin Yu knew that she was referring to His Excellency ruler. But, there was no time to hide right now, so how could he dare to summon her on his own initiative? He shook his head. "There are some problems right now, so there is no way for me to ask her to help. I will have to trouble you." He paused for a moment and then said, "What conditions do you have? Please speak." Although it wasn't easy, it didn't mean he couldn't. Qin Yu understood the meaning behind her words. Meaty smiled. She gently stroked the chicken overlord's feathers, hesitating as if she were considering something. "In the future, there is a chance that I will ask you for something. Of course, to you, it will at most be a small loss. It definitely won't be too much of a problem. As long as you agree, I will help you seal it. I guarantee that the strength in this palace lantern will turn into a squib." Qin Yu frowned. His first thought was to refuse this sort of unclear proposal. But, if he really asked her to help him, he feared she wouldn't agree. He thought for a moment and then said, "First, as you said, I won't be in any danger. Second, if what you say doesn't match the truth, I have the right to refuse." Meaty clapped her hands. "Deal." Then, Qin Yu felt that he might have been tricked. He saw Meaty stretch out a finger and touch the surface of the palace lantern. Then, she drew it back and winked at Qin Yu. "All right." Hiss, he suddenly felt his teeth ache. Qin Yu's lips twitched. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, absolutely sure." Meaty patted her chest. Although there weren't any billowing waves in her chest, it was still considerable. "My reputation has always been first class and I have never made a mistake. You can rest assured." Qin Yu suddenly wanted to curse out loud. "Did you deliberately make things difficult for him just now?" Meaty rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? I'm the only one who can do this. Otherwise, you can find someone else to try it." Humph humph, this is the work of the desolate sovereign. I already smelled the scent of incense burning inside. If you don't believe me, then I'll give you a chance to back out. Let me poke the palace lantern again and then you can go find whoever you want. I won't serve you anymore." Although he was 80% certain that she was bluffing, Qin Yu didn't dare to take any risks. The palace lantern was a hidden danger. If he wasn't careful, it would become a landmine that would blow him to pieces. Qin Yu protected the palace lantern. "I'll ask you again. Are you sure you're all right?" Meaty's eyes widened even further. She waved her hand, meaning for him to poke the palace lantern again. He could only trust her. Looking at her past actions, there was a high chance that this mysterious existence wouldn't joke around with his life or death. His thoughts stirred. He put away the palace lantern and said in a low voice, "If I agree to something, then I will definitely keep my word. When you need me, just ask. Gulp, he didn't know whether or not it was an illusion, but at this moment, Qin Yu could clearly hear the sound of Meaty gulping. A restless feeling rose in his heart and his eyes turned hesitant. Then it settled. Meaty wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up to leave. There's someone waiting for you. I'll be leaving first. As she pushed open the door, she immediately transformed back into that soft and weak demonic sect girl. Her face was filled with fear and she was easy to bully. Outside the carriage, True Saint Bayou's lips twitched. He thought that this person's acting skills had reached the pinnacle. If she didn't take the initiative and take off her mask, who would be able to guess the truth? After bowing respectfully, True Saint Bayou retreated to the side. Meaty bowed back and gave him a warning look. True Saint Bayou shivered. He felt as if he would cry. He didn't dare to be disrespectful, but if he was too respectful he would be warned. Living was just too difficult. Once Meaty left and entered her carriage, True Saint Bayou slowly regained his composure. He stepped forwards and said, "General, Bayou requests an audience." "Come in." True Saint Bayou responded. He jumped onto the carriage and pushed open the door. Qin Yu glanced at him. "You want to talk about the matter of me agreeing to take charge of the smuggling of the Emperor races?" True Saint Bayou nodded. "General, although this is a decree personally delivered by my uncle, you really shouldn't have accepted it." He clenched his teeth and lowered his voice. Although the matter of the Empire's military smuggling with the barbarians is inextricably linked and is nearly an open secret, any general that is directly involved in this matter is doomed to have a limited future. However, any general who is directly involved in smuggling is destined to have a limited future. This is a huge stain on their reputation. Qin Yu felt a bit of warmth in his heart, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. He waved his hand. "I have my own plans for this matter. There is no need for you to say anything else." True Saint Bayou wanted to say something but was interrupted by Qin Yu. "That's enough. I still have some things to think about. If there's nothing else, you may leave." He bitterly smiled and turned to leave. Seeing the carriage door close, Qin Yu rubbed his chin. Although he didn't have a favorable impression of the Western Desolate Empire, if there was a chance in the future, he would still have to make arrangements for True Saint Bayou. Whatever, that was a matter for the future. It was still too early to think about it now. General Jin had obtained the approval of the Emperor races and was now in charge of the smuggling of the Emperor races. There were certainly people who were dissatisfied with this. In particular, when a jade talisman was delivered to them, the dissatisfaction of these people erupted like a barrel of gunpowder. "My lord, what should we do?" A gloomy cultivator frowned. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man sitting on a large chair had a calm expression on his face. "Of course we should prepare ourselves and go pay our respects to General Jin. After all, you and I will have to rely on others in the future." As he spoke, he looked up. The gloomy cultivator coldly sneered. "This subordinate understands." He turned and left. The study quieted down. But in truth, they weren't the only ones here. On the left and right sides of the table, there were many cultivators sitting down. None of them spoke, but they exuded an intimidating aura. Smuggling had never been an easy matter, and the barbarians were even more difficult to deal with. After a transaction was completed, there might be an accident somewhere and there might be a desperate struggle. If they were able to live to this day and become intelligent characters who were able to eat up rich profits from these grey transactions, then they certainly weren't ordinary characters. A cold intent appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "Everyone, in these past years, you and I have more or less done some taboo things. If no one investigates, then there won't be any problems. But now, the city walls have changed into a great king's flag. In the future, what we say doesn't matter. Who knows whether or not we will settle accounts?" He leaned forward and rapped his fingers on the table. "So, as for what to do next, I hope you all know what to do. Of course we understand my lord's intentions. But, General Jin is His Majesty's person and his status is honored. He also holds military authority. If you and I make things difficult for him, I fear it won't be easy." Someone below slowly said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything that seeks death." As long as everyone guarantees that you will stand with me, I can guarantee that everyone will continue to be rich in the future. He reached out a hand and picked up the jade talisman on the table, gently playing with it. Everyone was silent for a moment. They stood up and bowed. We are willing to follow my lord. Chapter 1540. The journey was smooth. Qin Yu returned to the mine. After resting for a moment, the first thing he did was gather all the barbarian generals. In the mine, within a luxurious hall, General Wu sat in the center. True Saint Bai Su sat on the left and Iron Stone sat on the right. That's right, this was the young general that had found Qin Yu displeasing to the eye in the commander's tent. When Qin Yu decided to return, he had quietly joined the group. Although he hadn't said anything, from his depressed appearance, it was clear something had happened in the commander's tent. Qin Yu didn't know the specifics, but he could roughly guess that it was a melodramatic plot of being mercilessly abandoned. It was hard to say whether or not he was truly loyal. But, if he could be used as a template to show off to the outside world, he was more than qualified. Although no one spoke in the hall, as the eyes of the barbarian generals swept over the two of them, they could clearly feel that their breathing had become more and more heavy. Bang! The first barbarian general knelt on the ground. General, if you really have a way to expel the barbarian curse from our bodies, then this general and all my subordinates are willing to pledge their loyalty and devotion to you. We are willing to serve you like dogs and horses. In the next moment, all of them fell to their knees. No one was stupid. General Wu had called them over and even placed True Saint Bai Su and Iron Stone in front of them for them to admire. His intentions were clear. Of course, the key was that they were absolutely certain that Bai Su and Iron Stone hadn't been attacked by the barbarian curse. This was irrefutable evidence that couldn't be faked. Stationed in the mine and reduced to barbarians, although they had the reputation of being part of the border army, the truth was that they had already been abandoned. They had become wandering ghosts that no one cared about. They were doomed to a tragic fate and would eventually die here. To rid themselves of the corrosion of the curse and restore their status as part of the human border army was the greatest wish and extravagant desire of these people. And now, with this opportunity in front of them, they were willing to exchange everything for it. Qin Yu picked up a teacup and took 2 sips before putting it down. His eyes calmly swept over everyone. Even if I don't help you, I can still suppress the mine. But, I don't want the soldiers under my command to be unable to lift their heads in front of outsiders, to be abandoned and forgotten by their own families. Beside him, Iron Stone stiffened, sadness in his eyes. No one believed that he was a pure human. No matter how they tried to explain themselves, all they received was a look of disgust and alienation. If General Jin Wu could really prove that he could help the soldiers stationed at the mine to regain their human bodies, then he would be able to clear his name. He wanted to let those people know that he wasn't lying. They were wrong, completely wrong. Thinking of this, Taisha took a deep breath and straightened his back. His eyes shone brightly. Qin Yu glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. The pills inside can be dissolved in clean water. Drink them and you will be restored to your human form. But remember, this is an army that is absolutely loyal to me. Anyone who betrays me will suffer the backlash of the curse and pay 10 times, 100 times the price. On this day, painful howls resounded in the mine. However, there was no despair or fear in this scream. Instead, it was filled with ecstasy and excitement. The border soldiers still stationed there turned their heads to look at the main camp, their faces full of impatience, their hearts restless and uneasy. Come back, all of you come back for me, the captain loudly cursed. All of you, keep your eyes back. Right now, it is our turn to be on duty. Once the next group of brothers comes to take over, it will be our turn to go back and drink the water. But before that, all of you have to stay alert. If anyone makes a mistake, just watch me whip them to death. In the camp closest to the mine, the cries gradually subsided. The garrison soldiers that were forced to continue guarding felt as if every day was a year. Although they had already obtained the news, no one could guarantee how effective it would be. The torment in their hearts could be imagined. Just as they felt their necks grow several inches longer, the team that would replace them finally arrived. In the distance, they finally saw the opposite team. With a loud bang, a barbarian border soldier smashed his spear into the ground. There was a gasp from the side, followed by a torrent of curses. "Wang San, you bastard son of a bitch, my foot was broken by you." The captain stomped his feet and cursed. But as he cursed, his eyes turned red. He was a tough man in the army. Even when he was framed and thrown into a mine, he had never cried before. But today, the tears that were as big as beans were like pearls with a broken string, unable to be caught. There were cries, but there were no heart-wrenching cries. Instead, a group of soldiers used their hands to desperately wipe away their tears. This scene inexplicably touched people's hearts. Most of the armor worn by the garrison troops didn't fit them well. That was because after the curse was lifted, the symptoms of the barbarian transformation had disappeared and their bodies had returned to normal. "Wang Da-tu, don't scold Wang San anymore. He is your nephew. Scolding him is not the same as scolding you, you idiot." The opposite young general ridiculed him, his eyes slightly red. "Don't argue with me. Even if you want to start a scolding war, wait until you change back first. I never told you, but your face right now is really ugly. Just looking at it makes me want to vomit. Pay. Wang San is my nephew. I can scold him however I want. Who needs you to care?" Wang Da-tu spat on the ground. He waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go. It's our turn to drink water, let's go. I've almost forgotten what I look like. Once I return to my human form, I will definitely ask for a military leave and go to the brothels of Iron Mountain. Damn, these past years, even those women have been looking down on me." There was a burst of laughter. Soon, a second round of pitiful cries rang out. On this day, the mine was occupied by both pain and happiness. Qin Yu stood on a high platform. As he listened to the distant cries carried by the wind, his expression was calm. As for true Saint Bai Yu, he could feel the gratitude and respect in the eyes of those around him. He was so excited that his face flushed red. He bowed. "General, your actions today have saved all the border armies stationed in the mine. This is an unsurpassed merit. You will surely obtain the unwavering loyalty of all the border armies." Qin Yu glanced at him and shook his head, not speaking. In the past, the great shaman of the Goliath race had been lost. In order to ensure the safety of the heaven and earth spirit embryo, he had sacrificed millions of people to release a terrifying curse. He had performed a great merit for the Goliath race. Even if he tried to kill Qin Yu in the end, he couldn't deny this. But for these border armies stationed in the mine, the reason they had suffered for so many years was also because of this. As the new Goliath sovereign, Qin Yu wouldn't blame Great Shaman Bewildering. Today, he released the border armies to settle this karma. Of course, the words he said before weren't empty words. Traitors would die miserable death. Seeing Qin Yu not reveal the slightest bit of complacency because of his own merit, true Saint Bai Yu felt a deep sense of respect. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he understood the Lord General a little bit more. The seemingly tough and cold General Golden was actually a noble person deep down. And such a General Golden was worth following. He would cut through all the thorns and thorns. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He resisted the urge to turn true Saint Bai Yu's head to the side. This fellow's gaze was truly unbearable. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. If he continued to stay, Qin Yu feared he wouldn't be able to hold himself back. At this time, there was a deep roar behind him. Subordinate Wang San swears loyalty to the general. "You bastard, your brain works so fast." The voice quieted down and then turned into a roar. Big Head Wang swears loyalty to the general. Xu Wanjuan swears loyalty to the general. Jiang Shan swears loyalty to the general. Xu Yuantu swears loyalty to the general. Afterwards, the names couldn't be heard clearly anymore. They gathered into a single sentence, their voices soaring into the heavens. "I swear loyalty to the general. I swear loyalty to the general." In the outskirts of the mine, the expressions of some of the spies who had been hiding there with different purposes changed drastically. Without any hesitation, they hurriedly left and reported what happened in the mine to their respective masters as fast as possible. Thus, not long after, the entire border army camp confirmed one thing. The mine had been developed into General Golden's own territory. The wind wouldn't blow it and the water wouldn't splash in. This would be an army that would be completely loyal to him, one that would never change its mind. Before, the incident with Wu Tongtian had helped Qin Yu gain a firm foothold in the border army. But from today onwards, he would truly be able to open up a new situation. The so-called ranks of the border army generals were all empty. Only by controlling troops could they be considered to have true authority, not to mention anything else. But after today, if someone wanted to move against Qin Yu, they would have to consider the army stationed in the mine. As mentioned before, the mine was only a very simple name. In fact, this was an extremely large area with an astonishing amount of ore reserves. But for many years, because they could only enter and not leave, and because cultivators lived longer than ordinary people, the number of border soldiers stationed here was far greater. Thus, the number of border soldiers stationed here was far greater than what many people imagined. Before this, they were half-human barbarians and were destined to be marginalized and ignored by all sides. But it was clear that from now on, the border army stationed in the mine would become a force that couldn't be underestimated in the Western Border Army camp. In the same study, a fair-skinned middle-aged man behind a desk laid down the jade slip in his hands and gently sighed. As the saying went, man proposes, heaven disposes. Who would have thought that General Golden would have such astonishing methods? Just how terrifying was the curse of the barbarians in the mine? In the past, when his Emperor Realm avatar descended, he wasn't able to dispel it. In a single day, General Golden had gained control of 200,000 soldiers, and they were all loyal and devoted to him. This strength, this might, it was enough to turn everything they were doing into a joke. A border army general that wielded military power only needed to move a finger to tear apart all petty tricks. At the same time, he could send all of them to hell. Pass down the orders. Have all movements stop. Organize the account books and personnel lists. I am going to pay a visit to General Golden. Forced by the situation, he could only lower his head. The middle-aged man revealed a bit of helplessness. But his eyes were calm, like an ancient well in the mountains without any ripples. They were unfathomably deep. Lowering his head didn't mean he had to admit defeat. Taking a step back to advance wasn't necessarily a bad move. Chapter 1541. To resist foreign aggression, one had to first stabilize the internal situation. The mine was the foundation. Only after Qin Yu stabilized it would he be able to free his hands to do other things. Reality proved that their internal situation was progressing more smoothly than expected. Then, all he needed to do now was wait. Wait for others to come knocking on his door. The sky-bearing king had come and gone in a hurry. He had only told him what to do next, but as for the specifics, he needed someone to hand it over. He originally thought that he would have to wait a few more days. After all, handing over authority wasn't a comfortable thing to do. Moreover, they also needed some buffer time to properly deal with the little tails in their hands. The smuggling itself, as well as the massive profits obtained from it, was destined that this process wouldn't be too clean. But unexpectedly, on the second day after the whaling in the mine, the garrison troops came to report that there were people outside the mine requesting an audience. Looking at the jade pendant in front of him, Qin Yu confirmed the other party's identity and said, "Let them in." An hour later, Qin Yu saw the people who had arrived in an exquisite and luxurious living room. There were a total of 3 people. The one in front was a middle-aged man with fair skin and a friendly smile. He slightly bowed to express his respect. As for the other 2, the one on the left was a woman. She wore a long blue dress and her face was covered with a veil. It was hard to see her face clearly, but it made her seem even more enchanting. In comparison, the one on the right was a dark-faced young man with his head lowered and a cautious expression. He seemed completely unremarkable. Subordinate Zhu Dafu greets General Jinwu. He took 2 steps forward and kowtowed to the ground, his voice extremely respectful. If something was abnormal, there must be a reason behind it. After all, he had his authority taken away and lost his source of wealth. Unless he was a saint, who wouldn't feel resentment in their heart? A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes before he calmed down. "Rise." "Thank you, General." Zhu Dafu stood up and introduced the 2 people behind him. The Lotus Maiden has always been in charge of the transaction accounts. This subordinate has brought her here to officially hand her over to you. General, if there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask her." With that, he smiled and turned to the young man. The dark-faced young man beside him had a nervous expression. "This is my son, Zhu Xiaoshan. This subordinate has brought him here with some selfish motives. I hope that General can give him some promotion in the future. You too, why haven't you greeted the General yet?" Lotus Maiden and Zhu Xiaoshan knelt down at the same time. "Greetings, General Jin Wu." He had personally come to the mine, handed over the accounts, and sent out his son. This series of actions left Qin Yu a bit surprised. They almost believed that Zhu Dafu was truly someone who was purely loyal to the emperor clans, someone who would willingly hand over everything after receiving orders. He glanced at Lotus Girl who was kneeling on the ground, her slender and alluring waist. He paused for a moment and said, "Lotus Girl, stay here. As for your son, he will follow by your side. As long as he works hard, I will place him in an important position." Zhu Dafu respectfully complied. He paused for a moment, and then said, "The ores produced in the mine only need to be smelted a little, and they will become top-notch forging materials. They are the most popular items among the barbarians. If the general needs them, this subordinate can serve on your behalf. There is no need for you to trouble yourself." Qin Yu glanced at him. "I have my own plans for these matters." Zhu Dafu bowed slightly. This subordinate has spoken too much. Qin Yu waved his hand. "You must have had a hard time rushing all the way here. Go and rest first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it later." Zhu Dafu bowed. This subordinate will take his leave. He turned around and left with Zhu Xiaoshan. Lotus Girl was still kneeling on the ground, her beautiful figure clearly visible. Qin Yu glanced at her and furrowed his eyebrows. He thought for a moment and said, "Someone come. What orders does the general have?" "Send Lotus Girl to Miss Metis' residence. Say that this is my order and that she will be responsible for all matters related to the accounts." Lotus Girl looked up, her large eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Qin Yu. She clearly didn't think that General Jin would deal with her like this. But it was clear that Lotus Girl was a smart woman. Seeing that Qin Yu had already made his decision, she didn't try to do anything. She respectfully bowed and stood up to follow the border army away. In the living room, there was only Qin Yu left. The corners of his lips curved up in a cold sneer. Zhu Dafu seemed extremely respectful and cooperative with the handover, but the truth was that this person, this former ruler of the Emperor clan's smuggling business, had extremely brilliant methods. But unfortunately, when used on him, it was destined to be futile. Lotus Girl was sent to meet his side. With him personally watching over her, even if this woman had the ability to overturn the heavens, she could only curl up and completely lose her usefulness. Qin Yu had already expected these things, so he didn't care. Zhu Dafu considered himself a character. Perhaps he was cruel and merciless and had stained many lives. But in Qin Yu's eyes, it was fine if he was honest. If he waited until he was useless, then he could casually erase him. It wasn't worth it for him to waste energy and effort to deal with him. As mentioned before, Qin Yu was waiting for someone. Now, he had waited for one side, but there was still another side that hadn't arrived yet. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry, but Zhu Dafu couldn't sit still. He came to request an audience once more. "General, because the accounts have been sealed, the transactions with the barbarians have come to a halt. We must restart them as soon as possible, otherwise there will be a loss of the barbarians' trading partners. Moreover, this subordinate will soon return to the imperial capital to report on my duties. Before that, I must formally introduce you to the barbarians and establish your position as the new leader." He was deeply worried, his face filled with anxiety. Qin Yu glanced at him. "This general understands. I will wait a few more days." Zhu Dafu bitterly smiled. He cupped his hands together and excused himself. Qin Yu gently tapped his fingers on the table. He looked at the faint ripples in his teacup, a thoughtful look on his face. No matter what the reason was, the other side still hadn't arrived. But he had waited long enough. A day passed. Another day passed. On the third day, when the 9 suns in the skies disappeared and a silver moon rose high into the sky, Qin Yu, who had been cultivating in his room, suddenly opened his eyes. At some unknown time, a figure had appeared in his room. As his eyes fell, an ethereal aura floated in the air. It was like a shadow, without any sense of substance. But the moment Qin Yu opened his eyes, this figure lightly said, "General Jin, it is good that you have such a level of vigilance." Qin Yu took a deep breath and steadied his mind. He stood up and bowed, "Ning Qin greets you." At this time, he could feel an extremely terrifying aura. In Qin Yu's eyes, there was no shadow in front of him. It was clearly a blazing sun in the heavens. Endless light and heat were being emitted from it. Powerful, terrifying, impossible to contend with. As long as he wanted to, he only needed a single thought to have this restrained strength spread out a little. Then, it would be enough to instantly turn Qin Yu into ashes. Half-Emperor. In addition, there was a familiar feeling from this terrifying aura. Qin Yu guessed the identity of the person in front of him. When he first stepped into the desolate region, those eyes were as bright as the sun and moon. One of the 7 half-emperors of the Western Desolate, Sakra Heaven. The shadow was silent for a moment. "How interesting. You little fellow, you actually saw through my identity." Beads of sweat dripped down Qin Yu's forehead. He didn't dare to deny that his thoughts had been exposed. "In the past, when I was summoned to the desolate region, I was fortunate enough to see my lord once. I will never forget your grace." Sakra Heaven's true body was still guarding the channel to the desolate region. At this time, this was only a projection. Even so, Qin Yu's mind shook. The construction of the boundary-breaking token actually involved an Emperor realm existence. The inside story was far more terrifying than he imagined. Sakra Heaven's projection lightly said, "Since you know my identity, things are simple." He flicked his sleeves and a black iron-like ring quietly appeared on the table. Inside is everything needed to construct the boundary-breaking token. In order to ensure that there are no accidents, there are 3 sets of materials. His Majesty only wants 1 boundary-breaking token. If there are any leftovers, they will belong to you as an additional reward. Qin Yu bowed. "I will do my best to live up to His Majesty and my lord's expectations." Sakra Heaven glanced at him. His eyes were calm and tranquil, but they caused Qin Yu to instantly feel as if he had been completely seen through, as if there were no secrets left. "Concerning the boundary-breaking token, only you can know about it. The things in the ring cannot fall into the hands of the barbarians. If there is an accident, destroy it. Do you understand?" Qin Yu was dripping with sweat. "Yes." After a long time without receiving a response, he stood up and discovered that Sakra Heaven's projection had left at some unknown time. Qin Yu let out a long breath. His legs buckled and he nearly fell to the ground. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Emperor Realm, this was the true Emperor Realm. Even if it was just a projection that had traversed through boundless space to descend here, it still possessed the ability to determine his life with a single thought. Indeed, the higher one's cultivation path was, the greater the gap between each level was. In the Western Wasteland, there were 7 half-sovereigns, and that was the number that was displayed on the surface. It was hard to tell whether the other party was trying to conceal his strength or not to mention, the other party was only a half-monarch. How strong would a true Emperor Realm cultivator be? There might be a true emperor in the West Wilderness. He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. But, he still felt a heavy pressure in his mind. Although he was now taking steps, the break became stronger. However, to achieve one's goal was so difficult that it left one in despair. At the very least, based on the current situation, the chances of success were extremely slim. "Chimph, what's wrong? Scared already?" The sudden voice caused Qin Yu to sweat once more. His body tensed before relaxing in the next moment. He turned his head to look at little Meaty, who had a look of disdain on her face. The corner of his mouth twitched, but in the end, he didn't have the energy to argue with her. He turned and sat down. He poured himself a cup of cold tea and drank it all in a single gulp. In any case, she had already seen his fearful and panic-stricken appearance just now. He didn't bother to hide his true thoughts any longer. Half-sovereign. This was a living half-sovereign. If anyone dared to say they weren't afraid, they would absolutely be bragging. Moreover, Qin Yu had a guilty conscience in his heart. For him to maintain his current appearance was already a testament to his outstanding mental fortitude. Little Meaty curled her lips. She rolled her eyes, a bit indignant. If you're afraid of him, why aren't you afraid of me? He's just a little half-sovereign. If my true body were here, I could just open my mouth and swallow him up. Do you believe me? Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He put down the teacup and turned around. Being stared at by his earnest eyes, Little Meaty coldly sneered. Stop. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. In a great empire like the Western Wasteland, there must be people who have already stepped out of the Joss Flame Great Road, otherwise it would be impossible for their inheritance to continue to this day. I can try to move against them, but Qin Yu, are you sure you can afford the price? The mysterious existence hidden in space-time had its own trading system. If one wanted to obtain something, they needed to pay an equivalent price. Qin Yu lightly coughed and looked away. Fine, I'll pretend I never thought about it. He picked up the ring on the table. It looked like it was made of iron and felt quite similar to it. It was heavy and pressed down on his hand. Qin Yu sensed it and didn't sense anything wrong. He looked up. Little Meaty curled her lips. There's no problem with the ring. It's just a large storage equipment, but the things inside are quite good. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The materials needed to construct the boundary breaking token are all in the ring. Can you see what its true use is? I can, but there's no need for me to tell you. Little Meaty frowned. Little Qin Yu, don't forget that I am your creditor right now. Think of a way to pay back what you owe me before and then you can ask for anything from me. Qin Yu glanced at her. You said before that it wouldn't harm me too much. I can give you a bit more as compensation. Little Meaty thought for a moment. She wiped her lips and said, Deal. But remember, this is what you said, I didn't force you. She looked at the ring. The things inside can be used to construct an extremely strong spatial fluctuation node. This should be the boundary breaking token you spoke of. Qin Yu was a bit stunned. That's it. Little Meaty rolled her eyes. I've already given you the answer to your question. Are you blaming me for not understanding? She stood up and walked away. I'm tired. Time to sleep. With a step forward, Little Meaty's figure vanished from sight. From beginning to end, even though Qin Yu saw it with his own eyes, he didn't feel any fluctuations of strength. This mysterious existence hidden in space-time was truly incomparably formidable. As he thought back to what she said before about swallowing up a half-sovereign, Qin Yu immediately decided that no matter where he went, he would bring her with him. This was simply a super thigh that could save his life. However, just what was the boundary breaking token? Qin Yu rubbed his temples, his thoughts rapidly racing. First of all, after the incident of the Western Savage Emperor tomb, they had used the boundary breaking token to return to the Western wilderness in order to avoid being hunted down by the barbarians. This proved that there was more than one such thing. In fact, there were many other places that were hard to say. Secondly, Little Meaty had clearly said that the boundary breaking token was an extremely powerful spatial fluctuation node. It could be understood as some sort of powerful space-type explosive device. When it was needed, it could explode with a loud bang and release an incomparably terrifying destructive strength. Qin Yu's heart chilled. A solemn expression crossed his face. He suddenly thought of a possibility. If there were enough boundary breaking tokens and the range was broad enough, then a majority of the Western Savage Territory or some other important regions would be included. If they were all detonated at the same time, just what would happen? He feared that in the blink of an eye, a great calamity would sweep through all things. The endless shattered space would likely form a giant mouth that would swallow all and deliver a fatal blow to the barbarians. Could this be the Western Wilderness plan? If this was really the case, then Qin Yu's plan to use this to raise his status in the army and borrow the strength of the Western Wilderness would likely have to be abandoned. As the new sovereign of the barbarians, it was impossible for him to be the executor of the plan to destroy the barbarians. Otherwise, the backlash of his bloodline mark would cause him to explode on the spot. Chapter 1542. Because of the Western Wilderness world-breaking token plan, Qin Yu had been restless for several days. Finally, he decided to take things one step at a time. After all, he couldn't possibly abandon his previous plan just because of this matter and throw away the important persona that he had painstakingly built up. After entering the mine, Zhu Dafu, who had been waiting for a full 10 days, finally received a definite answer. They would depart the next day. As mentioned before, smuggling the Western barbarians was an open secret, but it must not be made public. The big shots of the empire still wanted to save face. To the outside world, General Jinwu sent a message to the commander's tent, saying that due to the matter of going underground to suppress the sinners, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he would be in seclusion for a period of time to consolidate his cultivation. All matters in the mine were temporarily handled by the counselor of the general tent and Deputy General Tru Saint Bai Su. As for the title of Deputy General, Qin Yu had the qualifications to promote subordinates as he was a general that commanded true authority. He only needed to report this to the commander tent. No one cared about this. Right now, everyone in the Western Border Army camp only had one thought. From today onwards, Jinwu would officially take over the Emperor clan's smuggling business. This was a lucrative job. Just a bite of it would make one's belly bulge. It's not that easy. Wu Tongtian didn't even raise his head. He said calmly, that the arch-clans profit immeasurably from smuggling in the Western wasteland. Who knows how many mouths are waiting to split the spoils. Now that the Jinwu general has taken up this task and cut off this source of income, he is their enemy. This matter will definitely cause more trouble. Although he had an agreement with the sky-bearing monarch, he still did not like Qin Yu. If he could see him sinking into a quagmire or even being dragged into it, it would naturally be for the best. As the commander-in-chief of the military, he had to uphold the contract. Otherwise, no one would be willing to believe in his promises in the future. Wu Tongtian would not make a move against the Golden General. But even if he were to remain silent, there would always be people who didn't want to see General Jin successfully complete this matter. Yi Sang-do had already made his move. In the territory of the Western savages, far from the frontline battlefield, there was no noise of fighting. It was quiet between heaven and earth. The wind bent the grass on the ground and set off waves that stretched to the horizon. The horses' hooves clattered against each other, accompanied by the sound of the wheels turning. The team of more than 100 people silently advanced through the thick grass. There were no roads on the ground, so when people and horses passed by, they left behind ruts. Little Meat pushed open the car window and stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking, but she squinted her eyes and revealed a blissful smile. She turned and slapped the carriage, shouting, Ning Qin, look at how beautiful this place is. I want to build a house here, plant some big trees, and grow some fruits and vegetables. That is simply a paradise. Only a few gazes were drawn over. The others in the group were already used to this scene. This fleshy girl from the Devil sect was really short-sighted. What was there to be excited about in this desolate grassland? I'm afraid that this girl is just like her name, a simple-minded iron lump. Someone was counting in his heart. 1, 2, 3. Sure enough, a calm voice came from the other carriage. No. Without any explanation, Zhongxian directly rejected the offer. Little Rue gritted her teeth and her face was filled with anger. However, everyone in the group knew that this was the most this young lady could do. Bang! The window was slammed shut. She hid back inside and sulked. From time to time, the pitiful cries of a pheasant could be heard from inside the carriage. To tell the truth, this had already become one of the mysteries of the group. How could a wild chicken possess such tenacious vitality? Seeking answers, Zhu Xiaoshan reluctantly looked away. When he looked at General Jin's carriage again, he revealed a bit of dissatisfaction. In his opinion, a small request from such a beautiful woman like Little Rue should be allowed. Father. He turned around and saw Zhu Dafu. He shrunk his neck and hurriedly bowed. You can like women, but you should know your limits. At least, you cannot touch the woman of the general. Zhu Dafu frowned. He turned to look at the group behind him. He was almost at the front of the group and was responsible for guiding them forward. The land of the barbarians was barren, but it was especially suitable for these weeds to grow. No one knew where they came from, but they had such a strong vitality. Every year, when it was cold, the land would wither and turn yellow, but when it warmed up, it would grow back. Because of this, the Western barbarian smuggling team couldn't find the path they took last year. This required an experienced guide. Otherwise, it was easy to get lost. They might even unknowingly enter the area where the surrounding barbarian tribes were active. For the Western barbarians, smuggling was something that needed to be concealed. At least, it couldn't be exposed on the surface. For the Western barbarians, this was also true. So, if they were discovered by barbarians who weren't part of the trading group, there would inevitably be a bloody conflict. Luckily, both sides had cooperated for many years. The Western barbarian smuggling team was rich in experience. In addition to the barbarians, they had a tacit understanding of each other and agreed on a safe route. Although the road to the trading point was long and boring, it was still safe. The 9 suns in the skies extinguished one after another. Before the sky turned completely dark, the team had already stopped and began to set up camp. When the silver moon rose, the basic arrangements had been made. The camp wasn't too large, but it could effectively prevent sneak attacks. The tents formed a circle so that once an accident occurred, they could defend and counterattack. Cultivators didn't need to eat or drink. In order to avoid complications, the smuggling team didn't light a fire if they could. They didn't want to make the least bit of noise. But this fine tradition was torn apart with the arrival of Little Rue. In the blink of an eye, it was scattered all over the ground. A bonfire was a must, but there was also barbecue and good wine. If it weren't for Chinyu stopping her, she would have brought out a large group of musicians to play and sing to heighten the atmosphere. The blazing flames reflected a bright red light on everyone's faces. These men had been smugglers all year round. Although they had experienced this many times, their expressions were still a bit unnatural. They subconsciously dodged, trying to hide the majority of their bodies in the shadows. Everyone looked at Little Rue, who was drinking wine and eating meat beside the bonfire. Then, they looked at the calm General Jin beside her. They felt this scene was extremely strange. "Aren't we a smuggling team from the Western barbarian?" "That's right, we are." Ju Dafu was expressionless. He looked towards the bonfire. There were several people around him, their auras calm and their eyes calm. "General Jin is actually such a person," one of them said, his tone filled with disdain. Smuggling the Western barbarians was a dangerous matter. Many of them had experienced danger after danger and climbed out from piles of corpses in order to smoothly survive to this day. Of course, they couldn't see General Jin's actions along the way. In particular, before General Jin set off, he had taken a tough stance and brought such a useless woman with him. It was simply ridiculous. "Shut up," Ju Dafu said in a low voice. He glanced at the bonfire and lowered his voice. For General Jin to be able to obtain His Majesty's approval and cause a character like General Wu to suffer a loss, that is not something you or I can understand. No one is allowed to say such words again. Now, it wasn't time to start yet. If General Jin wanted to toss and turn, then he could do as he pleased. Ju Dafu looked up at the sky. There was a faint halo of light around the silver moon in the sky. "Looking at the sky, there will be a storm after midnight. Pass down my orders. Have them reinforce the tents and make sure they are waterproof." "Yes, my lord." The 2 men turned and left. Ju Dafu waved his hand. The 7 or 8 grey shadows hiding in the darkness quietly dispersed, constantly changing positions like a comb as they scattered in all directions. The barbarians hated the Western barbarians. Because of this, there were many tragedies that had occurred. Of course, there were inevitably some people who deliberately cheated on others. Although he had already made arrangements, it was never wrong to be a bit more careful. "Chinyu, let's drink, let's drink. This is great." After leaving the mine, leaving the border army, and entering the barbarian territory, Little Meaty impatiently tore off her previous disguise. What cowardly and timid character. What easy to bully. All of that could go to hell. In her words, since she had changed places, she had to do something new so that this holiday trip wouldn't be a waste. Qin Yu looked at the blushing and heroic little girl. He lifted a jar of wine and drank a mouthful. As he thought, the other side beamed with joy and no longer bothered her. After several days of contact, Qin Yu had gained a basic understanding of little Metis' current state. If she wanted some peace and quiet, then he would let her do as she pleased. The more he objected, the more excited she became, especially at night. The jars of wine were scattered all over the ground. Little Metis swayed as she drank. She wrapped a hand around Qin Yu's neck. Little Qin. Just as she opened her mouth, she was stopped by a hand. If you drink too much, then don't speak. Otherwise, don't ever drink again. Qin Yu frowned. He wasn't sure if she was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. You live too carefully. It's boring, it's really boring. Little Metis hiccuped and patted his back. Look at me, this is what it means to enjoy life. Qin Yu shook his head. He beckoned towards the darkness and the veiled lotus girl walked out. She respectfully bowed. Take her back to the tent. Yes, General. Lotus girl half carried and half supported little Metis. She turned and walked out. Beside the campfire, the chicken overlord was trying its best to curl itself up into a ball. A light, drunken laughter suddenly echoed through the air. Little Metis, you still haven't come over? Are you waiting for me to make honey-roasted chicken? Flutter. There was the sound of flustered wings as the chicken overlord flew over. At a perfect angle, it gently fell into little Metis' arms and stretched out its neck for her to stroke. Qin, hehe, there might be rain or thunder tonight. I might go look for you. Qin Yu ignored her drunken words. With a flick of his sleeves, he extinguished the campfire and returned to his tent. When he left the mine this time, he only had little Metis by his side. If he included the chicken overlord, it would at most be one man and one chicken. It was said that in war, it was more important to be quiet than quantity. With him here, it was enough to resist an entire army. In truth, even if Ju Dafu and the others were to play their tricks, Qin Yu wouldn't worry at all. Little Metis had said before that in her current state, she couldn't mobilize much strength. If Qin Yu believed even a single word of these words, then that would be his loss. Within the palace lantern, was that a method personally arranged by the Western Wasteland Great Emperor? It was fierce enough. A single finger, and with just a light tap, he had completed the seal. This was enough to explain everything. Returning to his tent, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and the laws of space and time slightly twisted. Then, he sat down. His eyes subconsciously fell to the ring on his finger. Inside were the materials needed to set up the boundary-breaking token. According to the construction instructions, once Qin Yu found a suitable location, the ring would automatically give him a prompt. And the entire construction process was extremely complex. Moreover, most importantly, constructing the boundary-breaking token would produce a considerable amount of spatial fluctuations. It would be easy for the barbarians to sense it. And this was also the key reason why the Western Wasteland's progress on the boundary-breaking token had been so slow for so many years. He silently calculated the distance. They had already penetrated deep into the territory of the Western barbarians. According to what Ju Dafu said, he would invite all the important trading partners within the barbarian territory and officially announce his status as a golden general. Only like this would the barbarians approve of him and continue to trade with him. Qin Yu didn't care whether these words were true or false. But there was one thing he was clear about. Unless Ju Dafu was a saint and wanted to do something, this would be his chance. If Ju Dafu wanted to attack Qin Yu, he definitely wouldn't dare. After all, even if he had a faint trace of the Emperor bloodline in his body, he was still only a dog of the Emperor races. If he moved against Qin Yu, his life would come to an end. But the barbarians clearly didn't need to worry about this. Even if he killed the Golden General, if the Emperor races wanted to earn wealth, they could only choose to trade with them. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He was waiting. He was waiting for the person who wanted to kill him to come. And to Qin Yu, this was also a chance to give it a try. After learning the truth about the boundary-breaking token, he had to take some risks to determine whether or not he could continue. In the latter half of the night, with the roar of thunder, a violent storm arrived. Qin Yu didn't wait for the barbarians to assassinate him. Instead, he was startled by a soft body that suddenly drilled out from under his blankets. To him, the darkness wasn't able to conceal him at all. He turned and drew back, his eyes shining with a sharp light. He saw that after taking off her outer clothes, she was only wearing a thin layer of white clothes. She was staring at him with wide eyes. The meaning in her eyes was clear. "You are a man, so why are you running away?" They silently looked at each other. With the roar of thunder, the heavy rain became even greater. With loud crackling sounds, it struck the tent, causing the atmosphere to become even more strange. Little Meaty bit her lips. She quietly said, "If I told you that I am afraid of thunder, would you believe me?" Chapter 1543. After the night of the thunderstorm, the smuggling team that entered the territory of the Western savages rushed for a few days and finally arrived at the agreed place. After confirming that the surroundings were safe and that there were no accidents, the group stopped and began to set up camp. This time was different from the past. They were going to stay here for a period of time, so the construction of the camp was much more meticulous. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Little Meat once again proposed to repair the house, plant trees, and cultivate fruits. Qin Yu rubbed his nose as she glared at him. "Up to you." "Me." Little Meat sneered, then turned around and left. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He knew that on that stormy night, he had deeply offended this person. Even after several days had passed, he still hadn't given him any face. Now that they were here, he would let her do as she wished for such a small matter. After all, it was hard to say when he might need the other party's help in the future. What needed to be eased was eased, and what needed to be repaired was repaired. "General." Ju Dafu walked over and bowed respectfully. Qin Yu glanced at him. "What is it?" "General, according to the agreement with the barbarians, the other party will arrive in 2 or 3 days after we get into position. Therefore, there are some things that you need to pay attention to during the transaction process. This subordinate wants to explain clearly to you." Qin Yu nodded. "Good. Let's talk in the tent." The temporary tent had already been set up. Although it was a little rushed, it was clean and tidy. Qin Yu sat down. Ju Dafu stepped forward on his own initiative and poured a cup of tea for him. Then, he drew back, his hands hanging to the side. "Say it, what's the matter?" Qin Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip, his expression calm. Ju Dafu respectfully said, "General, you must have come into contact with things like spatial artifacts, but there are some small problems that I need to discuss with you. If we smuggle Western savages, we'll lose our lives. I don't need to explain, you should know very well. That's why every time we come here, we'll bring as many resources as possible. The more we bring, the more space we'll take up. But the more space a spatial artifact can hold, the harder it is to refine, and the more valuable it is. For example, in our border army's camp, the Cosmos Ring in the hands of Marshal Wu can store all kinds of military supplies for a year. However, such a treasure is truly too precious, and there aren't many of them in the entire Western wilderness." Qin Yu waved his hand, interrupting her. "Get to the point." Ju Dafu remained respectful. Reporting to General, the main point is that the large-scale spatial artifact itself will distort the surrounding space, making it very easy for the barbarians to detect it. That's why the ones we use for smuggling are all mid-grade spatial artifacts. We distribute them to our brothers to carry with them and use their cultivation to suppress the dissipation of aura. As he looked at Qin Yu's complexion, he spoke even faster. "Although the barbarians have agreed to trade with us, they are our enemies from the start. They have no good intentions towards us. Sometimes, they would suggest that the warriors under them fight against our brothers. Those who fail will have all their belongings taken away. Their target is our spatial artifact." Qin Yu said, "Can't I take it off and fight?" Ju Dafu smiled bitterly. "Of course not. This is what the barbarians want. If you spoil it, they will turn hostile. We're still in the land of the berserkers right now. Sometimes, we have to accept our losses." Qin Yu looked at him. "So, the reason you've said so much is to tell me that I have to learn to suffer losses?" Ju Dafu said, "A lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. Even if we suffer some losses, At the end of the trade we will still be the ones earning more. He had a helpless expression. After all, the lords of the land want a sufficient return every year. If we can't achieve that, then that is our sin. Qin Yu nodded. Interesting. I understand. When he said understood, he was speaking the truth. When he said interesting, he was referring to Zhu Dafu. He was indeed an interesting person. If it weren't for the fact that he had already sensed something and made a judgment in his heart, he feared that if it were anyone else they would have been confused by him. To be able to put on an act as if it were real, this wasn't an ordinary person at all. Zhu Dafu bowed. There is also another point. Although the barbarians look similar to us humans, they are tall and sturdy and a bit more rough and wild. In terms of aesthetics, they are different from us humans. So, under normal circumstances, there won't be any problems. But no matter where we are, there will always be some people who are different. They have a strong desire to seek out our human women and have a taste of fresh jade. As he spoke to her, he hesitated. Qin Yu frowned. Are you talking about Misty and Lotus Maiden? Zhu Dafu nodded. In order to avoid trouble, General should make arrangements early. Lotus Maiden will order her to stay in the tent and not casually walk around. But as for Misty, General will need to personally make arrangements. It would be inappropriate for this subordinate to speak. Qin Yu sneered inwardly. If a barbarian dared to have ideas about Misty, that would be no different from seeking death. Of course, he didn't worry about this at all. Of course, he couldn't say these words. So, Qin Yu nodded. I will speak with her. Zhu Dafu coughed. One last matter. I heard that General hoped that Misty would be in charge of the accounts, so you gave Lotus Maiden to her. How is the progress? I have received another batch of feedback on the latest accounts. I will need to report this to Lotus Maiden. Qin Yu picked up a teacup. As he lowered his head to drink, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After saying so much, this sentence was the key point. It seemed that no matter how cautious and careful Zhu Dafu was, he was still a bit anxious after not hearing anything for so long. Qin Yu laid down the teacup and lightly said, if you want to report the accounts, go directly to Lotus Maiden. Yes. Zhu Dafu bowed. I won't disturb General's rest. I will take my leave. He turned and left. After leaving the tent, a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. Zhu Dafu resisted the urge to turn around and look. He walked away until he reached his own tent. Then, he let out a long breath. General Jin Wu, he whispered. His eyebrows subconsciously furrowed together. He could feel the restlessness in his heart becoming increasingly thick. Things were progressing smoothly. Everything was progressing according to his expectations. But for some unknown reason, from the first time he saw General Jin Wu, Zhu Dafu had a bad feeling in his heart. And what was more serious was that as time passed, this bad feeling didn't fade or dissipate. Rather, it accumulated more and more, turning into a restless feeling that stirred his mind today. This feeling was like a snake or rat on the ground being locked onto by an eagle that soared through the highest heavens. Although there was a great distance between the two sides, as long as the eagle wanted to, it could turn the snake or rat into prey in its belly at any time. Zhu Dafu took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed all these thoughts in his mind. He looked up, his eyes shining brightly. Now that things had come to this, unless he completely gave up and didn't resist, he could only brace himself and continue on. Moreover, even if Zhu Dafu was willing to completely withdraw, would those people behind him be willing? These past years, they had grown accustomed to eating lavish meals. If they were strangled, the first thing they would do would be to kill him and eat his flesh. Zhu Dafu had seen too many scenes of families being destroyed. He absolutely didn't want such a tragic ending. Then, he could only give it his all. Moments later, after carefully considering the entire plan, Zhu Dafu clapped his hands. Someone came in from outside the tent and knelt on the ground. Go, bring me the latest accounts. I want to see Lotus Girl. He had personally laid out this chess piece, but he didn't know what went wrong. Until now, there hadn't been any response from her. He wanted to go take a look. Little Meat was really building a house. It was just that the method she used was different from that of ordinary people. It was unknown where she took out a seed from, but she dug a hole and threw it in. Then, she opened a jar of wine and poured it in. Soon, the soil was pushed open and the seed broke out. A tender bud rapidly grew, and in a short hour, it had grown into a towering tree. The most amazing thing was that the tree itself emitted a rich fragrance of wine. If one carefully sniffed it, they would discover that the fragrance was coming from the fruits hanging from the crown of the tree. Little Meat snapped her fingers and the crown of the tree dropped down on its own. It exuded endless flattery and brought the largest and most beautiful fruits in front of her. She casually picked one and poked a hole in it with her finger. The fragrance of wine instantly became rich. Little Meat's eyes shined. She hugged the fruit with both hands and drank to her heart's content. By the time she put it down, her little face had already turned red. And during this process, another fruit she had planted to the side was growing into a large tree. It was twisting its body, working hard to weave its branches into a treehouse. That's right, this was the unusual method of building a house that she had mentioned before. Although it was called a treehouse, this tree was far too large. It was so thick that it would take over a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. Because of this, its branches were lush, and the area of the treehouse was extremely large. Looking at it now, it was actually a small square courtyard with many rooms inside. And the strangest thing was that it was unknown how this tree had done it, but it was actually able to control its trunk. In a slanted and crooked posture, it forcefully used the uneven trunk to form a spiral staircase that led straight to the small courtyard. The large tree that was covered with wine fruits glanced at her with disdain. Half of its trunk retracted outwards, as if saying that she had lost all face of the tree world and that she didn't want to be associated with her. But as it turned its head, it brought the branch in front of Little Meat. She was dizzy from all the wine and patted the branch. Not bad, the taste is very good. Bang, there was the sound of the earth shattering. Countless thick roots shot out from the ground behind the wine tree. They wove together, waving about like a great tail. After the treehouse was finished, a branch stretched down. During this process, the branches and leaves wove together, turning into a comfortable reclining chair. Little Meat leaned back and the reclining chair was pulled into the air. Then, she quietly placed it outside the small courtyard where the shade of the trees was perfect for resting. She comfortably turned over. And as Little Meat moved, the reclining chair also constantly changed shape. She had to ensure that she was in a state of absolute comfort at all times. At this time, another branch broke through the air. The chicken overlord flapped its wings. Although it was extremely fast, it still couldn't outrun this branch. It was instantly entangled and howled back. It was delivered to Little Meat's chest where she reached out and hugged it. Be good, don't move, let me hug you and sleep for a while. As the chicken overlord saw the branch quietly loosen and retreat, it wanted to cry but no tears came out. It was just a tree, was there a need to flatter it so much? When Ju Dafu came to look for the Lotus Maiden, he saw this from afar and was stunned. It had to be said that as the person in charge of the Emperor Race's smuggling business, the wealth he had accumulated over the years could be called mountains and seas. Although he didn't dare to be greedy for everything, his standards were extremely high. There were all sorts of rare and wondrous treasures that he had never seen before. But, Ju Dafu swore that he had never seen such a great tree in his life. If it were said that monsters had developed spiritual wisdom, then there was no such thing. From the moment it was planted until now, it had only been an hour at most. Ju Dafu's lips twitched as he looked at the sleeping Little Meat in the distance. He only felt the restlessness in his heart become increasingly thick. And what Ju Dafu could see, the other people in the camp could also see. Ju Xiaoshan's eyes were like he was looking at a fairy that had fallen from the heavens to the mortal world. There was only a single thought in his mind: Miss Little Meat really wasn't a woman of the mortal world. As for the other smugglers that had seen slaughter and bloodshed, their eyes widened. Their faces were shaken and filled with dread. Perhaps they couldn't understand what was happening, but they instinctively felt awe towards all people and things they didn't know about. The Golden General Ning Qin was not an ordinary character. If he only brought this woman here, then there must be another reason. Qin Yu rubbed his face. It wasn't that the scene in front of him was too surprising. Rather, After determining who was the true person within Little Meat, he wouldn't be surprised even if she punched out and struck down one of the 9 suns in the sky. This was a bit of a stretch. If Little Meat really could strike down one of the suns with a single punch, then he would likely still open his mouth wide. But this wasn't the point. The point was that if something like this suddenly occurred, it would likely scare some people away and they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This time, he would listen to Ju Dafu's arrangements. He wanted to use this chance to sweep away all the hidden dangers. Thinking about it, Qin Yu shook his head. Things had already happened, so there was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, these were only minor problems. They were just 2 strange trees that hadn't revealed too much strength. This was his final chance. If Ju Dafu wanted to do something, he would eventually do so. Lotus Girl was well aware of Ju Dafu's goal. As soon as she saw him, she said, "The reason I haven't done anything is because I don't dare to." With what he saw just now, Ju Dafu had some guesses. He thought for a moment and said, "Miss Little Meat, what is so special about her?" He believed in Lotus Girl's judgment. But today, Lotus Girl wasn't able to give him an answer. "I don't know." She was silent for a moment. Behind her veil, her eyes fell onto Ju Dafu's face. "Considering that you once saved my life, I'll give you a word of advice. Don't try anything else, or you'll die. I'm officially withdrawing from this matter." Lotus Girl took a step back and turned to leave. Ju Dafu didn't stop her. After a long period of silence, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. As he thought, things began to spiral out of control. He was well aware of Lotus Girl's methods, otherwise he wouldn't have used her as the first card. But it was clear that before this card could display its might, it had already been broken. And all of this wasn't done by General Jinwoo himself, but by that seemingly ordinary demonic sect girl. Ju Dafu believed in Lotus Girl's judgment, otherwise he wouldn't have tried to ask her for an answer just now. But he wasn't Lotus Girl. Others could retreat, but if he did, all that awaited him would be death. Chapter 1544. On the 3rd day of setting up camp, the first group of barbarians appeared in their range of observation. After a short and careful negotiation, they determined the other party's identity and were allowed to approach the camp. Ju Dafu asked for Qin Yu's permission and then went out to greet them. Qin Yu saw Ju Dafu smiling as he spoke with a tall barbarian. The 2 sides seemed to have some friendly relations. "My general is already waiting in the camp. Please follow me." Ju Dafu gestured with his hand. The barbarian leader nodded. "I should go pay my respects to the general and thank him for sending so many necessary items to my tribe." Qin Yu was waiting outside the tent. He cupped his hands together and smiled. "Elder Mu Jin, welcome." As for the name, it was Ju Dafu who had told him ahead of time. "Barbarian Mu Jin greets General Jin." He bowed and said in a low voice. As he straightened himself, he impatiently said, "I wonder if you have prepared the items that my tribe needs. In particular, the gallbladders of the green willow snakes. I want as many as you have." Qin Yu looked at Ju Dafu. He respectfully said, "General, we have already prepared the items that Elder Mu Jin needs." He stood up. "Today, the most important matter is to introduce General Jin to Elder Mu Jin. From now on, Lord General will be responsible for all matters. As for the specific transaction of materials, this time it will be me and Elder Mu Jin who will complete it." Mu Jin was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Ju, thank you, General Jin. In the future, my tribe will be your friend in the barbarian land." The transaction soon began. After obtaining a sufficient amount of green willow snake gallbladders, Mu Jin was all smiles. He left behind the materials for the transaction, paid his respects to Qin Yu, and then bid his farewells. The entire transaction took less than half a day. When Mu Jin arrived, the 9th sun hadn't even risen above their heads, and when he left, it was only slightly to the west. Everything went smoothly. Mu Jin didn't reveal the least bit of strength or awkwardness. Even though some of his subordinates had cold eyes, they didn't stir up any trouble. Ju Dafu came to report to Qin Yu. "General, the first barbarian tribes to arrive at the camp and complete the transaction are mostly ordinary in strength. Thus, when facing us, They don't dare to overstep their boundaries. But later on, the berserker tribes that come to trade will become stronger. At that time, we will have to be careful to avoid any accidents. He stopped talking for a moment before he flipped his hand and brought out a snake gallbladder that was sealed in a crystal. It was completely green, and a faint light would occasionally shine on its surface. This is the gallbladder of a green willow snake. To the berserkers of Hibiscus tribe, this venomous item is perfect for them. It can neutralize the side effects of the berserker blood in their bodies interfering with their minds when they reach a new realm, which is why it's very popular among them. However, according to the Empire's research, the Hibiscus tribe's barbarians who used this method to complete their breakthrough would have their vitality invaded by the poison, and their lifespan would be greatly reduced. The time of death of the barbarians from the Hibiscus tribe has also been confirmed. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. From this, he could see that although the Western wilderness smuggled goods for profit, they still had a bottom line. They had never given up on balancing and suppressing the berserkers. I understand. Zhu Dafu bowed and left. 3 barbarian trading teams arrived one after another over the next few days. But, just as Zhu Dafu had said, they were relatively weak. Towards the Western wilderness smuggling teams, they were much more polite. Both sides restrained each other and the trade progressed smoothly. Every time, Zhu Dafu would introduce Qin Yu and point out that Jin Wu would take over the trade. And after the trade was completed, he would take the initiative to meet Qin Yu and explain the details of the trade with the other tribes as well as what he needed to pay attention to. Qin Yu increasingly felt that Zhu Dafu was a wonderful person. Because even now, he couldn't help but doubt his previous judgment. Could it be that Zhu Dafu really was a saint that didn't have any thoughts of resistance? Could he have sent the Lotus Girl to Qin Yu purely because he wanted to present her to him in order to obtain his care? If this was really the case, then giving the Lotus Girl to Little Meaty was an absolute waste of a heavenly treasure. Cough cough. He just thought about it and didn't do anything. Was it against the law? Qin Yu rubbed his chin, erasing some thoughts from his mind. In terms of acting, this was the first time he had someone he admired. If such a Zhu Dafu were to be killed, it would be too much of a pity. The matter of smuggling barbarians was something that everyone envied. Or perhaps, like true Saint Baiyu, they saw the hidden problems within. But in truth, Qin Yu didn't care. He didn't care about being tainted by the smugglers or whether or not he could become a commander. He also didn't care about how much he could obtain in the process of trading. Right now, all he thought about was the world-breaking token and how he could contact the barbarians. Although Qin Yu had already decided to take some risks, he absolutely wouldn't casually come into contact with some barbarians. For instance, the barbarian tribes that came to trade these past few days were relatively weak and had limited experience. He could only continue to maintain his silence. He had to wait. He had to wait for the truly formidable barbarian tribes to come. Only then would he act according to the situation. Little Meaty lived a very comfortable life. She planted trees and built houses. There was even a wine tree that grew wine fruits. Whenever she wanted to drink, she could reach out and grab it. She didn't even need to move. With just a thought, a branch filled with wine fruits would be delivered to her in a flattering and humble manner. But in truth, Little Meaty's comfortable life wasn't just this. In the camp, the smugglers who licked their lives on the edge of a knife had all been in a state of shock these past few days. Their eyes were wide open and their hearts were filled with emotion. They had broadened their horizons. Today, they had truly broadened their horizons. To be able to do this, this was something they had never seen before. Little Meaty was so lazy that she was practically a pile of mud. Every day she would eat and drink, comfortably lying down on a chair on a branch, enjoying the cool of the day and basking in the stars at night. But even like this, Little Meaty had smoothly harvested her harvest. Almost everyone had an inexplicable awe in their eyes. Had they ever seen tree roots break through the earth and weave into moving root people? They could open up the land, dig up ridges, plant vegetables, pick, and even cook. Had they ever seen this before? They had seen it all. It wasn't just once or twice, but constantly happening in front of their eyes. A single tree. No, it was more accurate to say that 2 trees could actually play with so many tricks. It was simply breathtaking. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, who would dare believe it? To tell the truth, they had never imagined they would envy a woman who possessed 2 trees. But now, they were truly envious. If they could have these 2 trees by their side, disregarding everything else, they would at least live a comfortable life. Chinyu smelled a fragrance. They were so dense that they looked like little claws with hooks on them. Gurgle gurgle, Chinyu lowered his head and looked at his belly. He bitterly smiled. How long had it been since he had seriously eaten a meal? He had actually been tempted and had developed an unsuppressible desire to eat. It was just a pile of tree roots, but their cooking skills were actually so good. There was simply no justice in this world. He endured and endured. After a long time, Chinyu sighed and wiped the corners of his mouth. These days were truly hard to endure. He stood up, picked up a tent, and left. From afar, he glanced over at the 2 trees fighting for favor. Just as he took 2 steps, his lips twitched. Along with the wind, he could faintly hear the sounds of string and bamboo instruments. With Chinyu's current state, his eyesight was extremely sharp. As he focused his gaze, he discovered that the 2 trees were fighting for favor once more. Besides growing vegetables and cooking, they had also opened their musical talent. Who knew how a bunch of tree roots could produce these sounds? But if one listened carefully, they had to admit that their skills were quite good. This person really knew how to enjoy life. Chinyu took a deep breath and stepped forwards. He wasn't the first person to approach Little Meaty's dwelling. But he was the first person to be allowed to enter. As the root people formed from tree roots saw him approach, they stopped what they were doing and respectfully bowed. This scene caused endless envy to appear in the eyes of those around him. Before this, anyone who tried to approach would be hung up by the tree roots and thrown out after being whipped. That's right, everyone. It didn't matter how strong or weak their cultivation was. It didn't matter whether or not they excelled in stealth and concealment methods. In front of these 2 trees, nothing could hide. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. And this was the key reason why the smugglers envied Little Meaty. For these people, they had rushed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They didn't care too much about some simple pleasures. But who wouldn't want these super strong tree guards? And as someone who possessed these tree guards, Little Meaty naturally received the harvest. They all looked at her with awe. The vast majority of the smugglers didn't know of Ju Dafu's plan, but those that did felt their hearts turn cold. If an unknown little girl had such methods, then just how strong was the golden general Ningqin? Hiss, just thinking about it was terrifying. Chinyu walked to the side of the large tree and looked at the spiraling tree stairs in front of him. He paused for a moment and then stepped up. As he was climbing up the stairs, the branch chair that supported Little Meaty gently swayed several times. She drowsily opened her eyes and sniffed the air. Then, she began to mutter, "Chin, you came at the right time. The food was just finished." She didn't need to use any strength to sit down on the branch chair. Then, a branch brought a clear spring water over and gently sprinkled it on her face. Then, a soft towel wiped her clean. Chinyu stepped onto the platform of the treehouse. As he saw this, his lips couldn't help but twitch several times. Another chair rapidly formed from the branches. Chinyu walked over and sat down. Several ripe fruits were placed in front of him. Although the attitude these 2 trees had towards him couldn't compare to the flattery they had towards Little Meaty, they were still absolutely respectful. Across from him, Little Meaty released her hands. The chicken overlord quickly flew up and landed beside Chinyu. Its body was curled up, shivering from time to time. It looked as pitiful as it could be. Little Meaty narrowed her eyes. "Little chicken, are you complaining about me? Tell me, I hug you to sleep all day, so just what is wrong with you?" If it were brave enough or if it were someone else saying these words, the chicken overlord would definitely roll its eyes and retort. But it was clear that its courage wasn't so great. All it could do was lower its head and curl up like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, pretending as if it hadn't heard anything at all. Then, a pair of small eyes pierced through the feathers of its wings and looked at Chinyu with sorrow and resentment. He coughed. Facing the chicken overlord's pitiful eyes, Chinyu pretended not to see it. "This bastard," He had originally encouraged little Meaty to go to the border army camp to look for him. He deserved to end up like this. I'm hungry, so I came to scrounge a meal. Little Meaty lazily stretched out her waist and patted the branch chair beneath her. The two great trees each displayed their own supernatural powers. You brought food and I brought wine. There were even roots that climbed up the tree trunks and onto the branches, weaving into two teams of musicians on either side. Soon, the food and wine were arranged. With a light sound, music began to play in his ears. The reason Qin Yu had come here was because he couldn't hold back his saliva and was worried that it would flood his own tent. Now that he sat down at the table, there was no need to hide anything. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The food entered his mouth. Hiss, delicious, delicious. Really, there was no other way to describe it. There was no one else like this skill. After living for so many years, this was the first time that Qin Yu had encountered a chef that could cook such delicious food. However, as he thought about how these chefs were actually the roots of two trees, he felt a bit strange in his heart. Whatever, he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Delicious food was right in front of him, so he would eat. Across from him, little Meaty gently rolled her eyes. She had an expression that said, "You're so ignorant, it's really laughable." She picked up her chopsticks and casually tasted a few bites. Then, she picked up a wine fruit, poked it, and slowly drank. A strong wind swept through. By the time Qin Yu comfortably burped and patted his stomach, the table was already a mess. Humph! There was a mocking laugh from across from him. Qin Yu pretended not to hear it. He picked up the wine fruit and imitated little Meaty. TSK TSK, this life was great. Chapter 1545. Does it taste good? Across from him, Meaty looked Qin Yu up and down, a strange expression on her face. Qin Yu didn't speak. He gave her a thumbs up. If the dishes he had eaten were the best he had ever seen in his life, then this wine must also be the best. Moreover, the feeling it gave him was even greater. As he swallowed a mouthful, he felt as if he were floating on clouds. It was like he was soaking in an incomparably gentle spring, constantly swaying up and down. Then, there was no then. As his vision darkened and he fell into a deep slumber, Qin Yu's last thought was, this wine was strong enough. Meaty snapped her fingers. Large tree branches wrapped around him from both sides, forming a thick barrier that blocked out his line of sight. She sat up straight. As she looked at the sleeping Qin Yu, her eyes were bright. Hot. He felt as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. It was like all the blood in his body had been replaced with red magma. His breathing was heavy. Every time he gasped for breath, it was like two heavy bellows were being pulled. Impulsive thoughts broke out from the depths of his heart, crazily impacting his mind, making him go crazy. Qin Yu could feel that there was a slim figure in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp her in his hands. The burning sensation grew stronger and stronger. Just as Qin Yu felt as if his entire body would burn up, the figure in front of him suddenly approached. His hands couldn't wait to pull her into his embrace. However, before he could feel the softness from his fingers, a finger was placed on his glabella. The ice-cold aura was like a dripping water droplet, quickly spreading and transmitting outwards. His consciousness fell into a brief blank. Then, like a drowning person being rescued from the water, Qin Yu's eyes shot open and he gasped for breath. It was only then that he discovered that he was lying on a large bed made from tree branches. His clothes were soaked with sweat and he was sore and weak. But, his body gave him an unprecedented feeling of being in a good condition. Meaty stood in front of the bed, her face full of ridicule. Qin Yu, it looks like you had some incredible dream. As she spoke, her eyes swept around. Qin Yu looked down and jumped up. His legs were sore and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Then, without any hesitation, he dashed away without looking back. On this day, the atmosphere in the entire camp was extremely strange. The smugglers did not dare to say anything. They raised their eyebrows and signaled to each other with their eyes. Did you see that? Of course I did. Amazing. TSK TSK, it's indeed powerful. Jin Wu had Ning Qin eat and drink with Miss Ru Ru of the Devil Sect. Then, a large number of branches wrapped around them, making it so that not even a drop of water could pass through. For an entire 2 hours, no one knew what exactly happened in the study. In the end, General Jin Woo's face was pale. He couldn't hide his weariness and weakness. He rushed into the sky and hurriedly fled. Everyone could clearly see the sweat dripping from his body and the flustered look on his face. Other than a blockhead who didn't understand human emotions, any normal person would know what had happened even if they used their knees to think. The chubby girl's figure didn't look wild, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce. Even someone like General Jin Woo was unable to withstand the onslaught and fled in defeat. Or could it be that General Jin Woo himself had some unspeakable secret? Thinking up to here, everyone looked at the tent with even more strange gazes. Qin Yu could clearly feel the ridicule and sympathy in the eyes of these bastards. But he wasn't in the mood to care about them. Of course he wasn't anxious or annoyed because he had been taken advantage of. He was very healthy. This was something that little Meaty could prove. Cough cough, I've gone off topic. Let's bring it back. Qin Yu was silently feeling the changes in his body. To be more precise, on that day when he ate and drank in Little Meaty's treehouse and then experienced that fiery dream, the changes had occurred. First, his mortal body had become stronger. After becoming the new Goliath Empress, the bloodline of the Goliath sovereign had been quietly strengthening his mortal body. The Goliath race was famed for their powerful mortal bodies. In normal circumstances, this would be a slow process. But after eating and drinking, Qin Yu discovered that his mortal body had strengthened by a great deal. It could be said that eating and drinking had caused the intensity of his mortal body to increase by several %. With Qin Yu's current mortal body strength, this sort of increase was already incomparably amazing. But this was only a relatively unobvious part of the changes in his body. And what was even more amazing was Qin Yu's soul. It was like an iron ingot placed in a crimson furnace. After being burned at high temperatures and struck by a heavy hammer, the impurities contained within were removed. His soul was now clear and smooth, as if it had reached a new level of enlightenment. It was truly worthy of being a mysterious existence hidden in space-time. Even something he casually ate and drank had such amazing effects. As the saints said, only a bastard wouldn't take advantage of others. Qin Yu definitely wasn't willing to do so. With the title of egg, he had to take advantage of others. The reason why he had been holed up in his tent these past few days and didn't go out to see anyone, even handing over the dealings with the Goliath race to Ju Dafu, was because he wanted to digest and absorb his gains with all his might. Today, he was ready. Letting out a deep breath, Qin Yu revealed a solemn expression. He left his tent, welcomed the countless eyes that gathered on him, and headed straight for the treehouse. Just like last time, he was treated with great courtesy. The roots all bowed, allowing him to walk unimpeded as he climbed up the stairs to the treehouse. Little Meaty was woken up by the shaking of a chair on a branch once more. She opened her slightly blurred eyes and looked at Qin Yu standing across from her. Her lips curved up in a sneer. But because she hadn't woken up yet, or perhaps because she was too tired, her expression wasn't quite right. Luckily, the flattering trees didn't lose their respect for Qin Yu because of this. They took the initiative to weave a chair for him. Qin Yu sat down and coughed. Little Meaty, I was rude last time, so I came here to apologize. Little Meaty's eyes opened a slit and she narrowed her eyes at him. Are you hungry again? This was just too disrespectful. Why couldn't they say things tactfully? Why did they have to push him into a wall? Qin Yu took a deep breath and nodded. Face. That's right, when he was full and had nothing better to do, it was indeed important. But now, a chance to enhance his strength was right in front of him. You want to mention face to me? What is this? Can it be eaten or drunk? Little Meaty curled her lips and closed her eyes again. I'm tired, don't bother me. Her words weren't polite, but it was clear that the two flattering trees had obtained permission. The root men immediately began to move around in a cheerful manner. Some picked vegetables and some washed them. Soon, a fire was lit and oil was poured over it to cook. A fragrant aroma wafted into his nose. Qin Yu sucked in a deep breath, his saliva instantly filling his mouth. The dishes were served and the wine was served. String and bamboo instruments began to play. He glanced at the sleepy little meaty across from him. Qin Yu picked up his chopsticks and tapped them on the table. Then I won't be polite. His chopsticks flew down, sweeping away the clouds. The taste was the same as last time, exploding with flavor. Those who ate couldn't stop themselves. These were clearly some very ordinary dishes, but for some unknown reason, after being processed by the root men chef, the taste became inconceivable. As usual, Qin Yu ate until his belly bulged out. Only then did he let out a breath and put down his chopsticks. He reached forward and a branch stretched out. He thought for a moment and then picked up 2 wine fruits. If you want to be burned to death, you can drink as much as you want. Across from him, little Meaty opened her eyes and sneered. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He put down one of the wine fruits and picked up the other one. He drank it all in one gulp, to his heart's content. This time, his condition was slightly better. Perhaps it was because of his previous experience, but Qin Yu tried his best to maintain a clear mind. But this was only for a little longer. Darkness arrived once more, submerging the world in front of him. It was another dream filled with a fiery heat, restless and restless. Qin Yu kept trying to grasp onto the figure in front of him. It was only when she approached on her own initiative and was hugged that a cool feeling spread out from between her eyebrows. After a brief period of blankness, he suddenly became clear-headed. Huya Qin Yu opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Little Meaty glanced at him and then turned to leave. She walked to the platform of the treehouse. The branch chair automatically came over, allowing her to lie down in the most comfortable position. Closing her eyes, little Meaty let out a light breath. As if she were extremely sleepy, she almost instantly fell asleep. He pulled on his clothes to cover up some of his indecent places. Then, he sat down cross-legged and sensed the changes within his body. After several breaths of time, he opened his eyes, a bit of joy in them. It really was like this. He stood up and walked to little Meaty's side. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed. Although what Qin Yu enjoyed seemed like little Meaty's daily food and drink, but these things clearly couldn't be measured in terms of pure food and drink. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these were rare treasures in this world. If the effects of this meal were to be spread out, it was unknown how many people would cry and shout, willing to pay any price to eat and drink. Qin Yu would obtain a great advantage. He was well aware of this. What he also knew was that little Meaty tacitly allowed him to do this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received such treatment this time. Why? This was a mysterious existence hidden in space-time, powerful and unfathomable. According to the words of the stone pagoda, it was one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Why did it treat him so differently? All of these thoughts occurred as Qin Yu bowed. When he straightened himself, he took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. He glanced at the sleeping little Meaty and then turned to leave. On this day, a new story spread through the camp. To sum it up, it was, General Jinwu wasn't willing to admit defeat. He rested for several days before fighting again, but he was utterly defeated. Zhu Dafu lightly coughed. He cupped his hands together and said, "Tribe leader Frigid Moon, the person you see is our General Jinwu." Across from him, Frigid Moon, who was a relatively barbarian and could be considered thin and weak, had a gloomy expression. With his cultivation, even if he didn't eavesdrop, he could still hear all of the whispers around him. Thus, General Jinwu of the Western Wasteland had gone to meet a woman in private rather than personally transact with him. Humph. General Jinwu, your reputation really isn't as good as it sounds. With a cold sneer, Frigid Moon turned and left. Zhu Dafu bitterly smiled and quickly chased after her. Tribe leader, please don't be angry. We are still full of sincerity in our transaction. Even a basket of good words wasn't able to change the complexions of the Frigid Moon tribe. Watching them angrily leave, Zhu Dafu rubbed his eyebrows, a helpless look on his face. The Frigid Moon tribe's clear heart lotus grass, in the hands of a top alchemy grandmaster of the Western Wasteland, could be refined into the amazingly effective cold moon pill. Simply put, they were the targets that all the trading teams of the Western Wasteland were trying to win over. In the past, in order to obtain the right to trade with the Frigid Moon tribe, Ju Dafu had expended a tremendous amount of effort. He had even privately clashed with a big shot of the military. But now, all of this effort would likely be completely destroyed by General Jinwu. Ju Dafu took a deep breath and looked up at the 9 suns in the skies. Calculating the time, they should have arrived. Although many changes had occurred, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. He could only brace himself and continue down this dark road. He hoped that the result would be as he wished. As he was preparing to head to Little Metis residence for the 3rd time to freeload, he was stopped by Ju Dafu. Qin Yu bitterly smiled and bowed. "General, since you wanted to cause a ruckus before, I followed you. But the Golden Crow tribe that is coming today is one of the most powerful tribes in the vast western wilderness. This time, our 2 sides will be trading many materials. You must personally come, otherwise I fear there will be an accident." His first thought was to refuse. At this time, he was no longer in the mood to play along with Ju Dafu. But thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. If he could resolve this quickly and solve all the problems at once, then no one would disturb him to freeload. An hour later, the Golden Crow tribe arrived. At this moment, the light released by the 9 suns in the skies suddenly rose. The air became dry and the green grass on the ground withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it withered and turned yellow. The smell of burning was cold and cruel. It was like a burning mountain that pressed down on everyone's chests. Within the camp, all the smugglers subconsciously tensed up, a deep fear in their eyes. The Golden Crow tribe warriors wearing crimson armor with only their eyes exposed were the first to arrive at the camp. Then, there were 2 unknown fire beasts pulling the heavy chariot at the back. The surface of the cart was engraved with countless flame runes. It was like a miniature sun, recklessly releasing heat. With a soft sound, the flaming chariot opened, and a handsome man with long, fiery red hair walked out. Ju Dafu's complexion changed. He cried out, "How could it be him?" At this moment, the entire camp was deathly silent. Chapter 1546. According to Ju Dafu's plan, the Golden Crow tribe was the one who could kill the Golden Crow general and save him from the hopeless situation. But he did not expect that the person who appeared in front of him today would be this person. As mentioned before, the aesthetic standards of the barbarians and the human race were different. But there were always exceptions, such as the mentality of seeking novelty and trying new things. The fiery red-haired, incomparably handsome young man before him was the product of such a mindset. Although the human race and the barbarians looked similar, they were not the same race. The possibility of them having children was very low. His birth was an accident with a very low probability. It was said that the reason why he was able to be born and come to this world alive was because his father, who was related to him by blood, wanted to see with his own eyes what a rare hybrid between a human and a barbarian looked like. When he was born, his mother died in childbirth. He was cut open and sent to his father, covered in blood. So that's how it looks like. The barbarian man, who was drunk, waved his hand and decided the fate of the newborn baby. Since he had seen it, there was no need to keep him. Although his actions were absurd, he was still a noble among the barbarians. He would not allow his bloodline to be tainted. Although the story of what happened after was widely spread among the barbarians, it was mostly hearsay. No one knew what really happened. The result was that the abandoned baby returned to the tribe where he was born with a head full of blood-red hair. He killed his father in name and was recognized by the totem of the tribe, the Golden Crow, and became an elder of the Golden Crow tribe. He was born without a name, so he called himself the Golden Crow. This behavior was obviously not recognized by the others in the tribe. But later on, these people all died, and gradually, no one dared to express their opinions on this matter. The Golden Crow of the Golden Crow tribe was widely known in the barbarian world to be cruel and bloodthirsty. Over the years, the number of barbarians who died in his hands was innumerable. And to the other half of his bloodline, the human race, the Golden Crow was even more cruel and ruthless. Because of this, after a deal with the Golden Crow tribe led to a bloody tragedy, the Golden Crow was forbidden to participate in the deal. But today, he had appeared here. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Ju Dafu's forehead, and his face turned pale. He had indeed hoped that General Jin Wu would be killed in the Berserker's territory, but he did not expect that he would have to die with him. Jin Wu got off the carriage. With a light pop sound, a stone under his feet shattered. The two fiery beasts, which had been pulling the chariot, directly kneeled on the ground. Gold Crow clan warriors, who had been following behind the chariot, jumped off their horses and kneeled on the ground. The world was deathly silent. A smell called fear spread in the air. The Golden Crow wore a calm expression as he took a deep breath. A hint of intoxication could be seen on his handsome face. Such a rich wine fragrance, unlike his appearance, his voice was coarse and hoarse, like a rusty piece of iron rubbing against the uneven surface of a stone. Turning his head, he gazed into the distance in the direction where the wine fragrance was coming from. Thereupon, he saw two large trees and an exquisite treehouse. Eyes sparkling, Gold Crow smiled and said, "This wine, our Gold Crow clan wants it." Ju Dafu was sweating profusely. Being shrouded by his gaze, he felt his legs go weak. Using all of his strength, he was barely able to stand where he was without collapsing to the ground. His Adam's apple bobbed several times. He wanted to speak, but he discovered that he couldn't make a sound. He could only anxiously look at Qin Yu. The Golden Crow followed Qin Yu's eyes turned. "It seems that the rumors are true. You have changed your leader. This must be General Golden Crow." He clapped his hands, the smile on his face becoming increasingly gentle. "Our names are quite similar. How about you sell this wine to us at half price?" After planting his soul into the world spirit embryo, Qin Yu's perception had become extremely sharp. He could even see through the person hidden within Metis' body. Moreover, this person in front of him was a Golden Crow elder whose cultivation was far inferior to his. In Qin Yu's eyes, what stood in front of him was a mass of raging flames that emitted an endless aura of madness and destruction. But in his heart, he was still calm. It was just that there was something strange about this calmness. This tyrannically strong Golden Crow clan barbarian in front of him seemed to be seeking death. To think that he would go straight to the point and look for Meaty. As the new Goliath Emperor, although Qin Yu hadn't officially appeared on stage, he couldn't just stare on helplessly as he sent himself to his death. For better or worse, he should at least give him a chance to live. "The wine is not for sale." A single sentence. 3 words. His refusal was clean and direct. Ju Dafu's body shook and his eyes widened. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his body, soaking his robes. He looked at Qin Yu, his lips trembling. He wanted to shout out, "You want to die? Don't drag us down with you." But just now, he was so scared that he couldn't speak, much less now. Qin Yu glanced at Ju Dafu, who was shivering like a ball. He thought that no matter how big or small he was, he really had lost face today. However, when he found that those smugglers, who were used to living on the edge of a blade, had their bodies tightened, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, he realized that this Gold Crow clan man in front of him seemed to have quite a reputation. But that was all. Qin Yu's expression was still calm. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but let alone these people in front of him, even if the entire Golden Crow clan came, little Meaty could suppress him by herself. Drawing back 10,000 steps, he was the new Goliath Emperor. If it weren't for the fact that he was wary of the human cultivation system, he would have already started investigating him. If he directly revealed his identity, then this arrogant Golden Crow clan barbarians would tremble and kneel on the ground. Arrogant and tyrannical? Not qualified. The Golden Crow narrowed his eyes. This human and barbarian hybrid was so handsome that even a frown was pleasing to the eye. He looked at Qin Yu. "Do you want to die?" Behind him, the Golden Crow clan warriors kneeling on the ground all looked up. There seemed to be raging flames in those pairs of eyes, and the heat in the air suddenly rose by a notch. In the next moment, it seemed as if it would burn up, wrapping around Qin Yu and burning him to ashes. Qin Yu lightly said, "I also want to ask this question." He took a step forwards, his eyes as sharp as swords. "Do you want to die?" The Golden Crow was expressionless. After several breaths of time, he suddenly laughed. "Interesting, really interesting. It's been a long time since someone has dared to be insolent in front of me." Although he was laughing, his fists were tightly clenched within his sleeves. The Golden Crow couldn't understand why this ordinary-looking Golden Crow general in front of him would give him such a great pressure. It was like a giant invisible stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. In particular, when he said the word die, the Golden Crow discovered that he really did feel a trace of fear. It was as if as long as the Golden Crow wanted to, he could easily kill him. It was because of this that the Golden Crow laughed. He used this to suppress the ruthlessness that surged deep in his heart. In these past years, the Golden Crow had killed countless people. If he really was a mindless slaughtering demon, he would have already sent himself into a hopeless situation. On the contrary, beneath his cruel and ruthless exterior, the Golden Crow had a calm and intelligent heart. Golden Crow General, you are to my liking. Let the transaction begin. The Golden Crow laughed and waved his hand. Behind him, the Golden Crow clan warriors walked forwards. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Dafu. After several breaths of time, Zhu Dafu regained his composure and hurriedly bowed. As he arranged the transaction between the two sides, Zhu Dafu would occasionally sneak glances at Qin Yu. He was well aware of the Golden Crow's reputation. But Zhu Dafu's fear towards this barbarian wasn't just because of this. It was also because he had personally experienced the terrifying murder of the Golden Crow clan in the past and was one of those who had luckily survived. Zhu Dafu had personally witnessed his companion's tragic death. Now, there was a long and horrifying scar on his back. That saber strike had nearly cut him in half. It was only because his life was tough that he managed to survive. Although it could be said that it was precisely because of that murder that Zhu Dafu had seized the opportunity to rise up and become the smuggler later on, it was difficult for him to regard the Golden Crow as his benefactor. There was only endless fear in his heart. Because of this fear, he subconsciously wanted to understand. It could be said that Zhu Dafu had a deep understanding of the Golden Crow. Of course, he could realize that his performance today wasn't right. Even though he had been directly threatened by the Golden Crow general, he had still chosen to keep the peace. Zhu Dafu didn't know the truth, but his intuition told him that the root of this matter lay with the Golden Crow general. Zhu Dafu didn't know the truth, but his intuition told him that the root of this matter lay with the Golden Crow general. The Golden Crow clan was a great tribe of the barbarians and their background was extremely deep. They were one of the most powerful trading partners for the Emperor race's smuggling teams. The exchange of goods between the two sides continued for over half a day. When the last transaction was finalized, Zhu Dafu didn't pause at all. He directly reported to Qin Yu. General, the transaction has been completed. Although, for some unknown reason, the Golden Crow hadn't gone crazy yet. But fear still lingered in his bones. He no longer wanted to borrow a knife to kill others. He only wanted to send this person away as soon as possible. Qin Yu nodded. He looked over. I won't send you off. On the other side, the Golden Crow suddenly said, wait a moment. Zhu Dafu's heart skipped a beat. He thought this was bad. As he thought, the Golden Crow lightly said, my tribe's warriors wish to exchange pointers with your cultivators. This is a long-established tradition. General Golden Crow shouldn't refuse, right? Things like traditions, forget about them. Life wasn't easy, so couldn't you cherish them a little more? Qin Yu was about to refuse when he suddenly frowned. He nodded and said, sure. Good. The Golden Crow laughed. His voice was like a broken gong and drum, extremely sharp and unpleasant to the ear. This place is not wide enough. Let's go there. Although we can't buy wine, it's good to smell it. Qin Yu glanced at him and stood up. Let's go. He stepped forward. The Golden Crow looked at his back, a trace of surprise in his eyes. He didn't know why, but that glance just now had caused his heart to tremble. Several figures gathered around Zhu Dafu, worry and fear on their faces. My lord, what should we do? The Golden Crow clan was extremely strong and their tribal warriors were born with the ability to grasp Sun True Fire. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, there was also the cruel and brutal Golden Crow present. If he really won and the Golden Crow clan lost face, who could guarantee that he wouldn't immediately turn hostile? Zhu Dafu took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. Let's do things according to the old rules. Before this, Ju Dafu had spoken to Qin Yu about the barbarians' challenge. He had also told Qin Yu that in the land of the barbarians, he had to endure what he had to endure. Chapter 1547. Beneath the two trees, the root people bowed and dispersed, returning underground. Thick green branches overlapped, forming a barrier that covered the treehouse. But Qin Yu knew that little Misty was hiding in the back, watching. That was because the whole thing had been done out of her will. He didn't know what she wanted to do. Qin Yu looked up and glanced at the other side, a bit of helplessness in his heart. Wasn't it good to be alive? Ju Dafu walked over and respectfully bowed. General, the arrangements have been made. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his voice. The Golden Crow tribe is strong and we are in the territory of the barbarians. It is not shameful for us to silently endure. I ask that General consider the overall situation and not act impulsively. Qin Yu glanced at him. I understand. He was naturally aware of Ju Dafu's warning. But in truth, Qin Yu really didn't plan on doing anything. Little Misty had set up this trap, so all he needed to do was watch. There was no need for an opening or any nonsense. With a wave of the Golden Crow's hand, the so-called exchange of pointers began. The Golden Crow tribe warrior was indeed strong. As he stepped onto the stage, the armor on his body began to emit crimson flames. The air was burned by the high temperature, causing it to distort. Only his cold and cruel eyes remained extremely clear. In comparison, the aura of the smuggler from the other side was much weaker. His face was pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for hundreds of years. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, evaporating under the high temperature and emitting white steam. It seemed that he would ascend at any moment. Bang flames shot up into the sky. On the surface of the Golden Crow tribe warrior's body, a flame giant condensed. With a single step, the ground cracked and cracked. Then, under the extreme heat, the ground began to show signs of melting. A fist wrapped in flames howled through the air. The smuggler's face was deathly pale. He rolled away in embarrassment, barely dodging the attack. The following exchange of pointers could be seen as a one-sided beating. On one hand, this Golden Crow tribe warrior was tyrannically strong. On the other hand, even though he was a smuggler from the other side, he still held back when attacking. At the very least, Qin Yu had seen several times where he clearly had the chance to counterattack, but in the end he didn't. This was probably the so-called forbearance. Ju Dafu was slightly worried. He glanced at the Golden Crow from the corner of his eyes. The conversation between him and the Golden Crow made him very uneasy. Fortunately, General Jin Wu seemed to have heard what he said. Although he frowned slightly, he didn't have any intention of interfering. That's great. As long as General Jin didn't act recklessly, there shouldn't be any major trouble today. At most, a few people would die and some trading resources would be lost. That was within a controllable range. Outside the sparring battlefield, the smugglers who were watching the battle remained silent. Although this was not the first time that most of them had seen this scene, the air was still filled with an oppressive feeling. The people who had been sent to spar were their companions and companions. They had struggled for survival together, licking blood from the edge of a blade to survive until now. But now, he could only be an abandoned chess piece, waiting for death in despair. Ju Dafu could feel the gazes of the people around him. His expression didn't change, as if he didn't feel anything. Only by enduring and bearing the losses could he avoid even greater trouble. This was the only survival rule of all smuggling teams in the Western barbarians. Amidst the screams, the figure wrapped in flames fell heavily to the ground. The smell of burning flesh and blood filled the air. He hadn't died yet. He was crazily struggling on the ground, but his torn chest and the terrifying scorching heat of the sun's true fire had already determined his final fate. A smuggler suddenly rushed out and pounced on the burning figure. We lost. Ju Dafu shouted out loud. He flicked his sleeves, stirring up sand and extinguishing the flames. He glared at the smuggler next to him, his cold eyes telling him not to move. Then, he personally took the storage ring from the man's burnt and festering finger. If you agree to the bet, you must accept your loss. The thing is here. He raised his hand and threw the ring. Pa. The Gold Crow tribe warrior reached out and caught the ring. He licked the corner of his mouth and a trace of ferocious excitement flashed in his eyes. Then, he reached out his hand and pointed outwards, letting out a low roar. Roar. Ju Dafu's complexion changed. Before he could speak, the Gold Crow laughed. His sharp and ear-piercing voice sounded out, "My son isn't satisfied yet. Then, let him continue to fight. Strictly speaking, our clan has suffered a loss. Ju Dafu, you shouldn't refuse, right?" He looked at Ji Hao. His tone wasn't harsh, but his eyes were cold. Piercing straight to the marrow. Ju Dafu's body froze and his face paled. The one that the Gold Crow tribe warrior pointed at was the smuggler who had just rushed out. Number 1 and Number 2. Number 2 was the younger brother of Number 1. He was supposed to be chosen, but Number 1 snatched his number and was lying on the ground at the moment. "I will go." Number 2 gnashed his teeth and said. Ju Dafu took a deep breath. "You have to know what you should do." Number 2 nodded, glanced at his brother, who was gasping in pain and was about to die at any moment, then turned around and left with big steps. The second competition began. Number 2, who was filled with hatred, obviously didn't hesitate to attack. He was truly risking his life. If the opponent's will was slightly weaker, or if they felt fear, they might really be able to kill a strong enemy. But to the Gold Crow tribe warrior, once he failed, his ending would be even more terrifying than death. Therefore, Number 2 risked his life, but the result was that he lost even faster. While screaming, he became the second burning man. Compared with the Gold Crow tribe warrior, there was still a big gap between him and the Gold Crow tribe warrior. Of course, Number 2's risking his life wasn't in vain. The shoulders of the Gold Crow tribe warrior, where the armor couldn't cover, were now badly mutilated, and one could vaguely see his red bones. The smell of burning flesh and blood in the air grew stronger. "This smell, it stinks." A dissatisfied voice came from the big tree. Then, large branches spread out and dripped down a large amount of dew. Clatter, the dew spread and soaked the bodies of the two burning men on the ground. An amazing scene happened. The horrible wounds caused by the Essence Sun fire healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The festering flesh and blood quickly withered and fell off, exposing the healthy skin underneath. Everyone subconsciously widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Number 1 and Number 2 struggled to get up. As their bodies moved, the surface of their skin fell off like mud, revealing their incomparably pale faces. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They looked down at their newly grown fingers and fell to their knees, repeatedly kowtowing towards the treehouse. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." If one didn't personally experience it, they would never know just how horrifying it was. Little Meaty wrinkled her nose, a look of disgust on her face. "Don't kneel, your body stinks. Hurry up and get up." She curled up her legs and sat on a tree chair, glaring at Qin Yu. "These people are too noisy. Hurry up and make them leave." Qin Yu understood. The meaning in Little Meaty's eyes was, "You owe me another favor." As for where this favor came from, of course, it was she who had saved these two smugglers. Little Meaty's first label was that she was a member of the Devil Sect, but her current identity was that of a Gold Crow general's woman. This was something that everyone in the Xinjiang border army camp was aware of. She had saved people, which also meant that the Gold Crow general had saved people. Qin Yu could feel the changes in the eyes of the smugglers as they looked at him. But he didn't appreciate it at all. In fact, he even snorted disdainfully. "All of this was because of you. If it weren't for you interfering, then I would have directly refused this matter and waited for them to admit defeat or go crazy. These two people have suffered so much because of you, but now they are filled with gratitude towards you. TSK, does your conscience not hurt?" Little Meaty arched an eyebrow. What was conscience? Qin Yu, since when did you care about such things? As the two of them were exchanging glances, the Golden Crow was staring at Little Meaty in a daze. He had already spoken of his origins before. As a half-human, half-barbarian existence, the Golden Crow's appearance was highly similar to that of a human. In fact, it could even be called extremely handsome. This indirectly caused the Golden Crow's sense of beauty to be different from that of the barbarians. He hated humans, But he also loved to play with human women. Of course, in the end, the fates of these human women weren't too good. But today, the Golden Crow suddenly felt an unprecedented impulse. This woman was his. He had to have her. He was like a hungry wolf that had seen a delicious prey. With a single glance, the image was imprinted in his heart and he could no longer pull it out. Whoosh! The Golden Crow suddenly stood up and pointed at the treehouse. Offer her to me and I will return all the spoils of the previous 2 battles to you. Then, I will immediately take my people and leave. Ju-Dafu's face was filled with despair. If it were any other woman, even if she were the mother of his child, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid if he could quickly send away these Gold Crow Clan people. But, it just so happened that this woman was the Golden Crow Clan's woman. It could be seen that the Golden Crow Clan people didn't interest him at all. If it was anything else, he might have endured it. But when it came to his woman, how could he give up? It was over. It was all over. Number 1 and Number 2, who had just crawled up from the ground, fiercely glared at the Golden Crow. Their lives had been saved by this girl. It was only natural that they would die for her. It was just that they didn't understand why they had suddenly become so grateful people. They could even disregard their own lives. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu, waiting for him to turn hostile. The smugglers in the camp had tensed up, as if they could already see the scene of a life-or-death battle. Good. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. He sat down on a chair and picked up a cup of tea. The world suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at him blankly. Their minds were in a mess. He agreed. How could this be? The Golden Crow Clan general was actually such a Golden Crow Clan general. Ju-Dafu suddenly felt as if he could breathe again. He hurriedly screamed, "General is wise and righteous." Before he could finish speaking, he received a heavy blow to the mouth. Several teeth flew out and he fell to the ground. Little Misty angrily drew back her hand. She placed her hands on her hips and glared at Qin Yu. "You bastard heartless man, how did I treat you? Is this how you treat me?" She looked at the Golden Crow. "You want me? Sure, fight with him. If you win, I will go with you. But if you lose, I want something from you." The Golden Crow's breathing quickened. "All right, I agree. I will give you anything you want." Little Misty humphed. "That's what you said." She sat down. "Qin, if you joke around again, I won't joke around with you anymore." This was a naked threat. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He thought that with your strength, you could get anything you wanted with just a flick of your finger. Why go through so much trouble? He stood up and walked over. It was fine for her to be mischievous for a bit, but if she continued to be mischievous after being clearly warned, then she was just brainless. Moreover, today's situation wasn't bad at all. Although Qin Yu didn't care much about smuggling, as long as he dealt with these people properly he could avoid more troubles in the future. Do it. Qin Yu looked at the Golden Crow, his eyes calm. This was the so-called evil you brought upon yourself. If you are so blind, then you can only suffer the consequences of your own actions. The Golden Crow roared out loud and stepped forwards. Terrifying flames broke out from its body, revealing a terrifying pale blue color. It could be imagined just what sort of heat was contained within these flames. But Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to play around with him. Since he wanted to completely erase the troubles in the smuggling squad, then establishing his prestige was necessary. Qin Yu lifted a hand. His 5 fingers spread out and pressed forwards. Puff, the flames were instantly extinguished. Like a 5-fingered mountain, it came crashing down. Bang! With a loud explosion, the earth trembled. The Golden Crow was smashed into the ground, blood gushing out from his nose and mouth. As the Goliath sovereign and with the palace lantern in his hand, suppressing a barbarian was just that simple. After finishing his task, Qin Yu turned and left. All around him were stunned faces, as if he were looking at an immortal in the heavens. Chapter 1548. Immortals didn't exist, but the effect of establishing prestige was actually quite good. For instance, Ju-Dafu. In terms of acting, the only person that Qin Yu admired was Ju-Dafu. His expression was a mixture of shock, horror, disbelief, and extreme fear. Thinking about it, his thoughts were, I actually dared to scheme against that terrifying Wu Jin. I fear I'm tired of living. Then, it turned into a deep despair. The reason was simple. Since Wu Jin was invincible, his plan had become a joke. In the end, all that awaited him was death. Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to care about Zhu Dafu's thoughts. He said without turning his head, if he dares to move, he will die right now. The enraged Golden Crow tribe members immediately rooted themselves to the ground. They clenched their teeth, not daring to take half a step forwards. Qin Yu turned and sat down. He looked at the treehouse and thought, it's about time you explained your plans. Little Meeta's feet moved. She floated down from the treehouse and landed beside the giant hole in the ground. As she looked at the suppressed Golden Crow, her eyes shined. Hey, I know you haven't died. Take a breather. The Golden Crow opened his eyes. As he looked at the face in front of him, his eyes were still filled with heat and intoxication. I lost. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Little Meaty clapped her hands and laughed. Well done. A man should keep his word. She reached out a hand and grasped it. Then I won't be polite. I will take it myself. Ah. The Golden Crow roared in pain. His body instantly tensed up. Then, his limbs seemed to be grabbed by invisible tentacles and violently pulled outwards. With a loud crackling sound, it emitted from within the Golden Crow's body. It was unknown whether it was his bones breaking or his flesh and blood collapsing. But it was clear that this wasn't a good feeling. Pain and fear finally covered the desire in his heart. Anger appeared in his eyes. What do you want to do? Little Meaty looked at him with a strange expression. Take something. She thought to herself, why are you asking about something that you already agreed to? It was really inexplicable. Bang! Flames broke out from his body. The clothes that the Golden Crow wore were instantly burned to ashes. Little Meaty glanced at him, a look of contempt on her face. She thought that he really was just a silver spear with a wax stick. He looked good but was actually useless. From the outside, it looked pretty good, but the price was far too low. It was far worse than that brat Qin Yu. Inexplicably, Qin Yu suddenly felt a great sense of unease. He looked up at Ruru. Although she was currently facing away from him, his intuition told him that this was definitely because of her. Save me. Kill them all. The Golden Crow howled mournfully. Red blood vessels bulged under his limbs, as if burning magma was really flowing within them. Now, they were gathering towards the heart, starting from the limbs. Kill. Save the elder. Gold Crow clan warriors let out raging roars. At this moment, the temperature of the surrounding area soared. The flames that soared into the sky dyed half the sky red like fresh blood. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't stand up. Instead, he looked across. In the next moment, the faces of those Gold Crow clan warriors, whose eyes seemed to be burning with rage, suddenly showed fear on their faces. What they withstood was an extremely terrifying suppression. Their minds trembled and the strength within their bodies directly scattered. Putong, Gold Crow clan warriors fell to the ground one after another. This scene caused those who had just regained their composure to fall into a long period of silence once more. Eyes gathered on Qin Yu's body. Their eyes were filled with endless shock and disbelief. To be able to single-handedly suppress the Golden Crow proved that the Golden Crow general was tyrannical to the extreme. Even so, this scene left one's heart trembling. This was something that had been said many times before. It was the palest and most powerless thing in the world. But the Golden Crow general had used just a single look to suppress all the Gold Crow clan warriors. Did they dare to believe it? But without a doubt, this was the reality that was occurring in front of them. They couldn't believe it or not. Ruru's extraction continued. That's right, although Qin Yu didn't know what she wanted to do, he could roughly see what her goal was. As the Emperor of the Goliaths, he had a duty and responsibility to protect his subjects and people. But this didn't include traitors and traitors. Since the Golden Crow had attacked him, there was nothing left to say. Of course, the more important reason was that the Golden Crow was seeking death. Qin Yu was prepared to give him a way out, but he had still provoked this person. Now, Qin Yu had to rely on her protection. Since Ruru had expressed her stance, he could only maintain his silence. As the saying went, he brought this upon himself. The sinful golden crow was in a miserable state. He had already fallen into a semi-conscious state. Blood constantly seeped out from every orifice of his head. But in the next moment, all of this blood was evaporated by the burning flames around his body. The magma that gathered from his limbs poured into his heart. Just as Qin Yu thought that in the next moment he would be dissected alive, Ruru suddenly turned around and glared at him. The meaning behind her eyes was clear. What kind of look is that? Am I such a cruel person? Qin Yu's lips twitched. If it were anyone else, it might be hard to say. But if it were her, then this matter really wouldn't be anything at all. But in the end, he wouldn't be dissected alive. Little Meaty stretched out a finger and gently flicked it on the surface of his heart, which was as red and hot as a piece of red-hot iron. Peeper, peeper. Countless cracking sounds came from the surface of the golden crow's body. Countless cracks began to appear on his naked body. Looking down, through every crack, one could clearly see the trembling dark red flesh and blood, like soft and delicious jelly. The semi-conscious golden crow fiercely opened his eyes, his body silently twitching. Starting from his heart, a thick line of fire extended upwards, passing through his chest and throat, reaching the tip of his nose and between his eyebrows. Here, the line of fire split in two, each one pouring into an eye on either side. The golden crow twitched even more fiercely. This feeling was probably like plucking out an eyeball and tossing it into boiling hot magma. Just imagine how it would taste. Qin Yu believed that he had seen many things in his life. To say that killing people like scything flax wasn't wrong in itself. But this was the first time he had seen such cruel methods. If the golden crow had a choice, he likely would have cut his own neck and committed suicide. As Qin Yu thought back to the rolling eyes just now, he was left speechless. He thought that he might as well just cut open the golden crow and be happy. Within the camp, everyone had just regained their composure. The pitiful screams attracted their attention, and as they saw the golden crow's fate, they all shivered and fell into a daze once more. Miss Ruru, was she actually so terrifying? The one with the greatest psychological contrast was Zhu Xiaoshan. He clutched his chest and plopped to the ground. This was probably dream-shattering. So it turned out that even a little fairy maiden could kill people. Moreover, her methods of killing were so cruel that it was hard to accept them. The golden crow finally stopped twitching. Its two eyes that had been filled with magma had turned into a solid jade-like substance. Ruru nodded with satisfaction. She reached out and grasped the air. The two eyeballs flew out on their own and fell into her hand. But the moment the eyeballs left its body, the golden crow seemed to have lost all of its strength and instantly turned into a pile of mud. Well, what I wanted were your eyes. Now we're even. Qin Yu suddenly frowned. A trace of vigilance rose up in his heart. In the next moment, there was a cry that came from the collapsed golden crow's body. It was filled with anger and cruelty. A golden crow flew out from the golden crow's body. Although this sounded strange, the scene in front of them didn't make anyone think it was funny at all. This was because the golden crow was massive. Its wings were 1,000 feet wide. It was like a true sun that descended upon the camp, releasing world-destroying flames. At this moment, the air began to boil, turning into invisible magma. Hualala, there was a series of crashing sounds. The branches of the two heaven-supporting trees began to scramble over each other, struggling to weave a thick shade above Ruru's head, isolating her from the heat. Their leaves began to emit light, like a kind of jade. As the golden crow burned them, they became even more verdant. It was clear that these two flattering trees didn't only know how to flatter and flatter others, they themselves were unusual. Hualala, another shade fell onto Qin Yu's head. Although it couldn't compare to the thickness of Ruru's head, it still instantly cooled him down. These were indeed extraordinary trees. The golden crow angrily cried out. It flapped its wings and circled in the skies. Its eyes stubbornly stared at Ruru, as if it could feel some sort of threat from her. There was a hint of hesitation in its giant eyes. The golden crow fiercely flapped its wings and an endless sea of fire instantly descended like a heavenly river. In the next moment, its massive body shot into the skies. So, this heaven-shaking strike wasn't to kill the enemy, but to seize the chance to escape. Qin Yu looked at the golden crow that had a wingspan of over 1,000 feet and revealed a look of sympathy. Although your eyesight is good and you are decisive, since you've already come here, how could that person allow you to leave alive? At this time, Qin Yu had already determined that Ruru's goal from the very start had been this golden crow. The so-called taking of the golden crow's eyes and making the process so complicated and cruel was likely to draw it here. Although the golden crow that soared into the skies and tried to flee wasn't its main body, thinking about it, Ruru had a method. In truth, Ruru's method was very simple. She threw out a bead. Or, to be more precise, it was one of the golden crow's eyes. She lifted a hand and pointed a finger at the surface of the bead. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the bead and it immediately shattered into pieces. Above her head, the golden crow that had spread its wings and flown far away suddenly emitted a miserable cry. In the next moment, its massive body was like a brilliant firework that exploded in all directions. It was as if there was a huge snow of fire. Ruru nodded in satisfaction. She took out another bead and pointed a finger at it. This time, the bead didn't shatter. Rather, it turned into an existence similar to a black hole. A formidable swallowing strength erupted from within, sweeping out and sweeping away all of the falling snow and fire. A cry of alarm and anger came from within the bead. The phantom of a golden crow that had shrunk countless times over began to wildly fly about within the bead. But the inside of the bead seemed to have formed its own world, like an unbreakable cage. No matter how the golden crow flew about, it couldn't escape. Ruru took the bead, looked at it, and then swallowed it. Chapter 1549. The Golden Crow of the Golden Crow tribe was dead. One sentence, but it referred to two places. The half-human, half-barbarian Golden Crow was dead, so be it. He was not favored in the tribe anyway. But the latter was different. The reason why the Golden Crow tribe was so powerful and that its warriors could control the true fire of the sun was because of the Golden Crow totem. Although there was more than one Golden Crow, only the king of the Golden Crows was qualified to become the totem of the tribe. It was the one that little Meaty had swallowed. When she put the bead into her mouth, the Golden Crow totem shrieked and turned into ashes. The entire Golden Crow tribe was in turmoil, and a murderous intent exploded. The Golden Crow totem was inherited in an orderly manner. Before the previous king died, he would pass on the purest bloodline to help the new king be born. This in itself was equivalent to cutting off the inheritance of the Golden Crow totem. No matter what, they had to take back the bloodline of the Golden Crow king. For this, they would pay any price. As for the murderer, it was not difficult to find. Just as the Golden Crow tribe was preparing to launch a bloody revenge, a barefooted guest arrived outside the tribe. There was a hideous scar on his head, but it did not affect the warm, sun-like aura in his eyes. "Welcome, Lord Ascetic." The tribe gate opened. The leader of the Golden Crow tribe prostrated on the ground and invited him into the tribe's camp with the most respectful and noble etiquette. The camp of the Imperial smuggling team. The people of the Golden Crow tribe had already dragged the corpse of the Golden Crow away. The burning aura that filled the air had mostly dissipated, but the tense atmosphere that enveloped the camp did not dissipate. Instead, it became even more intense. A golden crow had died. A golden crow had been eaten. No matter which one it would cause a great deal of trouble. The Golden Crow tribe was one of the strongest tribes of the barbarian race, with over 100,000 warriors under its command. No matter how strong the Golden Crow tribe was, no one thought that he could fight against the revenge of the Golden Crow tribe. Now that they had entered deep into the territory of the barbarian race, the fate of their team could already be predicted. Many gazes gathered on the two trees. Their eyes were filled with worry and fear, but there was also a hint of anticipation. It would be a lie to say that they did not feel any resentment. But as mentioned before, there were no immortals, but the effect of establishing one's might was quite good. After witnessing how Jinwu General suppressed those Gold Crow clan people, these vicious smugglers were now filled with awe and fear. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only keep it in his heart, not daring to show it. Everyone's eyes turned towards the treehouse. Qin Yu looked at little Meaty across from him and couldn't help but rub the space between his eyebrows. So, you really ate the Gold Crow tribe's golden crow? Little Meat nodded. It came to me on its own. I didn't provoke it on my own. As she spoke, she blinked her eyes innocently. Qin Yu, you saw it with your own eyes. It was that golden crow that spat fire at me first. You have to testify for me. Qin Yu nearly choked to death. Not to mention that the golden crow was spitting fire in order to escape, it was just that it was too slow and was caught and eaten by you. Even if it really attacked first and provoked you, what's the use of me testifying? Would the Gold Crow clan believe it? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu looked at her and said, you have to take responsibility. Everything was caused by Little Meat. Of course, he had to take responsibility. Little Meat nodded with a relaxed face. Of course, I will. If the Gold Crow clan is not satisfied, just come and find me. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. Different from what the others in the campsite were thinking, he wasn't worried about the revenge from the Gold Crow clan at all. On the contrary, he was worried about the safety of the Gold Crow clan. Looking at Little Meat's face, it seemed that she didn't care about the Gold Crow clan at all. But deep down, she probably couldn't wait for the Gold Crow clan to come to them. Then, she would have a reason and motive to eat to her heart's content. Stop, put away your thoughts. You can't touch the Gold Crow clan anymore. Qin Yu warned her seriously. Unless, you are ready to give up this identity and leave as soon as possible. In front of him, Little Meat thought for a while, then lifted the chicken overlord in her arms and rubbed it with her hands. She pouted, extremely dissatisfied. She understood Qin Yu's warning. Little Meat's identity was a girl from the Devil sect. The methods she had displayed so far were already astonishing. If she destroyed the entire Gold Crow clan, wouldn't that be telling everyone that there was a problem with her body? The people of the Western Wasteland weren't blind or deaf, they would definitely react. At that time, her vacation would end early. In a pair of white and tender hands, a certain chicken overlord that had been kneaded into 80 different positions widened its eyes. Its face was filled with innocence and it wanted to cry but no tears came out. It thought to itself, just who did I provoke? Why did such a disaster suddenly come flying at me? Qin Yu said, it's good that you understand. So, leave the following matters to me. As he spoke to her, he couldn't help but rub the space between his eyebrows. Although he said he would handle it, the truth was that even now, Qin Yu still hadn't thought of what he would do. After such a major event had occurred, the Gold Crow clan would definitely respond. Once they arrived, he would make a decision based on the situation. This was likely to be the first time that the new barbarian emperor had established contact with his clansmen. But, Qin Yu wasn't sure what the consequences would be. The great shaman bewildering in the mine was the best example. Not everyone in the barbarian race hoped that a new emperor would appear. If a single mistake were to occur and Qin Yu's identity was revealed, then he feared he would have to flee to the ends of the world. Of course, with the one in Metis' body, his safety was guaranteed. But, the image of a golden general that he had painstakingly built up would vanish into thin air. This would inevitably be a fatal blow to Qin Yu's plans. His plan to borrow the strength of the Western Wasteland to resist that race would also be completely shattered. The consequences would be severe. He had no choice but to be cautious. After warning Meaty a few more times not to cause any more trouble, Qin Yu stood up and left. This matter of freeloading could only be temporarily suspended. He landed on the ground and turned to look at the treehouse. His eyebrows furrowed for a moment before he composed himself. A mysterious existence hidden in space-time would never suddenly provoke trouble for no reason. If Meaty wanted to eat the Golden Crow clan, then she must have her own reasons. It definitely wasn't as she said, she had been a bit greedy recently. So, Qin Yu didn't stop her and chose to acquiesce. As he thought about how Meaty had been in a deep slumber ever since the treehouse was built, a sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. If things were really as he thought, then even if he stirred up a great deal of trouble because of swallowing the Golden Crow clan, it would still be worth it. As Qin Yu was silently thinking, there was a loud thud in front of him. Ju Dafu, who was missing several teeth, fell to his knees. Lord Marinated, if you want to eat, then you have to rub. If you want to bite, then you have to scrape. If you want to eat, then you have to eat. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and looked at him. Zhu Dafu's body trembled. He quickly opened his mouth and pointed at his missing teeth, his eyes filled with tears. Qin Yu humphed. It hasn't come to this. I'll give you one last chance. Speak properly. Zhu Dafu cried out and tears streamed down his face. With a loud thud, his head smashed into the ground, leaving a large dent in it. Thank you, General, for sparing me. Thank you, General. Qin Yu faintly smiled at him. Zhu Dafu, are you so sure that I won't kill you? Zhu Dafu's face was filled with awe and trepidation. If General wants to kill me, it would be easier than pinching a bug to death. But as long as I live, I will do everything in my power to serve you. Qin Yu sneered and walked away. Zhu Dafu was stunned for a moment. Then, wild joy gushed out from his eyes and he hurried to follow. After the golden crow was killed, he knew that his previous plan was nothing more than a joke. Since he couldn't kill Qin Yu, his only choice was to cling onto Qin Yu's thigh. Perhaps that would give him a chance to live. So, he waited beneath the treehouse, so he deliberately let out a few loose teeth, so he borrowed Qin Yu's words to kneel down and thank him. But all of this was Zhu Dafu's wishful thinking. He was just probing Qin Yu. Life or death, it all depended on Qin Yu's thoughts. Perhaps in the next moment, the gates of hell would open and he would be welcomed in to settle down, but at this time, with a cold cough, Zhu Dafu felt completely at ease. As he thought, General Jin Wu didn't want to kill him, otherwise, just as he said just now, killing him would be as easy as crushing a bug. There would be no need to wait until now. Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Zhu Dafu, who was filled with joy and respect. It looks like you are a smart person. I like smart people. You can continue living. Zhu Dafu fell to his knees. I pledge my life to the general. There was nothing else to say, but this declaration was the most appropriate one at this time. Qin Yu waved his hand. Leave. Tell the others that there is no need to panic. He walked away. Zhu Dafu stood up. Looking at Qin Yu's fading back, his eyes flashed and the joy in them grew. He believed that in this matter, there was no need for General Jin Wu to bluff. Of course, what was more important was that Zhu Dafu believed in his own eyes. When he said there is no need to panic, General Jin Wu's mood was calm and his eyes were as deep and unfathomable as the deep sea. This absolutely wasn't something that could be faked. In other words, he really did have confidence. There was no need to panic. Naturally, there was no need to panic. If so, then the revenge of the Golden Crow tribe wouldn't be a problem. General, he really was a thick thigh that couldn't be thicker. In the border army camp and even the great figures of the imperial capital, it was likely that they all underestimated the strength he possessed. Zhu Dafu turned and left. Soon, he gathered several trusted subordinates. After saying a few words, everyone dispersed. Soon, the tense atmosphere in the camp quietly eased. It was impossible to completely resolve it, but at the very least, a semblance of calm was restored. At this time, everyone only had a single thought in their minds, just what gave the general such confidence. Golden Crow tribe. He waved his attendants away. In the patriarch's tent, there was only him and Ku Xiu left. The air was quiet. The patriarch's face revealed an awkward and hesitant expression. Ku Xiu had a fierce scar on his head and a warm expression in his eyes. He looked at the frowning patriarch and slowly said, I know the importance of the Golden Crow totem. Patriarch, please rest assured that no matter what the result is, I will resolve this matter for your honorable tribe. The patriarch let out a long breath. After obtaining the promise he wanted, he finally smiled. Thank you, Lord Ku Xiu. Then, I will leave this matter to you. My tribe will cooperate fully. Ku Xiu stood up. Thank you, Patriarch. He turned and walked out. To avoid any accidents, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Half a day later, a troop quietly left the Golden Crow tribe. It was not a large troop, but they were the most trusted subordinates of the Golden Crow tribe's patriarch. The leader was even his most valued son. Turning around and glancing at the carriage, The young master of the Golden Crow tribe thought of his father's solemn warning before he left, listened to Lord Kushio's orders. To be honest, he was a bit confused. Even though Kushio had a noble status and was the most powerful force of the barbarian race, as the strongest tribe of the barbarian race, the Golden Crow tribe should not be so respectful in front of a Kushio. But since he was valued by the patriarch of the Golden Crow tribe, it was because he was cautious and intelligent. His father did not explain, but the more he did so, the more it showed that there was something hidden. All he needed to do was to obey. Along the way, the troop hid their identities and did not alarm the other tribes. But in fact, the killing of the Golden Crow tribe had already alarmed the 4 tribes. There were too many eyes on this place. No matter how cautious and low-key the troop was, it was hard to avoid being discovered. The Kushio's calm voice came from the carriage. No need to pay attention to it. Just keep going. As the voice faded, a faintly discernible sense of peace and tranquility was released from the carriage. In the darkness, the expressions of the people who were watching the troop changed slightly when they sensed this sense of peace. Silhouettes walked out from their hiding places, bowed, turned around, and left. Kushio, especially a Kushio with such a pure sense of peace, had an extremely high status in the barbarian race. But there was one thing that no one could understand. Why would such a powerful Kushio intervene in the matter of the Golden Crow tribe? Sensing the sense of peace released from the carriage, the young master of the Golden Crow tribe was secretly shocked. His tone became even more respectful. Finally, they had arrived. The young master of the Golden Crow tribe bowed. Lord Kushio, the camp of the desolate man is in front of us. The door of the carriage was pushed open. The Kushio, with a scar on his head, walked out and nodded slightly. Follow me. He had contacted the desolate man using the name of the Golden Crow tribe, so it was reasonable to bring him along. The young master of the Golden Crow tribe hurriedly nodded and followed behind. Thinking for a moment, his thoughts stirred. He released a trace of the Golden Crow's aura from his body. The Kushio turned his head and looked at him. In his warm eyes, there was a trace of appreciation. The young master of the Golden Crow tribe was excited. Shua, 2 figures blocked their path. The Kushio raised a palm. You too, I have come from the Golden Crow tribe. I would like to see General Jin. Anticipation appeared in the depths of his eyes. Strictly speaking, he had already interacted with this General Jin twice, but they had never officially met. He wanted to know just what relationship this person had with the new barbarian emperor. The Kushio was gentle and polite, but that didn't mean that he had restrained his aura. On the contrary, at this moment he was like a boundless lake. He was quiet and deep, and he naturally released an aura that caused one to feel awe. Across from him, 2 Western Wasteland cultivators who were standing guard took a deep breath and bowed. Lord Kushio, there is no need to be so polite. Please follow us. In the darkness, there were some sounds. Other cultivators had already rushed back to the camp to report. I'll have to trouble you. The Kushio had a calm expression. He saw all of this, but he didn't care. Soon, the smugglers' camp that had calmed down began to panic once more. The Kushio had arrived. As smugglers who traveled the borders of the Western Wasteland and barbarian territory all year round, they had a deep understanding of the barbarians. They certainly knew what the Kushio represented. In addition to their noble status, they also represented extremely powerful cultivation and strength. Against the Kushio, could the general win? Even if he could, the barbarian Kushio was a separate entity. Provoking one was the same as provoking all of them. Who could withstand this? Chapter 1550. Just as everyone was thinking and feeling more and more hopeless, 2 people walked in from outside the camp. Ascetic cultivator's aura could be recognized at a glance. Everyone subconsciously showed respect and bowed slightly. Then, they suddenly realized that the general had not appeared yet. Although the Western Wasteland and the barbarian race had been enemies for generations, the respect for the strong surpassed the iron law of hatred. The general's actions were extremely rude and could possibly anger the other party. Ju Dafu's figure appeared in everyone's sight. His face was slightly pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. He quickly walked up and bowed. Lord Ascetic Cultivator, The general invites you to the tent to talk. As he spoke, he tried his best to remain calm, but his voice was still trembling. Ascetic cultivator nodded calmly. All right. He turned and bowed to the young master of the Golden Crow tribe. Young master, please wait here for me. The young master hurriedly nodded. Ju Dafu's heart relaxed slightly. Then, he felt proud of General Jin Wu's strength. Ascetic cultivator, a powerful barbarian cultivator, was so restrained and patient in front of General Jin Wu. Ju Dafu coughed and stood up, gesturing. Lord Ascetic cultivator, please follow me. His words and actions were much more relaxed than before. Within the camp, a group of Western wasteland cultivators and ferocious smugglers couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this. Then, their hearts suddenly calmed down. Ascetic cultivator followed behind Ju Dafu. At this moment, he frowned as if sensing something. He turned and looked at the two trees at the edge of the camp. Ju Dafu's eyes flickered and he smiled. That place is the residence of my family's madam. These two ancient trees are the madam's servants. She was the only woman beside General Jin Wu, even though she didn't have an official title. But after seeing Little Metis' methods, he didn't mind flattering her. Ascetic cultivator nodded and took a deep breath. His face didn't change, but his heart was filled with anticipation. They arrived at the tent. Ju Dafu bowed. Lord Ascetic cultivator, the general is waiting for you in the tent. Ascetic cultivator returned the bow and stepped forward, entering the tent. At first glance, he saw the young man sitting on the main seat. Bitter cultivator Prajna greets General Jin. He took a step forward, raised his palm, and cupped his hands in greeting. Looking into the tent and at the ascetic standing in front of him, Qin Yu smiled and his eyes lit up with joy. His previous hesitation and uneasiness vanished into thin air after seeing this person. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu sat still and accepted the ascetic cultivator's bow. Then, he cupped his hands together and said, Grandmaster Prajna, we meet again. With these words, the laws of space and time within the scope of the tent distorted at the same time, completely isolating the inside from the outside world. Hanya's warm eyes suddenly brightened. She looked up at Qin Yu, a look of understanding in her eyes. It turns out that the previous 2 times were both deliberate actions by the general to lead me to him. At that moment, he could basically be certain that the person before him had an incredibly close relationship with the new Berserker Emperor. Overjoyed, she immediately bowed once more. General, I beseech you to tell me where you met my tribe. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Qin Yu. Grandmaster Hanya, there is nothing that cannot be said to others, but there are some words that cannot be said. Hanya's expression turned cold. She bowed. General is right. I was impulsive in the moment, please don't blame me. Qin Yu smiled. Grandmaster is too serious. Please sit down. Hanya sat down. She looked at Qin Yu and her thoughts stirred. The matter with the Golden Crow tribe, was it the general's intention to lead me here? Qin Yu shook his head. At the start, I didn't think things would reach this point, but the Golden Crow tribe's Golden Crow elder ignored my good intentions and ended up in this situation. After a pause, he continued to say, in addition, I didn't know that Grandmaster Hanya would appear here. I was hesitating whether or not I should come into contact with the people from the Golden Crow tribe. Hanya was a smart person. Her complexion changed. General, if there is something you need, there is no harm in speaking frankly. Qin Yu lifted a hand and revealed a ring on his finger. When I left the border army camp, the projection of a half-emperor appeared and personally handed it to me. A half-emperor existence resonated with the heavens and earth. They couldn't be called out by name, otherwise they would sense something. Hanya's complexion changed once more. A half-emperor of the desolate was equal to a great shaman of the barbarian race. Their strength and boundary were at the peak of the world. Her eyes fell on the ring and her expression became even more solemn. She waited for Qin Yu to continue speaking. This ring is a spatial magic tool. There are many materials placed inside that can be used to construct a special array formation. Its name is the boundary breaking token. Immediately, Qin Yu told the cultivator in front of him everything he knew about the boundary breaking token. A terrifying spatial array formation. It could cause space to explode, forming terrifying waves of space that could sweep away all. Hanya revealed a look of anger. It was clear that this was the first time she learned that the Western Wasteland had been plotting such a terrifying plan for so many years. Once they succeeded, they would surely severely wound the barbarians. There was even a chance that they would be sent into the abyss. Hanya took a deep breath. She bowed. "Thank you, General, for informing the barbarians of this matter. Otherwise, there would have been a great calamity for my people." Qin Yu waved his hand. "It is my duty, so there is no need for Grandmaster to thank me. But, the crux of the matter is that I have the mission of arranging the boundary-breaking token. Only by completing this matter can I obtain further trust." He paused for a moment. In order to increase the persuasiveness of his words, he said, "This is also the attitude that Grandmaster believes in." Hanya didn't doubt Qin Yu's words. Even though she couldn't figure out why the barbarian sovereign would choose this desolate general to be his envoy after he arrived. Qin Yu suddenly said, "Grandmaster, do you know the origin of the Western Wasteland Army's Hungshan family?" Hanya frowned. She slowly said, "The Hungshan family is a traitor of my barbarian race. This is a shame that the ascetic cultivation lineage must wash away." This news surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. He knew that the Hungshan family was a barbarian race, but he never imagined that they were actually a traitor. No wonder when Qin Yu deliberately released his aura and was detected by Hanya, he didn't hesitate to pay any price to kill Yuangu. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu's expression remained calm, as if everything was within his grasp. He took a deep breath and his aura changed. An ancient and tyrannical aura was released from his body. Hanya's eyes widened. After a moment of silence, she bowed and said, "So General was a powerhouse of my barbarian race." At this moment, she was thoroughly enlightened. Everything that had happened had been a plan made by the great barbarian sovereign. He had deliberately arranged for this barbarian powerhouse to enter the Western Wasteland and imitate the betrayal of the Hungshan family in the past to obtain the trust of the Western Wasteland Great Emperor. Step by step, he had pushed General Jinwu to rise, becoming the deepest chess piece that the barbarians had placed in the Western Wasteland. Although he didn't know what His Majesty's true intentions were, there was no doubt that he was playing a massive game of chess. General Jinwu. Hungshan family. Hanya's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. She suddenly felt that perhaps the shame that the ascetic cultivation lineage wanted to wash away might be erased. Qin Yu said, "Concerning my identity, I ask Grandmaster to keep it a secret." After Hanya nodded, he continued to say, "So, what is placed in front of me now is a difficult problem. If I continue to lay down the world-breaking token, it is likely that it will endanger the barbarians. But if I give up, it will ruin my original plan." Hanya looked into Qin Yu's eyes and solemnly said, "I understand General's meaning. I ask you to wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. At this moment, he could feel an incomparably strange divine sense fluctuation coming from Hanya's body. It was weak and mysterious, like some sort of special resonance technique. It could cross a great distance and communicate with a specific target. Thinking back to when Ju Dafu mentioned that the barbarians were a nest, Qin Yu understood. Behind Hanya was the true great figure of the barbarians. He could make the final decision regarding the world-breaking token. To Qin Yu, this was the best result. With the participation of the great figures of the barbarians, he would know what to do next. After a long time, the divine sense fluctuation coming from Hanya's body dissipated. He opened his eyes, his complexion pale. It was clear that this method of communication was a great burden to him. Looking at Qin Yu, Hanya smiled. "General, you can continue to lay down the world-breaking token. As long as you let us know the location ahead of time, we can do so immediately." Qin Yu said, "Of course. As for constructing the world-breaking token, I will need your cooperation." But, he looked over, an awkward expression on his face. Hanya said, "General, rest assured that we can guarantee that this matter will not be discovered by the barbarians, nor will it threaten you." It was indeed easy to speak with a smart person. Qin Yu smiled. "If so, then I can rest assured." Hanya lifted a hand. A pearl-sized ball of light slowly condensed at her fingertips. "General, this is a divine sense resonance technique of my lineage. I used this technique just now to contact teacher." As Hanya spoke to her, a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. "Teacher ordered me to pass this technique to you. At a time when you need it, you can use it to contact my teacher." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "I wonder who Grandmaster Hanya's teacher is." Hanya placed her palms in front of her. She respectfully bowed and said, "My teacher is the only great shaman of the Western barbarians today, the great shaman of Meng Mountain." Great shaman. As the barbarian sovereign, Qin Yu certainly knew what sort of existence a great shaman was. In terms of status and strength, they were comparable to the barbarian half-step sovereign realm. In this world, they were the most powerful cultivators. In the past, the great shaman of the mine, in order to subdue the heaven and earth spirit embryo at the bottom of the mine, had damaged his own boundary and cultivation. In the end, he had perished. But before that, he had used a curse ritual to erase all traces of his existence. Otherwise, if the Western barbarians knew that a barbarian great shaman had perished in the mine, they would have spared no cost to find the secrets hidden within. If so, then the heaven and earth spirit embryo should have already been discovered and taken away by the Western barbarians. It was impossible for it to remain here until today. Great Shaman of Meng Mountain. This was the name of the second great shaman that Qin Yu knew of. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Thank you, Great Shaman of Meng Mountain." After carefully sensing the ball of light, he found that there was nothing wrong with it. Qin Yu grasped forward and the ball of light flew into his hand. The moment it touched his flesh and blood, it melted into him and disappeared. In the next moment, a strange method of using divine sense appeared in his mind. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. Whether it was Hanya in front of him or the great shaman of Meng Mountain behind him, they were both trustworthy. Before this, he had exposed his aura twice and yet no problems had appeared. This was the best evidence. Since the other party was trustworthy, then this divine sense manipulation technique was the same as having another life-saving card in Qin Yu's hand. No one would complain about having too many of these things. "Grandmaster Hanya, regarding the matter of the Golden Crow tribe, you and I need to think of a more reliable reason so that the outside world will believe us." "That isn't difficult. Since the Western barbarians want to use you as a chess piece in their territory, then let's do as they wish." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He smiled. "Good." Hanya frowned. She bitterly smiled. "I just remembered that there is another problem that needs to be resolved." She looked at Qin Yu. The Golden Crow tribe's totem, the Golden Crow, was killed by the general's wife, causing the Golden Crow tribe's totem bloodline to be severed. This matter involves the foundation of the Golden Crow tribe. If we cannot resolve it, it will be difficult for them to cooperate. Qin Yu revealed a strange expression. But before he could speak, a meaty voice echoed out from the tent. "I will resolve this matter." A space shook and a round bead appeared. It was crimson, as if endless magma had been poured into it. This was the one she swallowed in the past. But the Golden Crow within had already disappeared without a trace. If I hand it over to the Golden Crow tribe, they will naturally be satisfied. They might even thank me for eating that old Golden Crow. General's wife, Humph Humph. This title was simply preposterous. Chapter 1551. Ascetic Xiao came and left, bringing the Golden Crow tribe young master with him. He didn't wave his sleeves nor did he take away a single cloud. No one knew what happened in the tent, but without a doubt, there was a high chance that the general had settled this great problem. This could be confirmed by how the general personally saw Ascetic Xiao out of the tent before he left. In the camp, General Jin's prestige had reached its peak at this moment. Zhu Dafu was overjoyed but he couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. He was good at observing people and felt that there was a hint of intimacy and respect in Ascetic Xiao's attitude. He was probably mistaken. What kind of status did Ascetic Xiao have in the barbarian race? Even if General Jin could settle the Golden Crow tribe matter, he still wouldn't be respected. No matter what, they had escaped a calamity. This was something worth celebrating. Qin Yu was in a good mood. The sudden appearance of ascetic Xiao had solved a problem that had been troubling him for a long time, and he had obtained an extra card in his hand. Although it was best if he didn't have to use a life-saving card, in this world, no one knew which would come sooner, accidents or tomorrow. Only by being prepared could one be safe. He turned and returned to his tent. After taking several steps, he turned his head and looked towards the treehouse. Solving the problem of the Golden Crow tribe could also be considered erasing some troubles for this person. Eating and drinking shouldn't be too much, right? Cough. Qin Yu turned and ran straight towards the treehouse. The Golden Crow tribe troops smoothly returned to their camp. Because of the strong suppression from the chief, the fires of vengeance had been temporarily suppressed. But now, they could clearly feel the restlessness and violence in the air. The Golden Crow totem had been killed. This matter had to be resolved, otherwise the powerful Golden Crow tribe was no different from a tree without roots. They were destined to wither away. The chief personally came out and bowed. "Grandmaster Bo Ri, you've returned." The young chief glanced over and shook his head. He really didn't know what ascetic Xiao and General Jin had talked about in the tent. After the two of them had a secret discussion, they brought their men back. He was also confused. Bo Ri faintly smiled. She pretended not to notice the exchange between father and son. "Chief, I ask that all the elders of the tribe gather together." The patriarch's eyes lit up. He raised his head and smiled. "Good." He turned around and said, "Pass down my order. Tell all the elders to stop what they are doing and come to my tent." The young clan leader acknowledged respectfully, turned around and left in a hurry. The patriarch reached out his hand. "Grandmaster Hanya, please wait a moment." Soon, all the elders of the Gold Crow clan, except for one who was in closed-door training and two who were out on errands, had gathered in the tent. Their faces were solemn, their eyes were cold, and their bodies were surrounded by killing intent. At this moment, their gazes all fell on Bo Ri. Previously, when the tribe was about to take revenge, he had interfered. Now that 2 days had passed, of course, he had to give an explanation. With the power of the Gold Crow clan, even if the Gold Crow clan had been cultivating hard, they still had to show enough respect. Cough. The patriarch coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, "Great Master Bo Ri has come from afar and has troubled himself with our clan's matters. Don't be impudent and apologize to Great Master Bo Ri." The looks of the group of Gold Crow clan elders changed slightly, and they restrained their power vibrations. One of them stood up and bowed. "Great Master, we didn't mean to offend you, but the death of our totem Golden Crow is related to the foundation of our clan. Please understand." Bo Ri smiled. "Elders, no need to be so polite. Please rise." His eyes swept across everyone in the tent. "Today, I ask the patriarch to gather everyone here to announce that the Desolate Man smuggling team has already given compensation. I ask everyone to verify it and completely put an end to the grudge." He lifted his hand. Light surged in his palm and a red bead appeared. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen this bead in his palm, Bo Ri's eyes still revealed a bit of surprise. With his eyesight, he could see the origin of this bead. But this wasn't important. The barbarian people had many crueler methods than this. The half-human, half-barbarian Golden Crow had offended His Majesty's messenger, and had even offended the mysterious madam. To be able to end this matter with his death, in Bo Ri's eyes, the Gold Crow clan had taken advantage of him. Not to mention that he had already investigated the use of this bead. It was enough to satisfy the Gold Crow clan. And this was also the main reason why he said that they had taken advantage of him. The patriarch's eyes burst with a bright light. He suddenly stood up and stared at the bead in Bo Ri's hand. Feeling the aura released from this bead, his breathing gradually became heavy. "Great Master, is this really the compensation for our clan?" Bo Ri said, "That's right. The Desolate Man asked me to bring this back. If the patriarch has no objections, then the grudge between us will be written off." "Good." The patriarch gave a low shout, his eyes fixed on the bead. Bo Ri smiled. With a thought, the bead flew over. The Golden Crow clan patriarch hurriedly caught it with both hands, carefully holding it as if it was a treasure. As the bead fell into his hand, he could feel it more clearly. He had already confirmed that it was indeed as he had sensed before. No, to be exact, it was even purer and stronger than he had expected. Taking a deep breath, the Gold Crow clan patriarch clenched the bead and bowed respectfully. Kutuor, on behalf of all our clansmen, thank you, Great Master Bo-ri, for bringing back a new totem bloodline for our clan. He stood up, glanced at the crowd and raised the bead. Soon, our Gold Crow clan will give birth to an even more powerful totem Gold Crow. We agree to the desolate man's conditions. From now on, the grudge between us will be written off. No one can pursue it anymore. After seeing the bead, the Gold Crow clan elders, who had already expected this, all showed joy on their faces. They stood up and bowed to Bo-ri, showing that they had no objections. Bo-ri smiled and nodded. Patriarch, I can help your Gold Crow clan to complete the bloodline inheritance. The patriarch's smile grew wider. Thank you, Great Master. With her help, this matter would be even more foolproof. One day later, in the Gold Crow clan's campsite, in a huge valley. Inside the valley, raging flames covered the sky. The scorching heat twisted the air, seeming to burn everything into ashes. Hundreds of gold crows of different sizes spread their wings and shuttled through the sea of flames. They circled around a 10 feet wide crimson fire egg. The surface of this fire egg was covered with countless mysterious and unfathomable patterns. From time to time, faint halos would flash across it, interfering with the flow of the flames in the valley, causing them to expand or contract. Cawing sounds came from the beaks of all the gold crows. They retracted their wings and landed on the ground, prostrating towards the fire egg to show their respect and submission. At this moment, the Gold Crow clan's new Gold Crow totem was born. It was also the new king of the Gold Crow clan. Bo-ri opened her eyes. The calm and mysterious aura around her slowly dissipated. She stood up and bowed to the patriarch. Congratulations, the bloodline inheritance went smoothly. When the totem breaks out of its shell, the strength of the Gold Crow clan will skyrocket. The patriarch bowed respectfully. Thank you, Great Master. Beside him, the group of Gold Crow clan elders also bowed respectfully. They finally understood why the patriarch had always been so respectful towards this Gold Crow clan elder. It turned out that he came from the temple on the mountain. Only the Gold Crow clan elder could possess such a pure divinity aura. As they realized this and thought back to the resentment they had felt before, the elders panicked. They thought that they had been extremely rude and impudent. Luckily, Grandmaster Bo-ri had no intention of arguing with them. Otherwise, blaspheming the Holy Land would be enough for them to commit suicide. Great Master, please go and rest first. I will take care of the totem and pay a visit later. Bo-ri nodded. All right. She left under the reverent and respectful gazes of the crowd. Humph. The patriarch coldly sneered. Do you now know who Grandmaster Bo-ri is? Before, when I stopped you from taking revenge, who dared to object? The elders' complexions darkened. Several of them had embarrassed expressions. To be reprimanded in front of their faces was a great loss of face. But in this situation, they were unable to refute. Patriarch is wise. It was us who had eyes but failed to see and failed to recognize Mount Tai's true face. An elder bitterly smiled. After borrowing the prestige of the Holy Land to suppress the elders, the patriarch knew when to stop and didn't continue to take advantage of the situation. I will go and pay a visit to Grandmaster Bo-ri. All of you stay here to look after the totem. It concerns the future of my tribe and there cannot be any accident. Yes, Patriarch. 2 days later, the people of the Gold Crow clan arrived at the Forsaken Mortal camp for the third time. Unlike before, this time, they were very respectful, shocking the smugglers. The young patriarch entered the tent and respectfully bowed. Gold Crow clan's Ku Li greets General Jin. Chinyu said, Young patriarch, please rise. He drummed his fingers on the table, asking a question he already knew the answer to. For what matter has young patriarch come here today? Ku Li said, In the name of my father, the patriarch of the Gold Crow clan, Ku Tuor, I have come to invite General Jin to my tribe to participate in the celebration of the birth of the totem. Good, I agree. Chinyu nodded, a smile on his face. Everything was going according to plan. Hanya was indeed reliable. Ku handed out the invitation with both hands and said that someone would come to invite him before the ceremony. He bowed and left. Soon, the entire campsite was filled with the news that General Ji was invited by the Gold Crow clan to attend the ceremony for the birth of the new totem. No one suspected that there was a conspiracy behind this. That was because they knew very well that totem importance to a barbarian tribe. The Gold Crow clan would never cause any trouble during the ceremony. They wouldn't even allow any accident to happen. Otherwise, they would become the mortal enemies of the Gold Crow clan. Being invited was a form of respect in itself. Only those who were trustworthy and had strength had the qualifications to do so. Ji Hao had killed their elders, eaten their totems, and now, he was invited by the Gold Crow clan to attend the ceremony for the birth of a new totem. Hiss, how could such a ridiculous thing happen in this world? Widen my knowledge, widen my knowledge. The group of ferocious smugglers looked at the tent and subconsciously showed deep respect. In this world, there was no such thing as a truly unreasonable trick. The more ridiculous the trick, the more powerful one was. After all the rules in the world were based on the size of one's fist. Ju Dafu's face blushed slightly, and his heart was filled with emotions. Once again, he confirmed one thing: General Ji was indeed a big thigh. As long as he held on to him tightly, those powerful people in the capital, who were used to eating fish, wouldn't be able to do anything to him. For the first time, Ju Dafu believed that he could continue to live. Long live General. The smuggling business in the campsite returned to normal. The Gold Crow clan incident was over. General Ji was invited to attend the ceremony for the birth of the new totem. The news had already spread in all barbarian clans. The most direct result was that the following transactions were extremely smooth. No barbarian clans asked for a learning match again, but most of them clearly expressed that they wanted to meet General Ji. Ju Dafu calmly declined all requests for a meeting. The reason was that General Ji was in closed-door training and couldn't be disturbed by the outside world. After the Gold Crow clan incident, Ji Hao had confirmed General Ji's quality. At the moment, he was full of confidence. Facing powerful barbarian clans, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He finally had the demeanor of someone who was in charge of smuggling matters. And his performance fell into the eyes of many strong barbarian clans. It made them feel that General Ji of the Western Wasteland was unfathomably deep. Otherwise, how could a mere Ju Dafu have such guts? This was a virtuous cycle. On one hand, the transactions became increasingly smooth, and on the other hand, General Ji's reputation became increasingly resounding amongst the barbarian clans. There were even small rumors that he was a peerless powerhouse amongst the barbarian clans, and that he possessed methods comparable to a great shaman. That was why he was able to suppress everything and force the Gold Crow clan to calm down. But in reality, the only thing that General Ji's reputation was becoming more and more resounding was, eat eat eat, drink drink drink. Of course, he was rubbing. Little Meaty sneered again and again, her eyes filled with even more disdain. But she didn't stop his increasingly aggressive behavior. After swallowing the Golden Crow, she was much more spirited and didn't spend too much time sleeping. This made Qin Yu feel gratified. After personally experiencing the benefits of having Little Meaty by his side, he didn't want her to leave. If he had a choice, Qin Yu hoped that he could maintain the current situation. But it was clear that while his imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel to the extreme. When Qin Yu walked up to the treehouse once more, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. If you keep eating and drinking, do you believe that once you fall asleep, you won't be able to wake up again? Hiss, if someone else were to say these words, Qin Yu definitely wouldn't believe them. But Little Meaty had personally said them. Looking at her complexion, Qin Yu seriously thought about it, and then he turned and walked away. In fact, after repeatedly rubbing and eating, he had also sensed some changes within his body. Simply put, his strength had risen too quickly, to the point that it had gone beyond his control, or, to be more precise, he had lost control. It was like the strength that had been eaten into his body wanted to give birth to its own will and break free from Qin Yu's control. This was likely what Meaty meant. Returning to his tent, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. After thinking about it again and again, he began to understand his current situation. Increasing one's strength was certainly something that all cultivators in the world yearned for, even in their dreams. But sometimes, if one increased their strength too quickly and exceeded their limits, accidents would occur. If one couldn't control their own strength, then the more they obtained, the greater the hidden dangers would be. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Qin Yu's mind became one. Little Misty stopped him from rubbing and eating, but she didn't say that she would never let him go. Once he erased the hidden dangers in his body, he would naturally be able to go again. No one knew how long this person would be able to stay in this world. He certainly couldn't waste a single chance to rub and eat. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed. Just as Qin Yu felt that he had nearly finished controlling the strength within his body, the Golden Crow tribe celebration had arrived.